Hi everyone, and welcome to the live stream. So today we'll be doing a design for Fossil Island. I'm joined here with Mod Wolf.
You nearly messed up my name there, mate. Yeah, hello, you all right?
Got to remind myself not to say your first name. And Mod Maz, who is over there on the microphone. So they will be answering your questions. Any questions you have, just throw them in the chat, and we'll get to it.
And sitting on Jay's shoulder.
Oh yes, right here.
And Maz is sitting on Jay's shoulder.
Right there, omnipresent.
Awesome. So as you can see here, we have the map that you saw yesterday in the dev log. So this is the underwater area. What I've done here is I've turned on the grid so you can see how large this will be. This will be 2 map squares, and I'm just going to go through a few things with it. So as you can see here, we have towards the left some farming spots. We have fishing and hunting, just sort of like a duplicate training method, as well as this area to the right, which will be where you'll be doing the underwater area, where you'll be limited to how long you can spend in there with your oxygen, because you'll have no ability to take your oxygen tank in there. And there'll be loot all around, so you can, find it and.
You all right?
Gain.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good.
So,
it looks great, by the way. I know it's just a mock-up essentially, but I think
it's not definitely going to look like this. Things could change. What the things that you might not notice on here is the green and the blue. So the blue is the currents of the area. So if you were to walk into that tile, it would push you towards the end. Think if you've ever played Pokemon Red and Blue, think of the Saffron City Team Rocket hideout place, where you sit on the tile and it will sort of push around this maze. It's not quite pushing you around a maze, but it's just sort of blocking you in the water, so you can't just swim wherever you like. And the green areas are oxygen. So the larger square areas down here will be a place that you can restore your oxygen by going into like a little trapped bit of air, while these smaller dots will be just, they won't drain your oxygen, but you won't gain any from it as well. So it's sort of just like a stop between different areas.
Oh, it's going to be brilliant. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Is that the seaweed farming spot to the west? Yeah.
To the west, that's
Seaweed.
the seaweed.
There was a couple of questions about seaweed that I was seeing the other day from the news post. One of them was like, how does it work with superglass make? And the answer is it's just 2-to-1 ratio now, so you can have a lot more buckets of sand in your inventory and less seaweed. So works with it. Works pretty well. It has the extra chance of having a random one as well. So
awesome.
Yeah, Mod Maz refactored that code, but it works.
That was fun.
What was the sort of when you farm in the actual patch? How many do you expect to get on average?
Maz has more exact numbers than me, but I can give them if you want to.
You can do, yeah. You can go ahead.
So you're looking at probably between maybe 8-7-ish on average, I'd say.
Yeah, depends if you use ultra compost.
Yeah,
of course.
Oh yes, because ultra compost gives you an additional one as well. Just like super gives an additional, so an additional.
Additional. Awesome.
Yes.
So yeah, that would be perhaps a better way of gaining seaweed instead of just going to shops. And even in the future, we could add these to more underwater areas, more farming patches.
I believe you have to pay for them with fossils, right, Maz?
I believe I did, yes. Yes, that's right.
Well, they could have a different payment method.
Yes. We have a couple of do they know the payment methods for like the hardwood and whatnot?
I don't think so.
I'm not gonna ensue panic buying by telling you.
No, let's not do that.
Yeah. So not telling you that one.
They can't panic buy fossils quite yet.
That would be impressive if they could.
It would. So.
Oh.
Yeah, I got this side scroller and it just doesn't.
It's wireless.
Photoshop. Yeah.
Why is it wireless?
They didn't do it in a wired version.
Okay, fair enough. That's a fair enough answer.
So yeah, what else we got? We got these chests. Pretty much. They're sort of. I just placed them in arbitrary locations to begin with. These generally won't be the final locations, but it sort of gives an idea of what's around the area. And these sort of red lines inside this cave area are going to be like obstacles that you have to go through using agility, and they'll require a certain level, faster paths, better agility, essentially. And it's essentially an agility course with no goal. You just sort of. It's
very similar to the Karamja one, the Brimhaven one.
Yeah.
And where you don't have to take a set route. There's sort of no circuit or end goal. There's no big sort of payment at the end. It's just you keep looting from these chests and using your agility to get there quicker.
Yep. And towards the bottom right, we have a section where you can fight some new NPCs. What the NPCs are yet, it's not been decided, but something aquatic. And this will give a use to the Brine Saber.
Mermaids. Let's kill mermaids.
Well, the thing is, the mermaids let you into this area. it might.
Yeah, I don't
Upset
think
them.
mermaids
Upset
would
them.
let you in to kill their own.
Oh,
that might
that's
be a bit
true.
odd.
Doesn't the Tsar do that technically?
I suppose
I guess.
so.
Take that, Maz.
But they're sort of a warrior society where I really don't see mermaids as a warrior
That's
society.
true.
I
Oh,
could
really?
be wrong, but
You know, we had this talk the other day when you were modelling the mermaids, and we were like, how do you see mermaids? Do you see them as like really lovely, beautiful sirens of the sea, or do you see them as I'm dragging you to my death, kind of Harry Potter mermaid-esque?
Yeah, I don't really know anymore.
Yeah.
Sort of in between, maybe. They're nice and friendly, but if you annoy them,
Yeah.
not so much.
Okay.
I really like the reason we've come up. Well, Ash came up with the reason why you're not allowed in the area with the fishbowl helmet. It's interesting. It felt
Yes.
arbitrary, sort of making it so you have to swim through a gap, because if you could swim through the gap, you could essentially just put it all back on again, which
Yeah.
sort of negates the point of it. So the area you can't use the diving apparatus. So there's a interesting reason for that, which I'm going to leave for the NPC dialogue when it comes out.
Cool.
So what else have we got here? We have just another cave down here. So what I'm going to be doing today is going through what I've done so far in this map. I've not done much. I've sort of just done a grey box sort of setup for it with some just basic assets. So if I get this up. So these are just the basic grey box assets and not the final assets.
It's done. It's finished.
Yeah, it looks absolutely fantastic. So I've got these set up beforehand to make sure I've got all the configs and all the locations set up, so I don't want to be fiddling around with the configs too much. So yeah, there's going to be several layers. If you think back to the underwater area for the pirate quest part of Recipe for Disaster, they have sort of this tiered sort of seabed walls going on. So that's what I'm sort of going to sort of recreate with a colour changing as they go up, which would be nice.
I just realised I said ship it. It was like the shipwreck. It's kind of funny. Do you want to maybe explain just how our wall kits work?
Yeah, for sure. So what I'm going to do is take you through the map editor a little bit. So this is what I've done so far with the grey box assets. Let's get a better rotation on here.
are they actually grey?
They are grey. I thought I'd stay true and make them grey. So as you can see here, this is them all sort of placed down in a very bland environment. And there's also a little bit of a cave here. So this is the caves in the bottom left here, where you could see in the design is this area here. So the way you build walls in our editor is you have these straight pieces. So let's grab a straight piece, place that down. So every time we place a wall kit down, fortunately, we have to press a button every time. Oh, not that button.
I like to imagine it like Sims,
Rebuild.
right? I like to imagine it like a Sims house editor where you put things down, or maybe a bit more like Lego. So you have a corner piece and you have a straight piece and join them together
sort of
in
filler
different ways.
piece.
Yeah.
We don't really have well, some of them have quite easy names, so like straight, diagonal, corner, but some of these are just sort of like, this is a type 2, because there's really no other way to describe what it is. So when you have a straight right next to a diagonal, so let's grab that straight, let's put that there, and rebuild. There's this quite a massive gap. So with that we have a type 2, which sort of fits between the two on the corner asset. So if I grab that and plonk that in there, and then rebuild, and fills it in.
Saved.
Saved. And it gets this really, really nice sort of smooth look to the walls. Obviously, it looks really smooth at the moment as there's just the one colour and the sort of awkward gradient of the grid shading. But eventually there'll be more colours and it will look great. So let's remove these assets as they don't need to be there anymore. So we also have other types. So we have these sort of types that you only make one. It's going to be things like things you'd see on a wall, so like a symbol or like a picture frame, and it just generates a version of that for all different wall types, so you can place it wherever you like inside a building with the right offset from the wall. And then you also have type 8s. So type 8s are the standard things that you interact with. Think of like mining rocks and trees and fishing locations and all that, which are nice, and you click on them, you can see them. You can't generally occupy the same space they're in. They usually block you, because if they don't block you, they're going to have some interesting render orders. Also, what else we got? We got the 9. This is just auto-generated. It takes the 8 and it just makes it slightly diagonal. And then we have the floor decoration. So I'm just going to pop over to a place that you have probably recognised, which would be Lumbridge.
All the rune crafting altars are right next to each other. It always blows my mind when I see that. I forget.
So yeah, here's Lumbridge. So as you can see, once a map's map square is complete, they get quite messy with all the information on them. So as you can see, all the walls down here for the Lumbridge Castle. We have the different floors we can go onto, and as you can see, all the blue dots with a line off of them. These are all the Type 8, so trees and ferns and lots of things. And then moving on, so we've got the floor decorations. So this is things like grass, rocks, daisies, anything that was on the ground that you could probably stand on should be a floor decoration. Even things like this flooring here for the lovely kitchen.
Yes. Don't look at me for confirmation. I'm pretty sure it's a kitchen.
No,
I don't know what
you like the look of the floor.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's nice tiles.
I thought you were questioning whether or not it's a kitchen. I'm like, I'm not going to judge the cook. He can do whatever he wants in that kitchen.
Except for make cakes.
Except make cakes.
Yeah, it gets you to do
evidently.
that. Cool, and moving on, we got the NPC. So these are, as you'd expect, over here we got a hell of a lot of goblins. So yeah, we can just...
There's a lot more than what I remember.
Oh, they added more. So it doesn't get overcrowded.
Ah, right, okay.
It's really good for
Makes
hunting
sense.
for your champion scroll as well.
Clever, right.
So yeah, we got all the goblins in the world down here inside this beautiful house. And just clicking on the square once you've got that selected, you just add loads and loads of goblins, and you can make yourself a little army of goblins. Which
You
is
press Control Z and then it does something.
it undoes something. Perhaps not as much as you were hoping for.
Yeah,
And perhaps far more than you were hoping for.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you press Control Z and you delete the map square.
I sort of figured out a system to it.
Okay.
It's to do with what mode you're in, and it will sort of undo everything in that mode until you change mode and put something else down.
Okay.
So you always got to judge, is it worth it? Sort of thing. So I can go Control Z here, and then rebuild, and all the goblins are gone, because that's what I've done on this map. So that's good.
Goblin killer.
It's impressive.
Goblin
killer.
Also we've got items, so we can just place items on the floor. So here in this house, you can see there's a nice iron dagger down there. We have just this list of every single item in game, and we can just put them all on the floor if you so please.
Dragon chain body.
Yep, dragon chain body. Let's do it.
This is the new money making method right here.
Probably.
You know the 25 GP that spawns outside of the general store? There you go, confirmed. Dragon chain body will spawn there now. Live now, like in game.
Yep, in game. Dragon chain body. Go grab it.
I really hope that some people are actually going to teleport. That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
So, question. We have obviously the live stream today still.
Yep.
How long is this going on for again?
Oh, it's going until 7 p.m.
Till 7 p.m. And
BST.
then that's going to essentially overlap with the Q&A as well.
Yep. When the Q&A starts, we'll move over to them on the couch. You get to see our brand new J-mods.
Ah, yes. Mod Rye.
And Modstone.
Yes. It was on the tip of my tongue. Sorry.
That's the easiest one to remember.
Really?
Yeah.
Modstone.
Yeah,
Mod
but
Rock.
but Mod Rock's quite Kate Connor-ish, isn't he? Like that's kind of easy to remember.
Makes him more
I remember the
memorable.
emoji, not.
Not the person. I'm sure he'll love that.
I can't wait to see whatever emojis they're both going to have. That's always the fun part.
Yeah, the fun part. Oh, look, you said cake on.
Oh, I said it now, didn't I? Oh, brilliant.
Modstone. That'd be a good one.
Oh, that one's a bit. I don't know. It's too obvious, isn't it? Like
That's the best sort.
I expect better. I expect better.
Really? Twitch chat.
Yeah. They can be more creative. They have hours, literally hours
do
right
have that.
now.
They could
I
even.
think.
Yeah, they could.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
confer.
They have all the images in the world.
Right. Okay. So tell me, questions in the chat. They should be asking them. So that's why I'm keeping an eye out for.
Yeah.
Feel free to ask any questions about.
Yeah. Anything you got concerning
Yeah.
the dev blog from
Yep.
yesterday?
Because I'm more than happy to answer questions as well.
We've got the developer right here. I'm the QA on it, supposedly.
I'm the original designer.
The original designer.
Yep.
How many years ago was that, Maz?
We started off in 2005, 2006. Me and Mod Mark.
No, I was 10 when you were designing this.
That's sad.
Sorry. What is Fossil Island? What is Fossil Island, Maz?
What is Fossil Island? It is an island that's got fossils on it. Anyway,
Pretty spot on.
basically, when I redid the Baroque Museum, we had lots and lots of displays and things, and we wanted to give a bit more of the lore and the history of the game, but we wanted to do it in such a way that it would be enjoyable. So, you know, you go around places and you get books, and that's all very well, and that's great for people who like reading books, but not for everybody else. So we wanted to design a space which was different. So the idea is that this island has been occupied in the past, and if you think about the first time people went to Australia and saw all these really weird creatures, because, you know, if you're used to dogs and cats and rabbits and things, and then you see a kangaroo, it's like,
a bit odd.
What is that thing? So the idea is Fossil Island is a different place, and the idea of what you do there is effectively discover its past by doing things.
Things like kill skeletal wyverns? Not skeletal, ancient wyverns.
No, just wyverns.
Just wyverns, yes.
There might
okay.
be ancient ones in the future, but there are just wyverns at the moment.
So that's a question that's coming up quite a bit.
Yep.
What do you think? Wyverns, why is their slayer level lower than skeletal?
Because the standard wyverns we're doing at the moment are actually relatively weak. The skeletal wyverns have actually managed to escape from the island.
Oh, they escaped?
Yes.
Okay, that's what it was, right. We were talking about this earlier. I was like, did they just die in Ascania?
No, they used magic and escaped.
Magic's the good Fallout clause, isn't
Magic
it?
is great,
Magic.
isn't it? Yeah.
Wizard did it.
Well, it's why that they're not actually classed as undead. They're not. They're reanimated via magic.
Ah, right, okay. Right, that makes sense. This is Jurassic Park levels of lore here.
Yep, basically.
This is great.
Well, it's lore that was designed back in sort of the Jurassic Park days of RuneScape.
Brilliant, okay.
But that's not to say there won't be higher level wyverns.
There you go. Spoiler.
Yeah, from the Reddit thread yesterday, a lot of them seemed. I think their main concern, well, the argument was with the rune boots and dragon boots, with these boots being in between, but being from a lower level slayer monster. So it's.
Looks like you need to design me some more wyverns.
Looks like I need to design more wyverns. It's been, I've been doing a lot of wyverns for the past couple of weeks. So.
It's been a whole couple of days before you've touched a wyvern.
Yeah, I know. I'm just sort of
phrasing.
I don't want to touch any more wyverns.
How long will the quest be? Have you played the quest yet?
Yeah, I played the quest.
You played the quest? I played the quest. I tested that quest. How long is the quest going to be, Maz, would you say?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't write it.
I also knew what the answer
true.
is.
I know what the answer is as well.
Yeah, so I sort of got through it quite quickly.
I'm not going to give too much away about the quest.
Not too much? Do you not want them to know how long it's going to be?
No.
No?
We can say it's easy.
It's not.
It's not Monkey Madness 2.
Yeah, it's most definitely not on the.
It's longer than the Zaya quest that's coming out.
Oh, fair enough.
It's longer than that.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
By about 3 times. Bon voyage. It's funny because it's like bon voyage.
That is a really good pun.
It is.
It is a really good pun.
Don't Urban Dictionary it.
It's so good it's bad, or is it so bad it's
yeah,
good?
that's true. Oh God. How long did that take us? Puns take half the time in our development.
Yeah, it's the most important part of it.
It is. It's the finishing polish, right?
Well, it's like when I was writing Hand in the Sand, we actually hot-fixed in puns as we thought of them.
Oh, Maz. Using those hot fixes for super important things, as always. Like fixing, I love when we fix typos when we hot fix. Yeah. It's like, there's a typo, hot fix. Not anymore.
If the typo stays there, you're just going to get so many more people reporting, aren't you? So it sort of saves you time in the long run.
So somebody said this looks like a very arduous process. Would you agree?
Yes. But it is sort of relaxing at the same time.
Is it?
Yeah.
Some people find it very cathartic.
It's like colouring, I guess.
I don't.
So as you can see, I've started to follow this design I've got to the side here. I'm just sort of going through with the walls. As you can see, it is, I mean, it's not the most interesting process, but it's certainly... no, it's not interesting. Just that it wasn't interesting.
If you enjoy it, you do what you do, bro.
Oh, there's a question in the chat. So yes, these new wyverns, are a separate task because they really aren't that much like the skeletal wyverns. They still have the freeze attack, but that's sort of the only commonality.
Even the drops are different as well. So don't expect similar drops. I mean, we already know what the unique drops are going to be.
How many kudos do you need to start the island? Well, you need to do the quest to join the island, and that requires 100 kudos.
Yep. There are other parts of the island which will be locked off behind more kudos. and there will be other ways of earning more kudos as well.
Will you nerf the Ancient Wyvern? I have seen feedback on the Ancient Wyvern shield stats, so we are looking into it.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a chat about that.
Yeah, so we're aware of it. Thanks for your feedback.
This is why we do a blog before we do a poll.
Yeah, this is important.
I need to know how you're going to react to these sort of things and make sure we're not making things a bit, too overpowered. But immediately when I first read that, I read the defense of the attack, and I was like, what, they complain about 15's fine. And so, oh, right, it's 18. So, yeah.
Kudos, not like this. Maz has added in a handy little list feature, which looks brilliant. So you can go over and click, and it'll say, this is what you're still missing to get the rest of your kudos. So don't worry too much if you don't know what you're still missing. There is a list now, which looks great.
I forgot I did that.
Is it kudos or kudos?
Kudos in my world.
Yeah, I think it's kudos.
But
as
I'm
well.
sure other people say it differently.
Oh, PogChamps. You got PogChamps there. People are excited about the list. The most exciting, the thing that's got the best reaction so far is the list. Let's just put that right there. But what about this cool multi-skilling area? What do you think about the possibility of more future multi-skilling areas? What do you think about that?
love multi-skilling. The thing that really, I wouldn't say turns me off, that's a bit harsh, but the thing I like least is the standing there, spam clicking on one thing and just, that to me is not fun. That to me is not what we should be aiming for. So the more skills we manage to throw in, the more interactivity we manage to throw in, the better.
I like the concept as well of it. I look forward to doing the sort of fishing, hunting sort of mixture. It's going to be cool.
It's going to be fun.
So,
Will it be difficult to kill the Wyverns? I think we've answered that, haven't we?
I think they will be. I wouldn't say
They won't be hard.
They wouldn't. No, they're not going to be sort of boss level hard.
Yeah.
Because they're not bosses. They might have a few surprises up their sleeve for you, but once you're used to them, pretty much like anything else, they'll be fine.
I'm sure that your 99 defense Bandos, you'll just tank it and not walk it probably. But they'll have a couple of special little moves, attacks.
Oh, someone wants to know when this is planned to be released.
Have we actually used that information?
I'm not too sure.
I believe
Yes,
we have.
we did.
Yes, we
did in the month ahead, well, didn't we?
Yes.
Yes,
So this is coming for September.
Yeah, September's the aim for it, so it's still
hype.
fair way to go.
Yes.
We've still got, obviously, the Inferno to release first.
Which we are still working on as well. It's not like we've just stopped working on it, right?
No. Kieran's doing that.
Yes, Kieran is he's plodding along really nicely with that.
Yep.
Can level 3s complete the quest? Yes.
Can they?
They can just about get enough kudos to do it.
Yeah, I think they could. And even if they needed to kill something, they could use recoils. couldn't
Yeah.
they? And
I think
bruise.
so.
Yeah, level 3s can definitely do it. Providing they can get 100 kudos, which I'm also relatively certain they can. September.
Unless Demon Slayer gives you attack experience.
No, but you only need 100 out of 153.
You don't need
true.
100.
So you don't need to do the quests at all.
Yeah.
Do you not?
Or some of
I
them.
thought you need to at least one or two.
Yeah, but some of them will just be
You can
cruddy.
get away with one or two.
Okay, fair enough. Sounds good. So what I'm doing at the moment here is, as you can see with the walls over here, on the top of them, you see right through them, and it looks a little naff. So over here we have an extra type 8, which comes up as this sort of with the icons, you can sort of change them in config. So to make, if you need to look a little nicer on the eyes, you can do it this way.
Is that crafting?
It's sort of like a brown arrow with a line through it.
Is that an arrow? Am I blind?
It's very small.
It looked like a
The
crafting
logo.
Yeah.
I can see the similarities. So what I do here is when you place it up next to the walls, like so, it sort of adds a top to it, and this is how most of the caves are done in Old School. You have these sort of large layers of these sort of blank polys.
Does the flashing not drive you mad?
Does the flashing drive me mad? Well, if it does, I could hit 7 and it's all gone. But I find it quite helpful to have it on to make sure I know what I've currently got selected, because I don't want to be like building a wall kit and then realise I'm using the completely wrong wall kit. Because if I'm adding a wall kit to this wall kit, but I'm using the wall kit over here, I can see that this is flashing and this isn't flashing, so I'm using the wrong one. So yeah, it can get a bit annoying, I guess. But yeah, it's not the end of the world. In fact, I think it might look a bit worse on stream, because it's got sort of white around it, and on my screen it's just
Oh,
red
yeah.
and black.
Oh, how odd.
That's
They've turned the saturation up. I've got like really ginger hair on that pic, on that up there. Look at that.
it could just be that.
I
that
think it's just the monitor.
Okay.
I hope it's just the monitor.
Yeah, I'm looking quite
You
saturated
both
as
look
well.
ginger, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the monitor.
Nice.
The monitor of gingerness.
Any more questions, guys?
I saw a good one in the chat actually
Go on.
about whether there's a teleport to the island.
Yes, that's what
Yes.
I've forgotten what it was, but I saw
Yes.
that one. Go ahead.
There is, but you've got to find it first.
I think there's a couple of ways to get to the island, but one of them you'll have to find yourself, which will be fun.
So as you can see here, this is how Orchid's made. This is our map editor with all of its fantastic tools. This is one of probably the coolest parts of the editor, but also a little bit broken, so that you can view things from above.
Ooh.
But when you
How did they do
rotate,
Oh.
the render distance sort of breaks a little bit. But if I just save this map a little bit,
I didn't know you could do that.
did you not?
No.
Oh, that's a really cool feature.
In all fairness, I also didn't know how to
Did that
change
save,
map
Connor?
square, so go figure.
What was that?
Did that save?
It asked me again. That's all good. So if I go to the top floor and do that again, I can now view Lumbridge from a distance.
Look, it's not RNG. It's not like the Karen teleport. You'll have to essentially find it, but not like that.
Trying to not give away, but
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that people aren't upset at the fact that they may have to run around this humongous library for a singular book, which is a cool mechanic, but
if you're doing the Arceus favour,
yeah.
you find it. It's not the end of the world. But
If only you
just
could
want-
do that favour twice as quickly somehow,
yeah, that'd
and
be
with
nice.
20% less favour. If only there was some form of quest coming out that would benefit that.
Someone wants me to delete hands. He is the oldest character
No,
in the
you
game.
can't delete
Can't delete
hands. That's
Get rid of him. Finish him.
Whereabouts does he spawn?
What's the expected rarity of the shield drop? You know, actually, I don't even know.
we haven't set that. at the
We
moment.
haven't set it.
There he is. Buy hands. Oh, need to be in the right mode. Let's replace him with something.
What with?
A
What is that
a
thing?
frog eel.
Oh, from the Tower of Life, right, obviously.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, he's rendering through the dead man guard there. So
Excellent.
we have these multi-NPCs and multi-locks. So if something needs to appear like during a quest, well, like an NPC needs to move during a quest, it will be sort of like a multi-NPC which you can place down, and only the people who started that quest can see it. But in the map editor, they just sort of look like they're blinking in and out of existence.
We should have put the helm of Raidwall down instead of the dragon chain body. Missed opportunity. Missed
Yeah, that would have got a
opportunity.
lot more
That
people.
would have been a lot funnier. Darn it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get back to the map. So, that's
Will
the
we get
dungeon.
any dinosaurs?
No.
No, there is no dinosaurs on Fossil Island.
People seem to associate fossils with dinosaurs, but dinosaurs are a very tiny, tiny subset of fossils.
Of course, dragons, wyverns,
Mm.
Don't get me started.
dinosaur-esque. They,
Well-
they share features.
Will they be safe spottable? I imagine you'll find something to hide behind.
Yes,
Oh, you
that's
guys always manage
possible.
to find safe spots.
Yeah.
Yes.
Regardless how hard we try, try not to.
I don't know if your nan will be on Fossil Island. I'm not too sure.
Cool. So, I'm going to stop placing assets down now and actually start modelling,
Okay, you do that.
because that might be a little bit more entertaining.
What do you mean? This is. I'm having so much fun right now.
I think the fun part is going to be when I update the assets and they sort of all change in game.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
That looks cool now.
But you've got a nice chunk already. That what's going to happen is when you rebuild it, it's going to go. And you're going to go. Whoa!
I mean, it's not going to be instant.
It's going to
we
go.
got
As the cog turns, the hamster inside of this engine.
Well, we got to close the map editor down. We got to submit our changes, and then we got to pull it back down, and then it'll be nice again.
Yes.
But first of all, we need to actually do the modelling. So let's go back to Jagged. So these are the pieces. So what's really important when you're making a wall kit is to make sure that all the verts line up perfectly, because if a vert next to another, if two pieces are next to each other and the verts aren't completely lined up, there'll be this sort of seam to it that will slightly pop in and out of existence as you rotate the camera. And with most wall kits, you can probably get away with it, but when you have like a bright wall kit, it sort of looks like there's like a tear in space and time, and it's probably nicer to make sure that doesn't happen.
The Dragon Hunter crossbow will work on the Wyverns because they work on the other Wyverns as well.
Will it?
Yes. But they worked on the other ones, right?
Right?
I'm sure they have category dragon.
They don't.
They will work when I fix that bug that we've just found.
They're wyverns, not dragons.
That's true. They aren't technically dragons, but it works with the skeletal ones, so it makes sense.
If I could change that, I would.
Yeah, we were discussing why they dropped the draconic visage as well the other day, weren't we? Anyway, let's not get on this. We don't want to upset people thinking we're going to remove draconic visages.
Exactly. It's something I'd like to change, but I'd probably get lynched if I changed it.
Someone wants to know why there's no archaeology skill.
Sorry?
Someone wants to know why there's no archaeology skill.
Archaeology is a study of the history of sentient races, whereas...
Sorry.
You're right, Jay.
You can do it.
Sorry.
Whereas what we're doing is more paleontology. And
Is that
your
actual
next
difference?
question, yeah. And your next question is why no paleontology skill? Because that would mean having to polish skill, and we're not. Well, we don't have a very good track record of that.
Yeah, they don't seem to want one. But it's gonna keep on moving. That's annoying. I think even though a new skill would distract from the overall feel of old school,
Yeah.
it was a.
It was never something that Fossil Island was designed for, really. And we did think about an archaeology skill, but it's like, well, it would only ever be on this one island, and that really doesn't fit. And
I always liked the idea of archaeology as a skill, though.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
you know, there's patches around the world that you can investigate, and each patch, you know, you might have a rare find, like a Zorosian page that's like a hidden Zaros spell for your Zaros spellbook that you can trade.
See, if we'd done that right at the
hidden-
beginning, all these lovely lore things that you get could be part of the archaeology skill.
Yeah,
But we've
the
already done
dig
it now.
site already started. So
What is law? Law is whatever you want it to be. We make it up every day. It's our job to make up law. And if we can't solve it, we say a wizard,
did it, yeah.
Exactly. See, on the same wavelength there. You're gonna get some stellar content, some stellar law with these minds.
lots of wizards did a lot of things.
The island, actually, is a good question though. Where is the island? It's north of Mauritania, because it used to be part of the wilderness, but it sort of broke off.
And drifted.
Yeah, it's a volcanic
Lost at
island
sea.
chain, a bit like sort of Hawaii or Galapagos, something like that.
Do we have to sail to the island? Who knows?
Well, the Roofest
Oh yeah, we
presentation
actually kind of told you
sort of
already. Yeah, you're right.
mentioned that you need to.
Darn it.
As does the blog.
Darn it.
Read the blog to answer that question.
Yes. If you haven't read the blog already, by the way, it's recommend having a little look over it. And if you have any questions surrounding it, feel free to ask them now. Obviously, we have the Q&A today as well. Chris is gathering questions on Reddit, as he usually is. So it's going to be very fossil-y.
Oh, that's another good question. Modash and music. Unfortunately, no, Modash isn't doing the music. I've already got 5 wonderful tracks from Mod Bond. They're really good. I'm really happy with the way he managed to capture the different environments in the music. So yeah, 5 new tracks.
So what I'm doing currently with this wall kit is just adding a couple of sections to it, so I can have it so at the bottom of the seabed it sort of starts off sandy, it gets a bit darker, and then gets maybe like a greenish sort of colour.
Sorry, they said Bond, Mod Bond.
Poor Mod Bond.
I don't think there's any link to him and in-game bonds.
No.
No.
We don't need to get Bond. We've
They were
already
talking about
got
James
one.
Bond,
Bond.
which, yeah.
Let's add a little bit of sort of lumpiness to the wall, because we want it to be perfectly smooth.
Lumpiness.
Lumpiness. And we're going to add a division in the middle to make it so it doesn't look too straight, because that would be a bit
Are all monsters
artificial.
aggressive? On the island?
It's based on
Combat level,
combat
right?
level, yeah. That's what I would have thought.
Yeah, same as anywhere else, really. They will be if you're level 3, of course.
I did
Yeah.
find out the other day when I was making an NPC that the hunt range is default off, so even if it's not double your level, it won't attack you if you walk past
Depends
it.
which hunt mode you're using.
Yeah. It was weird though, because I was like, why isn't it attacking me? It should be beating my face.
Yep.
So yeah, didn't know that. I know what you're gonna. I was like, you're about to read out that question, and I was like, I really hope he doesn't.
Oh, I didn't see the question.
Okay, good.
What was the question?
Nothing. It's fine.
What-
Will the
what
volcanic
question?
mine be level 3 or skiller friendly? I wouldn't recommend going in with 10 health.
No.
Floor is lava.
Floor's literally lava.
And lava's hot.
Tea is hot. Lava's a bit hotter.
People have been showing concerns about how much interaction the lava mine would entail.
Yes.
My response to that is floor is lava, AFK and you die.
Yeah, essentially. Like,
This is no winter snowstorm, it's
yeah.
it's lava.
Yeah.
You will have to pay attention. I want to say a substantial amount more than Winter Todd. You don't really have to pay a lot to Winter Todd. You turn your audio on and you just hear it
Yeah.
think and you go, oh,
It would be
Oh, perhaps I'll take the sounds off.
don't do that. No, not like this.
also there's obviously you got to sort of spread out with the braziers with Winter Todd, but apart from that there's not much team activity going on.
No.
We want to make that more forefront and work together for best results.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can still do it as separate, but you're not going to get half as good a result as if you actually work together.
Have we spoke about XP rates for
For what?
the volcanic mine?
mention them in
It's
the
something
blog.
that's come up as feedback from the blog, and it's probably something that we're going to be discussing in our meeting.
Yeah, it's an odd one, that one.
Yeah.
It's still relatively far off tick mining in
Yeah,
terms
it's
of the
hugely
amount of
far off,
experience. That being said, we've seen people raise concerns about it, so of course we're going to talk about it, right? Like, the point of the dev blog and these streams is that we can get response from you guys. We can hear what your problems are and whatnot. So, yeah. Paying attention.
Pay attention.
Not like this. If my boat crashes, will I be alone? No. Stuff will happen if your boat crashes, though. But what is it? You'll find out.
There we go. It's no longer grey. It's now a sandy colour.
Sorted.
Sorted. We can
Done.
Ship it.
It looks
Ah.
like gold. It looks gold.
Gold. Well, that's the colour of sand in our game.
Yeah,
I think
it's
gold's a bit more yellow. I mean, it's just yellow essentially. If you
Yeah,
look
we
at
can't
the
exactly do
items.
gold, can we?
No. You
Done.
get close to it.
Ship it.
Cool.
Finished. Thanks for the stream.
So now that I've added all these divisions down the side here, I've now got to get these to line up with the other pieces. Otherwise, there'll be, as I mentioned, there's seams. So this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 verts, and we need to replicate that on the sort of filler piece. So let's add some divisions.
Gorod shading really makes it look completely different, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does.
It's like night and day. Look at that difference. Incredible. For the record, Gorod shading is like the
The way it blends polygons
Yeah.
together, sort of.
That's kind of how I'd explain it. Google it.
Yeah. There's lots of different shading methods, and in Old School we specifically use Gorod. Or, I don't know, there's probably it's a French word, so I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Gorod? Gorod?
Could
I
be
think it's
anything.
Garrard.
Oh, Mod Ghost already taught them.
Did they? Oh, right, fair
Mod
enough.
Ghost MVP. He's the one that taught me.
Fair enough.
So there you go.
So how big is Fossil Island
Like,
in map squares?
Compared to a city, it's, I think it's the same size as East Ardougne, but maybe a bit bigger.
Plus all the
it's a
underground
bit
and
tall,
underwater
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, about 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's about, it's 3x3, isn't it? Isn't it?
4x4.
I would say 4.
Is it 4x4?
Maybe, let's see.
Wow, it's been so long.
Look at all the... Sorry, it still blows my mind every time I see them.
So it's 3x3. I don't
Oh,
want
okay.
to go any higher because I've not seen it in colour yet.
Have they? No?
No,
Oh,
they saw
okay.
it, they saw it in Sapien.
Ooh, spoiler.
Just the ooh. Did you see it?
That was a tease, that.
Okay, let's get back to it.
They're gonna spam a particular emote now that you both just went ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah. No, but not like ooh is in ooh, but ooh is in ooh.
Oh, right.
Odd-shotted, leaked. That's it, you're fired now, mate.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh,
Crack the clue.
Guess I should leave.
No, not yet. Stay at least for another like 7 hours.
Did we tell them that the clue is on Fossil Island?
Oh yeah, the real secret to crack the clue is that it's on Fossil Island. We've just been trolling you for the past couple of months. Can you imagine if we did
I didn't
that?
say that, they'll believe you.
I know, it's not true, don't worry. There we go, that's the emote I was expecting there.
Oh, that one.
Will the new shield act as an anti-dragonfire shield?
No.
It will not. But it will protect you from Wyvern breath.
The freeze attack.
Yes. Why would 10 HP not work for volcanic mining as Winter Todd scales health? We're not scaling health.
Yeah, lava is really hot. It doesn't matter who steps on it.
I think we're not scaling health, right?
It's not my plan to.
Yeah.
There was a lot of complaints from the Winter Todd saying how they didn't think it's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have to use such
I'm
more
not planning to with this
expensive
one.
food. So, I mean, maybe if you kept up brewing, kept on.
God's sake, Connor, isn't sand supposed to be darker the more underwater it is? Come on, man. Come on. It will actually look darker because it'll have the blue overlay on it.
Yeah, I haven't done the overlay yet.
Yeah.
Let's take that, random commenter in the chat. There you go.
There probably will be a
Australian
variation
servers on Fossil
of the,
Island,
of the sand
apparently.
a bit darker, but Australian.
Yeah,
Do we just-
Australian servers on Fossil Island.
Oh, right.
In September.
Yeah, apparently,
Yeah.
according to the chat.
Early September.
Early September. Okay, that was spicy, that one.
Okay, let's get a better view. So, lining up the verts is always a pain, but it's necessary.
It's gonna look brilliant though when it's like all together.
It's yeah, for sure. When there's more variation of colours, a bit of a shape to it, and even the walls in themselves are going to be cave walls, walls made of rock, and what you'd expect to see at a seabed. But the interesting things are the stuff around them on the floor, so like the seashells,
Coral.
perhaps coral, sort of decorations and props and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Will we be doing any modelling of NPCs today?
No, we've for the Inferno and the Raid stream we showed off NPCs, and I feel like we need to sort of mix up a little bit, show some environments. People have always wanted to see how the map editor works and all that.
Fair enough.
So,
Wish granted.
I mean, we can show them ones I've already made, potentially.
Yes. I want to show one.
Which one?
I want to show the mermaid.
Aww, I haven't given her away yet.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm thinking show the mermaid. Or we can show. But they've seen the birdhouse. They've seen the leprechaun. T.
Have they seen the leprechaun?
Yes.
Oh, have they?
It was on the.
Yeah,
dev
you
blog.
approved the screenshot. Oh, in fact, no, that hasn't gone out yet.
Oh, really?
No, that hasn't gone out yet.
Oh, okay. That's what we should show them. I think that was special. Forget the
not-
No,
mermaid.
because Ronan didn't put that in.
Purposely.
I don't know. But
We can straw poll it.
We can-
Mermaid or.
mermaid or leprechaun?
And the leprechaun.
Can we straw poll it?
Well,
Yes.
Oh, that means we're moving, doesn't it?
Thank you, Maz. Let's see. I tell you what, just for the record, I know that you're like, oh, I really want to see a mermaid because mermaid sounds cool because we've seen leprechaun all the time. Trust me, this leprechaun is probably the coolest leprechaun you've ever seen.
They have seen
Mod West.
leprechauns before, though.
Yeah, but this is a cool leprechaun.
He's not as cool as the one on top of Trollheim, is he?
He's pretty swag.
Yeah, he's got those
I don't think he's
glasses.
catching too much of a tan up
Oh,
there.
apparently they've seen it.
Oh, they have seen it.
Did he show it? Check the blog.
It might not have been the blog. It might have been one of the Q&As.
We never showed it, did we?
I've never shown it.
Yeah, I don't think we have.
I've shown the
Apparently
Wyverns.
it is in the blog. Okay, let me go and check the blog.
Right. We're woefully prepared.
Well, either way, there's something we can show.
It's on Twitter, supposedly.
Twitter.
Who tweeted it?
Everyone's just saying it somewhere
Did
else.
Kieran tweet it? I want to check Kieran's Twitter, and if he did it, I'm going to be very upset.
Oh no, it is on the blog. It is indeed
Oh,
on
it
the
is. It's on the blog.
blog. So we can show the mermaid.
All right, we'll show the mermaid. Okay. See, our mermaids
Show the bottom half of the mermaid.
mermaids in RuneScape are different. It's actually fish heads and human legs.
I wish. I wish.
Saw some great pictures on Google Images.
yeah. You saw some things searching for concept for that. Evidently,
Reverse
mermaids is a very put safe search on. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you ever remember in RS3 when they introduced mermaids and
Yes.
one of them had nipples? Anyone remember that?
Yep, I remember that.
That was
Controversial.
controversial. Do ours have nipples?
You can't see them though.
Oh, okay. But they do, right?
I mean, they have them. But,
Yeah.
You know,
You're just guessing, though.
I mean, everything has nipples.
Mandriff has nipples. And so does General Grador.
Does he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
General Grador has nipples.
I would have thought his torso's.
No, his torso's not
Chest
covered up.
plate even.
Like, they stick over his chest plate.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm going to Google it on this screen. I want to show you. Is this... It's not inappropriate to say nipples, is it?
I don't think so.
I think it's fine. Bandos. Oh, General Grador, even.
Hopefully not. Everybody has them.
Here we go. Old School 2007. There, look. They peek through.
Oh, wow.
They're not really covering his chest, to be honest, really.
No. I've never
yeah,
noticed
there you
that
go.
before. Wasn't really looking out for them, to be honest.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't go to God Wars to like just check out General Grador's nipples, but anyway, questions. Fossil Island.
Fossil Island.
Questions. I saw an interesting question. The stats that we quoted on the blog for the shield, they are when it is fully charged.
Oh yes, it does work like a DFS, doesn't
Yes,
it? Where it
yes.
has drain stats, and every charge you get, it gets more stats.
Yeah. But obviously those stats are up for discussion due to feedback.
Yep. It's looking good, isn't it? Oh, I think.
Where are
it's
the
18.
where are the underwater mogres? Mogres, right? Is that
Yeah,
what they're called?
Mogers.
Yeah.
What are the M stand for?
Mud
Mud
skipper.
skipper, yeah.
That's what it was. You forgot to connect the middle polygon, connecting the middle. He's done it. Saved.
I don't know if that's what they were talking about, but that was.
Sorry. There's so much content with this island, by the way.
There's even more content. There's more than that was put on the blog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have lists and lists of things we could add. I could probably be coding for the next 3 years or more, and I still
Yeah.
wouldn't run out of ideas to add.
We had so many ideas for that, and so much feedback from the community
Yeah.
in Reddit as well.
Yeah.
There's
Sure.
so many I want to add that we're just not going to get time, and I'm hoping to be able to add to in the future.
Can you change the Centiston teleport on the necklace, the dig site necklace, to take you to Fossil Island? Is the question that was just asked.
Are they talking about Simpson teleport on the necklace or on the spellbook?
Oh, maybe the spellbook.
Because spellbook goes to Centiston.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
And the
So
island
no,
isn't-
if you're talking about the one that actually goes to Centiston, no. If you're talking about the necklace, the Varrock, the museum necklace, sort of the ruby one, possibly you might just find out how.
Cool. So what I want to do now is get a color palette sorted. So to do this, I like to create a little polygon on the floor,
Yeah.
just so I can quickly select the colors and plonk them on the models. So what I'm going to do here is
Ooh, graphics cheats.
Yeah.
get a variation of colors going. So I'm going to start with the lightest one. There is another type of sand. Let's get that second sand rock. So that's
Underlay. Ooh.
16.
What will be the uses of fossils? Well, we've said some. You've got protection of seaweed, for example.
Yep.
You're going to need it to enter places like the volcanic mine. You're going to require it to have fossils. You're going to use it to charge your wyvern shields. You can place them inside. You need to place some of them inside the Varrock Museum, right?
Yes, there's going to be an entire new floor to the Varrock Museum.
On top of that, I'd be careful placing them inside the museum. They might have a bit of life left in them, but who knows? Will they be tradable? The fossils?
Some of them.
Yes. Early or mid or late game content on Fossil Island? There's a mix there, isn't there?
Early to mid mainly, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole sort of premise of this right from the beginning has been early to mid skillers.
Yeah. The only exception I'd say is the volcanic mine.
Yeah. And
Like-
we do scale a lot of the XP as well.
Yeah.
So although it's not going to be best XP rates for high levels, it's, you know, if you enjoy the activity, I don't see why you shouldn't go there anyway.
I mean, you know, you've got hardwood
Yep.
farming there, which is great as well. Like hardwood farming's really, really good.
Yeah.
Like three personal trees. It's pretty decent.
Yep. It was
And
mainly they're put together for the woodcutting though.
Yeah, that's true. It gives good experience though as well. I mean, it takes a long time to grow. though. Like
very
a long time
yeah.
to grow. Do you know how long?
I don't think they do know how long. I think we'll leave that as a mystery.
Yeah, I was going to leave it as a mystery.
Hardwood takes a long while to actually sort of grow because it's hardwood.
They are
They
yeah.
are so gonna,
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just
as
gonna.
soon as I said it, it
yeah,
was just like,
I knew. We're just gonna ignore it. It's fine. It's really difficult to get hardwood. And finding hardwood seeds.
yes, Jay.
That's enough.
Could you explain the bird tracking? Did that say?
The
Track.
birdhouse?
Birdhouses.
Birdhouses. So birdhouses are interesting. They're sort of like a cross between hunting and farming, in that you create your trap a bit like, we don't actually make any traps at the moment, do we?
No, you don't make traps. What I imagine is.
Well, we do now.
No. You make the house, right?
Yeah, with the trap, with the little
But yeah,
clockwork
what
trap.
you don't see is that there's already a trap in there.
Yes,
yeah.
you put the
Oh,
trap
is that
in.
how it works? You know, I didn't even think. That's so silly. Right? Okay, I get it.
You get it now.
I get it.
Yeah, after
oh,
2
that means
weeks
the
of
bird's
testing.
like flying inside of like the hole, and
Yeah,
then the
and then-
cogs on the clockwork just like.
Yep, exactly.
That's terrible.
So you make the trap
Peter.
with chisels and wood and that kind of thing. So hence why you get crafting XP and not construction XP, because it's actually an object you're creating. And then you almost plant it in a patch like you do with farming.
And come back
then
to it?
Come back to it later. You don't need to stand around.
That
It'll
little
do
dead
its thing.
bird
Oh,
model.
yeah, you and your dead bird.
That was really good. You know, what I thought was broken the other day.
What?
I was like, it's not working. The model's not plugged in properly. The little birdie. And I was like, but I can't see. And then I lowered the camera, and then its legs went doop and popped out. It was like a rendering problem.
Yeah, the render was a little wrong on that one.
Yeah. It was good. So wait, mermaid. So we're going to show the mermaid later on, I presume.
Yeah, we'll save that.
eventually,
Save that for
Yeah,
later.
we'll save it for later. And
Keep watching to see the mermaid.
Yep.
there you go. You're in for a treat. You spent a little bit of time on it.
Yeah. Yeah. It was. It went through a lot of different color changes.
Yep.
A lot of concepts
And a lot of hair.
and
Yes.
a lot of hair.
There's
yeah.
a lot of tweaking.
I mean, technically, it's in the map at the moment that I'm on, but it's on the bottom floor, which you can't see underneath because I haven't moved the upper floor yet.
To answer that question, at the moment there are no mermen, but I might get one made.
I think there is mermen, isn't there?
I haven't made one yet,
Oh, I thought you were going to.
but there's
I'm hoping so.
intention.
Yeah.
Some nice Poseidon-looking guys. What?
Nothing, it's fine.
So at the moment, I'm trying to sort of blend this in with the two sand colours at the moment, but this sand rock is a lot greener than I thought it was. So I might.
Like moss? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it looks alright.
Well, that's apparently the sand that I've got down in the map at the moment, but it definitely doesn't look green in the map
Oh.
header. So I might even have a colour wrong.
It's potential.
16.
What did I miss out? What did we say? Why are they?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'm just going to ignore it. Will Brian? Oh yes, the Brian Saber special attack will work underwater, and there will be a creature that you can use it on. So that's going to be fun at least. I'm looking forward to that. No longer will I use it simply for killing my slugs.
You can use it on the mud skippers.
Can you? Oh, underwater.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you're killing them, though, you like throw stuff.
Does that mean you're going to be salty more often?
I'm thinking about Morgans. Don't worry.
Oh right. No, the actual mud skippers underwater.
You can't get more salty when you're already at maximum salt throughout the entirety of your life. Will equipping flippers speed up swimming speed? No,
Oh,
but I
I
wish they
wish.
did. Yeah, that would be cool.
Can you run underwater?
Yeah.
What?
We could
Oh,
make
yeah,
you not.
I can't know because of the stupid control thing. Can't
Stupid.
stop that happening.
What?
The control key.
Yeah, that's right.
I would love to, but we can't.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Darn. That was really good.
Please feel free to wear your flippers anyway, because that's
Yeah.
just cool.
Yeah. What is this? I keep seeing this question, but I don't know what.
What's the benefit to use it? Moving herb patch.
Oh, the hunter tracking that you can
Oh.
feed.
Not exactly a herb patch, though, is it?
Well, you can feed it seeds and pick seeds at a later date.
Oh, is that what they mean by herb
I
patch?
wondered what that was.
I think that's maybe how it was described on the dev blog.
Oh, I didn't think we were feeding it seeds. I thought we were tracking it.
I don't know.
Interesting.
Did you
It's
know
not-
that flippers
it's not
give
been made
weight
yet,
reduction
so-
underwater?
Well, then you'll
Do
get
they?
more run then, rather than going faster, which is handy.
Does-
There you go. Wear your flippers.
I don't know.
Does graceful work underwater?
Probably.
It gets wet.
Gets
Although
very
you can't-
damp.
I guess you couldn't technically. No, you could use the effect because you're not allowed to wear the bowl in the actual agility part of the.
Yeah, I suppose you
arena.
could under there. Anyway, going back to the herb law question. Now we've decoded what we actually mean. The
Yes.
herb law monster is something that you would track. So I'm aiming for tracking to be a bit more expansive on the island. What are you two chuckling
I,
about?
I don't know.
You look nothing like him.
Yeah.
on me. Sorry, Maz, continue.
Anyway, tracking at the moment in the game is limited to very, very small areas, so it can get quite repetitive quite quickly.
Yes.
And what I'd like to do is have tracking expanded, so you don't just track in this small area, you track across the island. And once you've actually put in that effort, you manage to reveal this creature, which I have no idea what it's going to look like at this point. I'm literally going to bow to Mod West's expertise.
I have ideas.
Effectively, this thing grows herbs like a sloth grows its own moss.
A sloth.
Yeah, they
Does
have. Is it algae or is it moss? It's something in their fur. They actually grow a plant in their fur.
Ah.
And they actually have colonies of moths
That's
that only live
awful.
on them. I know all sorts of weird and wonderful things. Anyway, this herb monster, you'll be able to effectively harvest the herbs off of its back.
Pretty cool. Yeah, everybody else is like, ooh, that is pretty disgusting. I'm trying to see what you're doing right now, and I'm envisioning it with a blue layer filter
Yeah.
on top of it. But I think like maybe that's why it looks so green.
Blue and yellow is green. Well done.
It could just be the angle. No, it looks green. It's got.
But there's no blue there yet. It just looks
Not
green.
yet.
It doesn't even have mostly green in it. It's like mixture of. It's mostly red. Oh wait, yeah, it is. It's 20 red, 19 green. I don't know. I guess
Something colours.
something jagged. Has a mind of its own.
No, it's not a normal herb patch that you find because this thing actually moves around and you don't have to plant it.
I'm imagining this. It's got a blend with a layer above it as well. So the way that works is, let's take the first walker, or the first wall. So, wait. There we go. So let's duplicate this.
How much farming experience will the new trees give? A nice amount, not a ridiculous amount.
It's something that fits in with the progression.
Yeah, it fits in at the level and also the amount of time that it takes, more importantly. People have guessed some pretty spot-on numbers if it only took 8 hours to grow, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Cool.
but it doesn't take 8 hours to grow, so keep that in mind. That looks okay.
So yeah, what we'll do is we'll have just the one model, but then in config we can add recolors. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is the amount we can have. And then I can change the floor above's colours on it so it sort of blends up nice and, so it gives a lot of depth to the environment. But I'm still unsure about that green and how it's going to look when I get it in game, because if we go back to the map editor, I guess that, I don't know, it doesn't look green at all, does it? Maybe? green, maybe?
I think it looks fine. That looks like sand.
Yeah, no, but like in map editor,
Yeah,
it looks
but
like green sand.
Turn on Gurad?
Turn on.
Yeah.
Turn off.
Oh, off. Oh.
We've got the lighting in the game to
Yeah.
compensate for.
I
I'll
guess
pack it and let's see what it looks like. How about that?
That is a great idea.
Don't forget the overlays are not in yet.
Overlays?
So when you go underwater, you get the blue.
Blue.
The blue
Oh, yeah.
watery
I was, do you want to actually go in game with it as well?
You can.
Yeah, we can.
I'm not your mum. I'm
I was-
kidding.
Are you
I do,
sure?
I do
I'm
want to go. I do want to
I'm
go.
just going to open it in the map editor and just view it through this tiny
Little
little
window.
up here, which doesn't get any bigger. We do have this though, the run to FPS. This is fantastic. It's smaller than that window, and you can't make it bigger. But it does show like animated textures for like backstory and falls. The only place it's used.
Oh, that is true. Green sand is
Yeah.
actually a real thing.
Green sand's a
Yeah,
real
you
thing.
can actually get green sand, but we would be looking for a greyer sand because it's a volcanic island.
Right. I have to disappear because
Okay.
I have a meeting. Keep asking your questions.
Yep,
Yep.
I'll keep answering them.
Mod Maz and yes, Mod West will keep answering them. I look forward to seeing how this progresses. I'll see you
That's
all
the
the
way.
Q&A in a couple of hours.
Yep, that's 3 hours from now.
Keep on trooping.
Bye.
Okay, so
And leave Mini Maz there.
yeah, so she's still on the visible. Yeah, there she is.
Yep.
Fired. So fired.
So what I'm going to do now is save this asset out, pack it into the config. Well, it'll be already in the config. It's already saved in there. I just need to check it out first with our systems, which you can't see. This is on the other screen. Just trust me when I say I'm checking it out and resaving it. So this is the seabed. So the seabed wall. So we're going to check that out, and then we're going to save over it. So save binary. So as you can see here, these are the pieces, the model files for the cave of the underwater seabed. So let's grab seabed wall 1 and save it. So what the number at the end of those mean, it sort of signifies which part of the wall kit it is. So with _1 it means it's the wall piece, _2 means it's the filler, and _5 means it's the diagonal piece. So now that's saved out, let's also save this bit out as well. Let's keep the sand on top of that. First of all, we need to center it to jagged, otherwise it's going to be in the wrong position in game. So yeah, that's in line. That's nice, and let's save that out.
Sorry, I'm not going on camera. I have a phobia of cameras.
It's going to keep on asking.
Oh yeah.
And this I believe is part 2, or type 2. So we're going to save over seabed wall 2. And actually, before we put this in game, let's do the diagonal bit as well, so we don't have partially coloured walls and partially grey walls, because that isn't going to be what we want. So let's grab this piece. Put it. Actually, let's just drag the 5 piece in, because then I don't have to reposition it. As you can see there, it's now centered, and now I've just got to add the cuts like I did before with that one. So let's just go through and add all the cuts. So what we can do in jagged is we can select two edges and then hit a button, and then it sort of tries to build a line between them. And just got to do that. Take the line, move it down to be in line with the other ones, and then just repeat for all of those. So eventually I want to have to make this line up as well, just like I did before. This is probably quite difficult to look at because it's something's in the way. So let's move this asset around so we can rotate it and plonk it. Where do we put it to line up? Yep, we need to put it in line up. So what I can do, the grids is show the floor. So this is sort of like a visual representation of each tile in the game. And then I can line these up like that. And now I can judge where the polys, where the verts need to go. So I can move these verts to be in line with that one. I mean, you can't really see what's going on here because I've got in, well, you can sort of see. The wireframe is quite hard to see visually.
Especially we can't make those lines thicker anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. You get used to it after a while.
Yeah.
After staring at them all day for several months.
I've only done a little bit of modelling, but yeah, I feel your pain.
It's not too bad. I enjoy it. So these, being as all these verts alongside the basic wall line up with the filler piece, these verts will be in the right places when it comes to it. So I think that one is just a little bit offset in the red axes, which I believe is, I want to say X, yeah. Some renderers, well, some 3D modelers have sort of funky decisions when it comes to the axes. Mostly it's usually like X and Y, with the Z being upwards, but with Jagged, it's Y that's upwards and Z and X, which are the sideway views.
Yeah, it's the same for me when I'm playing with it, the coordinates in code.
Yeah.
Having to remember that Y is
Up.
yeah, not Z.
Yeah.
From a maths background.
There's a few game engines out there that go with the Y's up. I think Unity uses it, but I've mostly been using Unreal Engine before I came here, so that was mostly Z is up. Although, you know, I guess when you're playing like a 2D game, X is across and Y is up. So
yeah.
I guess it probably makes sense this way. That's just the way it is. Okay, let's...
Apparently it's an artist thing according to the chat, and Z being upwards.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I think perhaps modelling programs differ as well. I know Max definitely has Z is up. It could be the modelling programs to blame for all the confusion. So there's questions?
Yeah, there's questions about all sorts of random things that are not related to Fossil Island. There's also, is there going to be pirate content on Fossil Island? Oh, that's an interesting one. Well, we don't have a sailing skill yet, so, you know, how did the pirates get there?
Yeah, that's a good point. The island was essentially deserted, well, is deserted when you get there.
Of sentient life, yeah, so, well, I say sentient. You could argue whether the Wyverns are sentient, I suppose, but... what else have we got here? Fairy rings, haven't completely decided yet, but probably not. Because I don't think the fairies have been there.
They've not been everywhere.
No.
They've got wings.
Been everywhere.
There's in the future update, we're going to be moving a fairy ring into Zaya, so that'll be nice. Slightly better.
The fairies have discovered Zaya.
Yes, well, they already have one over there in RKS.
What's their favour?
What's the favour?
Yeah, what's the fairies' favour? How much favour did they need to get to put the fairy ring there?
I think they just did it, and then some wizard came along and started charging people to use it. Wizards.
Wizard did it.
So what I'm doing here is when I connect these two lines together, it creates loads of tries, and tries sometimes get in the way. So I'm just using I mean, you can't see this dialog box, but it's over here. Oh, everything disappeared. Let's get that back. No, not coming back. Okay. Okay, yeah. As you can see here, it sort of just converts the two tries into a quad. So I can then go through it and add some more lines without adding unnecessary vertices. So let's do it to these ones as well. Oh, forgotten the shortcut. There we go. Because that monitor's over there is my main monitor, every dialog box that pops up, it's popping up over there, so I'm constantly looking left and right.
Good exercise.
It's exercise, mostly for the eyes.
Yep.
No.
No, don't worry, you're not going to have to go through the wilderness. You take the barge as part of the quest to get there, and there's no PK involved at all with this content.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Forcing them.
Yes.
There'd be like players sat there waiting for their prey to try and do their skilling. But no, that would be very mean.
Yep.
I mean, sometimes I like to be mean, but that's...
I'm already being mean enough. Come on, floor is lava.
We don't want to like lock people out of content. Well, arbitrarily by putting
Rock
PKs
quest.
in the way. Yes, what now?
Mr.
Oh.
Rock.
Hello, Rock. I can imagine this keyboard as being quite loud. I assume everyone can hear it.
Probably,
I'm not
yes.
used to
There has
such
been a few
clicky keyboard.
comments, yeah. It's one of those mechanical
Yeah.
ones, isn't it?
I don't usually use a mechanical keyboard. I'm more, well, I have one at home, but...
Oh, there goes the cake owners.
They know it. They know who he is. It's good to have a... oh, and some waves. Cake-owner waves.
If you've just joined us, what you're seeing is Mod West, and he is currently modelling the wall kit for the underwater area in Fossil Island.
Yep, so if I just bring over this map again, in case anyone didn't see it at the beginning, I'm going to be... Come on, Photoshop. There we go. I'm going to be creating part of this map, not all of it. It's quite a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah, that's quite considerably more than you've got time for now.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm going to be working through the wall kit, placing it down. I've already placed down a few bits. I'm just creating the assets now to replace with the placeholder assets. And then we'll see that activate in game once I finish this current piece I'm working on. We've also got, once I've finished the wall kit, we can move on to a few props. Maybe probably get some ideas from the chat when it comes to it. Cool. So back to this really interesting cave wall I'm doing.
Yeah, it's absolutely riveting, isn't it?
Yeah.
While you're doing that, people are still questioning the wilderness thing. When I say that the island was part of the wilderness, that was long before the God Wars.
It's definitely its own island now.
Yeah, it was way, way before it was dangerous. So don't panic. There will be no PKing. You won't get. Yeah.
Cool. And the next colour. As you can see here, we can. This is how everything's coloured in our game. You just select the polygon and then select the colour and then click colour and boom, you've got a coloured
It
polygon.
colours. It does what it's told.
Yeah. Although it's probably a good idea to select the colour first.
Yeah.
I guess.
Maybe.
So at the moment you can see there's sort of like this shading difference between the two pieces. As soon as you put them down in the into the map editor, the reason the verts need to be in the right place is because it has to weld them together, and if they're not next to each, if they're not on the same exact location, it doesn't weld them, and this is the sort of effect you may get from that happening. So it's always good to keep your verts in position. Of course, everything in between those two verts. So this vert here in the middle, this can be anywhere it likes. So I can move that one there. I can move this one over here to get rid of that sort of straight edge down the middle. Move that one over there. So we got sort of jagged look. I mean, you can't really see it, but when there's when they start to weld together, you will definitely be able to see it, especially with the colours. So let's bring that one up and that one down. So yeah, it gives a bit more shape to the piece, to the whole piece. And that one can go down as well. And that's the last one.
That's quite funny. Dead pirates off the coast. Wouldn't that be dead content?
Dead content. We can add some dead content if you like. I mean, usually people complain, but if that's what they want.
Well, we sort of are with fossils.
It's all dead content, guys. But it was once alive. Oh, lots of questions. Any new clue locations on the island? Not on release.
Not at the moment, no.
But it's
not ruled out in the future.
Yeah, for sure. And just think of the last expansion, we added like tons of locations to Zaya and all those places that didn't have any clues, which is always good. So now
the problem with Wyverns dropping hide is, yeah, it's a great idea, but where would it fit in?
Yeah.
With the armour, yeah, it's pretty full at the moment.
And tier 80 Dragonhide armour might be a bit contentious, as Black Dragonhide's already pretty strong.
Exactly. I'd expect a dragon, to be honest with you, if we're going to go any higher.
So now I'm going to save out this diagonal piece, which is wall 5. And finally, I also wanted to save out this top as well. So this is just the cap, the area. At the moment, it's still grey. So we're going to make that the colour of the top one there, which is,
if I
let's
wanted
make it sand colour.
Putting this in game, I could potentially change this sand to any colour I want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
I mean, these might not be the final colours. I've got to make sure, see how it looks in game first.
I'm thinking other little caverns and things that potentially we could have different
Colours.
shades, not violent shades of sort of red and green, but sort of just some subtle changes. So instantly know where you are.
Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds cool. A lot of the colouring of these assets I'm going to be doing inside the editor, the config itself. I've got to probably plug in the new colours because at the moment it's still looking for the greys to recolour. But so there'll be 3 tiers of walls. The bottom ones, the middle ones, and the top ones, and they'll all use the same assets. They'll just have the colours change as it goes up, so it's more of a blend, and they don't all look like the same exact piece. And also, once I've got these finished, I can make some like unique pieces. So add like a crack in the rock or something like that to just add variation to the walls, so that they don't look too dull. So now those are all saved out. I'm just going to submit this. Oh. Typing.
Ooh, there's a question for you. Would it not be more efficient to use 3ds or Maya for this type of modelling?
Potentially. When it gets to the more difficult things, it would be more efficient to use 3ds Max. But with the thing is, I'm going to have to line up the verts anyway, and that's mostly what I've just been doing, and colouring it, which, again, I can't do that in Max. I might as well just stay in Jagged for now. Yep. So, added.
Do you have the coolest job in the world?
I think I do. I mean, I think other people thinking it's cool is cool, but mostly you've got to think it's cool. And if you think it's cool, then it's cool. Do you agree?
I do agree.
You've
yes. Yeah, I've
here.
been doing this for 12 odd years.
Okay, so once we've submitted something, we then have to pack it to, I don't know, pack it to the server? Will we packing it to?
You're compiling it, essentially.
Compiling it, there you go, that's a better word. So let's...
Compiling it and then sending it to the test server.
Yeah. So this isn't like live or anything like that.
No,
this is
test runs.
all in test worlds. I think I made some map changes as well. Let's just check what I just submitted.
Interesting question. No, I don't see the mining area being a safe death. I don't see why stepping in lava is safe in any way, shape or form.
I mean, Winterdot isn't safe. You die, you go to Lumbridge.
Yeah.
And maps. So while that is packing, I'm going to close, so to get a refreshing up with this, we got to close it and then reopen it, so I'm just going to close it down. And once that's done, grab the new pack file and open up again. And then hopefully, well, not hopefully, it will have changed the models.
We always say hopefully.
If I've done it correct, which has been long enough, I should have done it
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, you're well trained now.
Well trained.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at the assets. That's only going to take another minute or so. So what I'm going to be doing now, so this wall down here has all been mapped. So once we get it back in, you'll see that update. It will no longer be grey if it's gone
You know
to
what
plan.
we could do?
What's
We
that?
could show them about that much of the mermaid.
We could, just the tail?
Just a little bit.
Well, I could try.
And reveal it over the stream.
And then make them so they have to paste it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it could be, that could turn out quite badly for just seeing parts of it appear. But why September?
By September. We always have our big releases in June, September and January.
January, yeah. They're all the mermaids do. Well, the first mermaid we've got down so far is your farmer.
Yes.
For the seaweed patch.
Yes.
But the other mermaids will be sort of, well, as you can see with the map, I don't know, I'm pointing at it with my hand, I'm pointing out with the mouse. Up here to the north, there's a NPC there, that'll be a mermaid, and she'll give you access to the agility arena, well, sort of agility training arena, as well as thieving, which the only way in is through this wrecked ship, and she won't let you in with diving apparatus, so you got to go in there and travel from oxygen spot to get as much loot as possible. And try to survive.
How long can you hold your breath?
Yes, exactly. And there's no other way into that area, so the mermaids will be in control of that area, and if you were to drown, they will take you to shore and say, "You're an idiot, don't do that again."
Is that actually going to be their dialogue?
Yeah,
Right.
"You idiot, don't do that again." Yeah,
Okay.
sounds good. And then you got to jump back in and try again. Perhaps even a bit of a penalty as well. Maybe
Maybe.
they'll take some loot out of your pocket as a charge.
Oh, yeah. How high
What
is the
are the
thieving
farming
level of a
plots
mermaid?
for? The farming plots on the map you see there are the seaweed farming. So, yep, that's where they are. They might not stay there in that location. I've got to move them anyway because at the moment they're on the bottom floor. They need to be upper floor, so they could be moved somewhere else in this arena. Well, this part of the map. I'm pointing at the screen and this part of the map. I got like a map square here. There you go. So that's one map square there, and that's the one next to it. So somewhere around there. Okay, let's get rid of that. And I think that should be done now. That was actually done a while ago. You can get latest. And let's reopen the map editor.
No, we're not going to be out eating drowning damage. If you're breathing in water, you're breathing in water. Eating isn't going to do anything to help.
It'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
I'll just stuff a shark in my face.
That will solve the problem. Okay, dungeons. Yeah, so there we go.
There's currently a bank on the main island, but you have to build it first. Haven't thought whether there'll be one underground or not, yet to be decided.
So as we can see here, the assets are now in game. They are a lot
Ooh.
brighter than I was expecting them to be,
And a lot greener.
and a lot greener as well.
How are they green? You didn't put any green in it.
Well, apparently it does actually match up quite nicely with that floor,
It does.
which doesn't make any sense, unless our eyes are just wrong.
Well, one of us maybe, but the RGB will tell you.
Well, the RGB said 20 red, 19 green.
So technically it's got some green in it.
Yeah, it's got green in it, but it's just as much red.
Okay.
But yeah, there we go. So as you can see, the assets above are still grey because this is a different wall kit. So we've got the ones below, which is the seabed wall kit, and the one above, which is the cave wall kit. So the cave wall kit is the wall kit seen in this area as well.
Ooh, are we going to put any sharks underwater?
Oh, that'd be cool.
How many players can I kill with a single shark?
It'd be question is like revenge for fishing so many
Yeah.
of them. Although if you can take your brine saber, would you be able to kill them for shark drops?
Oh, possibly.
They drop like a raw shark and a shark bones.
Would you be comfortable telling them how you started life as an artist?
How I started life as an artist. I just woke up one day and it happened.
Ah, wow. A wizard did it.
No, a wizard did it. No, I went to university to study games design, and games design, they sort of teach you everything, art and programming and all that, and I sort of enjoyed all of it. So yeah, I've always quite liked the art, so it's something I've always been doing. I think I started like game art with just little pixel characters, making little 2D games.
Were you one of those artists that started out life as a kid scrawling on the walls?
I think my parents probably wouldn't have been too happy about that, but lots of A4 paper. Okay, so what I need to do now is figure out why exactly these colours aren't matching up. Even the sand at the bottom is not quite how I would like it, but you can see the process and how it works. So there's also the walls above, so let's add those. So to add anything to the level above, we have these buttons here that alternate between the different floors. So this is the bottom floor, this is the... Oh, almost leaked the mermaid then. So close. So that's the bottom floor, there's nothing on the bottom floor. Well, very little on the bottom floor. And it's the second floor, well, first floor, then third floor, top floor. So to the third floor, let's add some assets around here. So we need to make sure we grab the correct wall kit. So if I go to this one and grab this one is mid, so I want to grab the high one. They, at the moment, all look the same, so to the floor above, and you place it there. You can sort of see an outline of the wall below, so if you can just follow that like that, and as you can see, it sort of lines up quite nicely. In fact, is that the right wall kit? That is the right wall kit. So what's going on there? The reason it's so dark is because the lighting in the engine sort of favours certain sides. So to fix that issue, I need to go into the config file. So this is the file that, let's get that over here so you can see it. The file that sort of specifies all the different pieces of the walls. So in here we can set the ambient and contrast to make it appear a bit more visible. So let's do that to all of the walls to a sort of decent amount. So let's go with ambient, start with 15. We can, and contrast 15, we can see what that's going to look like in the editor by going it down here and making that 15 and making that 15. So as you can see there, it's sort of brightened up a little bit, but the most effect it has is when you see a wall like you see here, nope, not there, like here, just completely covered in shadow, and that will sort of bring that out. It still won't have quite the variation in colour, but it will look nicer. Oh, cool. So let's go back to script editor and add that to all of the different configs. So those are the low, medium, and high walls. They all use the same model, but they just have, what I'm going to do later is add different recolors, so they come out a different colour and sort of all blend together. To the top as well, because even though you only really want it to do to the side walls, you've got to do it to all the assets that are going to be sort of joined together. Because if you don't do it to all the assets that are joined together, there's going to be quite an obvious colour difference, and they're not going to be like joined up as they were before. Do that one as well. And there, and there.
Did we not put the seaweed net in?
Seaweed
Or was it
net?
RS3? I know I coded it as seaweed net, but I'm not sure whether it was RS3
Doesn't
or
ring any bells to me.
Old School. Oh, I'm sure you Google that now, aren't I? Sometimes tricky, especially when it's sort of on the cusp of the 2007, 2008
Yeah.
changeover.
Yeah, because the games look pretty much were the same.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm going to save that now with those, the new ambient and the contrast. So that should solve the shadow issue I'm having in the editor at the moment. The other issue is, trying to move around with the wrong button there. The other issue is, let's find it, the height mapping. So with the height mapping at the moment, they need to line up. Oh, that time I did leak the mermaid.
Fail.
Did anyone notice?
Seaweed. Let's
Just
see.
go here. Let's turn my back to where the mermaid is. That should solve issues. Someone's saying clip it. Don't clip it. God.
That's already out there now.
Shouldn't have mentioned it. Okay, so let's make it so the height mapping is a bit more visible. That is slightly better. You can sort of see the differences. So with height mapping, this sort of sets the level of the terrain. If you think of like the sort of forest to the west of Lumbridge, that's mostly just sort of like the default noise of height mapping, which it just comes as default, which is just sort of this like bumpy land. But we can also set that to whatever we need. And in this case, we need it so these line up with each other, as you can see I've done here. So over here, we are on this floor. So I'm going to be adding assets to the top floor, which I have already done. And I need these to line up at the moment. They're offset from each other. And I figured out yesterday the perfect height for that, which is 48, I believe.
Oh, no, you've done it. They're asking mermaid questions.
What are the questions?
Why is her hair spiky?
Why is her hair
Because
spiky?
she's not animated, is
It's
it?
because she's not
Yeah.
animated. Because her hair will be flowing, like as if she's underwater or something.
Oh, that's strange.
Yeah, I know.
Why would you do such a thing?
I don't know. So now
I've just confirmed that Seaweed Net is one of my pieces of RS3 content released in 2009, so I could port it across. There's no reason why not.
what did that do?
It held seaweed. Essentially, it's a bit like a sort of gem bag or the herb bag and that
Right,
sort
okay.
of thing.
Leaked straight to your bowl.
Oh, yeah, they don't like you drinking from your bottle,
Oh, right. Is that a bit noisy, that?
apparently. It's the underwater.
Yeah.
You know, come on, we're designing underwater here.
Sound
We've got to
effects.
get in character and have these sound effects.
Okay, so I've got the high wall selected. Go to the diagonal wall and select that one as well, but it's not plain ball, so I've got to grab one from down there. And then, because I selected the one from the first floor, I need to make sure I swap to the high wall and plonk that down there.
Sorry, I don't have a fishbowl to put on his head.
Don't think I'd be too pleased about it either. Same with the filler piece. Back up there and plonk that here and here. And then when I rebuild, we have another floor to it, which is nice. So now all I've got to do is go through it and sort of add the colours to the top one so they blend better, and also to the bottom one as well. So with the, I think the default is going to be, I think it's going to be the middle, and it's going to go from green up to like a darky brown orange sort of thing, and it's going to go down to like a sandy colour for the lower parts of the seabed. So to save that, I'm going to have to check it out again. Where are you? 58,160. Cool, and save. Cool, awesome. So that's been saved. There's also, the reason there's a hole there on the floor there is because if we go into underlay mode, grab the floor there, and plonk it down. So I put that there. Obviously that's going over the top of the assets, which you don't want it to do. So easily we can just delete it where we don't want it. And there's a gap. Oh no, it's not a gap, it's just a changing colour. I can solve that. I mean, at the top, I don't really think, in fact, if I just put, is that a tattoo down? No, because I'm in underlay mode. So if I put 2 blocks here in underlay mode, I can then go into overlay and add an invisible overlay, like I have done down here, which is what that pink is. It won't be pink in game. That is just to signify invisibility. So now when I go back over here, rotate this like that, there you go, and it disappears. And it's all flush, which is nice. I'll look for some questions.
No current plans for more quests on the island?
There's always a possibility.
There's always a possibility of a quest
Like
anywhere.
Well, it's true.
Because I quite like the sort of
Sequels.
what they call bottle quests, in where the entire thing is sort of self-contained. The one I wrote was Hand in the Sand, and you don't need to tie in to anything else. You don't need to rely on anything else, but you can tell a story and or answer a question about the game. And that's how I actually came up with the concept of Hand in the Sand, was just answering the question: how are the sand pits always full?
Matt Wizard did it.
Yeah, a wizard did it.
Yeah, it's actually the case. There's a sequel to that one as well, wasn't there? But that's not in Old School.
No, that is actually in our old whip. So you know, it's mostly complete in whip. So
it's got the jungle sort of vibe.
I'm not sure how much is mapped.
Oh, right, okay.
But there is potential that you can add on. Yeah, we might be able to bring that in if that's
Did
something
that
they
bring
want.
that sort of slayable plant?
Yes.
That was the reward.
Jade
for it,
vine.
wasn't it? Yeah, the jade vine, that was it, yeah. That was quite cool. I remember killing that. Cool, so this is a pretty boring part. You just got to fill all this empty space with all these wall tops. So as you can see here, it looks like nothing, and then you build it. The tops.
That's an excellent question there.
What was
If
that?
no one's been to Fossil Island, why are there chests? I'm calling them chests purely because of that is the sort of mechanic we want.
Yeah.
There's no reason why they can't be, I don't know, giant clamshells or a particularly...
Also, there's a lot of wreckages around.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
There's lots
people
of
haven't
wrecks.
managed to get there, but they've managed to crash quite close to
Yeah.
it. So,
They could be chests, I suppose.
ship goes down, crashes,
Yep.
chest falls out, and lands perfectly upright, full of treasure.
Yeah, as
And
they
locked.
do. Yeah.
So you have to break its lock and swim away with its loot. Okay, cool. So let's select something else to get rid of that lovely glowing.
Apparently mermaids aren't intelligent enough to build chests. Yeah, it could have been the mermaids.
Yeah, a little mermaid chest. Will the next area be in the clouds?
We've already got that with Luna.
Is that a dream or is that in the clouds?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, is it? Who knows? So, as you can see in this map down here, all the areas are, behind the wall are sort of darkened out. So, what I can do there is go into overlay mode, grab myself a black overlay and start increase the brush size a little bit, and I can start painting that down. I mean, you can't see it because it's underneath all these assets, but on the map it will look like, obviously it's stuff that, it's an area that you can't get to. But again, it's probably a bit dull to see me just paint down this sort of overlay, so I will get back to that. Save. Drop rate for the mermaid pet. There's no mermaid pet.
Mermaid pet? Is this something I'm not aware of?
So something I'm not aware of either. I don't really think, I mean, mermaids are quite humanoid. It would be a bit weird if there was a tiny little human following you. Is it? Where's Jagged gone?
In the script editor.
Oh, in script editor. I checked that. I can't see it in script editor either.
Scroll up.
Yeah. I wrote that myself, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be it. That'd be it. Okay. Well,
Oh, well.
I tried. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, cool. So back to the models. So what I need to do now is select the models and figure out how they're going to line up with each other. So I don't need this one there right now, so I want to delete that. Grab the basic wall from here. Where's my models? There we go. And nope, that's the cave wall, that's the normal wall. And let's get rid of the top as well. So now I need to start thinking about the colours and how they're going to blend out. So first of all, let's get the colour IDs written down. So in config, I'm going to duplicate some stuff so you can see it all. So recolors. So when you're doing a recolor, you got to grab the source color of the model and then the desired color of the model. So what you can do there is, and you have a maximum of 6, and that's how many divisions the wall has. So let's replace all these with the numbers I need. Oh, we need one more.
Ooh, does a wall usually take this long, or is it because you're on stream?
It depends on the wall kit, really. This one is quite a simple one, so this isn't really taking long, I'd say. But I guess because I'm having to describe what I'm doing and go through the processes, so yeah, it's taking a little bit longer just because I'm on stream. But I mean, think of the wall kit I made for the Winter Todd. That was quite complicated. It had all the bricks and the breaking of the bricks and the roots coming through, and like 2 or 3 different variations. So that one did take quite a while. Okay, so I've got the colours down. All these colour IDs are wrong though, so let's just go through and delete all those. That sound.
Yeah.
Cool, and now I'm going to grab Jagged. Oh, that's not Jagged.
The lady talking is Mod Maz, and no, sorry, you can't see me. I have a phobia of cameras.
You'd have thought they would have figured that out by now.
You would have thought. I think it's new people coming in and going, why is he talking to himself, or a small squirrel sitting in a chair?
Covered in badges.
Yeah, Mini Maz collects badges.
Okay, so going to grab the first colour here. So the first colour on the model is the light sand. I'm going to copy the colour the colour ID essentially, which is stored in a number, which doesn't make any sense to any of you. And we'll put that in the source section. So go for all the colours and do that for all of them. Number 4. There is a way these colours are made, using these colours to do with 32-bit integers, but I can't explain it. So
it's a weird. To be honest with you, it is what we call RuneScape numbers for colours.
Yeah.
We really don't know. There's about 5 or 6 different colour systems in the language, which is fun. Yes.
Cool. So now I've got the sources in there. I need to just replace them with darker colours. Well, whatever colours they're going to be. So this is going to be the middle. This is going to, well, actually, let's make that the bottom. Let's make that the middle, and then let's add another layer for the top. So let's just rotate around, probably the other direction. See it? Got that. Duplicate it, but press a D, and then we can move it up. Line up the bottom and the top. You can't even see this. So let's put it over here. And like that. And that is lined up. No, that isn't lined up. Yeah. maybe it's better on the stream, but it's somewhat difficult to see the colours when you're in wireframe mode, especially when the colour is sort of blending in with the sort of basic grey.
Yeah, it'd be nice to change the background colour, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah. You know, get some nice fluorescent colours in there, brighten up your day a little bit. And line those up as well.
Will your pets drown? Probably won't be able to take your pets out underwater. However, I might consider allowing you to take things like the Kraken pet out.
Yeah,
because obviously
Kraken pet would make sense.
Kraken pet makes sense.
Yeah, the other ones though, not so much. And we're not going to be giving them all fishbowl helmets.
I would so love to do that, but yeah, we really don't have the time.
So now I've got these all lined up how they're going to look in editor. I can now go through and change the colours, but this won't make any effect until I put it into the actual config. So grabbing this, we'll grab these and grab the sand colour. And even though they don't look like the same colour, when you get them in map editor, they will look fairly similar. So I'm going to bring that down in colour, so something like that. I think that's the same colour I've got down here.
Are there any other pets we've got that could potentially go underwater? Do we have the one that's in the fishbowl, or is that RS3?
No, it's not a pet, it's a familiar.
Fair enough.
We've got, I mean, do you think the, what's it called, tangle root, does he need to breathe?
That's a good question. There you go, there's a question for the chat then. Me ask you a question for a change.
I guess Zora sort of...
Zora might
dives
make
underwater.
sense. List me any pets
Beaver.
that you think could go underwater.
The beaver is a... I think it breathes underwater, but, you know, it swims.
Yeah, beavers, potentially. Pet rock, yeah, obviously.
Pet rock, yeah.
Obviously. That's the ultimate pet, frankly.
Yeah, definitely. Mining pet, I don't know, I would say it's probably not a fan of water.
Yeah.
If Pokemon is to be believed.
Well, water does erode rock.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, rock. That rock.
Yeah. Heron, well, they fish, but they don't really go underwater, do they? Okay, so...
No, beavers don't have gills, they hold their breath.
Beavers have gills.
I don't think the pet rock needs a fishbowl helmet.
That'd be interesting. That'd be funny.
It's a bowl of rocks.
Yeah. People probably wonder why there's no fish in there. I guess you could take your fish down there in its fish bowl.
Yeah.
But you can't really... I guess you could just drop it on the floor and be like, there it is.
Free the fish.
It just flies away. Dagonoths? Oh yeah, the Dagonoth pet.
Are they actually underwater?
They
Well, they were in murky caves rather
the
than
Dagonoth
underwater.
mother sort of emerges from the water in the quest. Well, sort of emerges, just sort of staggers out of the water. Different poses.
Chaos elemental pet?
I guess it's sort of aquatic.
Ish.
But it's more... it's
Oh,
more
you're
for
being
flying.
smoked at, do work.
Being smoked at do work. Nah, I'll get on with the work. So let's add... Is that the
We like
third
being
colour?
distracted, that's how we come up with creative ideas.
So I need to reduce the colour on that one as well. Generally my rule of thumb is just make it 2 units lower. That's usually how I go about it. And we want it to sort of... We want it to be the same colour as this really, don't we? That looks green.
How are you managing to make magic green?
I don't know. It's like... Oh, I don't know. It's confusing. I guess I could try and use Photoshop. Where's the snippy tool? So sometimes when I get confused, I can take a little screenshot. Can you see that? You can see that. And then open it in Photoshop, copy and paste it in. Let's probably get it out of there. And then copy and paste the color code. And then I can copy that into our editor, which is the best way to sort of get the colors you need. Although they're not always guaranteed to look the way they say they will. Okay, so apparently that color is this colour that I'm going to be placing down here. Yeah, I guess that works. I guess we'll find out. So now all I need to do now is take that colour and blend it in with this sort of brown that the sand is sort of becoming. So these colour is made of 16 red, 13 green and 8 blue. Almost thought I was reading the colours in the wrong order then. RBG. And now this one is 20, 18, 19. So they sort of follow the same sort of pattern, which sort of make them blend in with each other. So we'll take the first one, make the red 18, the 18 9. So we want to keep the blue the same and just change the green to, we want it to go lower. So we want it to go to 16. And then for the colour above, same sort of thing. We want to take that and, see, that didn't even take into account the colour, did it? Sometimes it sort of ignores things. There we go, that's a bit nicer. And same for this one. So let's drop this down to 16 and that down to 14. There we go. So you got a nice sort of blend there between the sand and the rocky sand above, which sort of match up. Let's check that out again in here. So there is definitely a greeniness to that sand. It sort of works. I feel like I might go about adding like an edging to this sort of area, so it sort of blends out a little nicer. So even there, I'm sort of seeing a little bit of a seam there. So I've never really done this sort of wall kit before, so it is a bit of a learning process. Why do none of ModGo's assets look blended? It's not all of his assets. Sometimes with a sharp object, you'd not want the groord, so you'd want to take it off. So think of these display cases in the Varrock Museum. Sort of the glass on them, you don't want that to be sort of smoothed. Same with the glass case I used for the POH display. You wouldn't want that glass to be smooth, you want that to be a hard edge. So you take off the groord shading, and that sort of has an effect to make it look faceted, which when something's sharp, that's sort of the angle you want to go for with like rocks and hard edges that have been manufactured.
There's also certain things in the game where you can't, we can't share light, so
yeah, that as well.
You'll get the sharp edges as well, regardless of whether you've got the groord shading.
Yeah. So yeah, some places it's necessary, it makes more sense in some of the items. I mean, the groord shading it's iconically old school, but at times it does look a little naff. It sort of puts shading in places you just didn't want it to be. So it's you got pick and choose really. Okay.
No diary set, I'm afraid, at the moment. I'm not ruling it out in the future at all, but not with the initial release.
So now I've got these colours set here. I can now drag that to the side and copy the colours in the corresponding place. So this is for the lower one, so I want to copy all these recols, go to the low. I like to usually put my recolors just below the model definition there, and I'm going to go through this. So the first one is that. Put that there, and yeah, the same process, just copy and pasting it into the correct place. So that was number 3, so 4. Hopefully I don't do the same one twice. There's a nice feature where if you select the same number, oh, it's not actually doing it. Never mind, ignore me. It usually does that, isn't it? If you select the same amount of text, it sort of highlights all the other text that's called that.
Sorry, what did you say? I'm ignoring you.
Oh, thanks. In script editor, when you select the same amount of text, it usually highlights in green all the rest of it.
When the file's locked.
When the file's locked.
And when it decides to.
And when it decides to. Fair enough. And the
You did tell me to ignore you, to be fair.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh. Perhaps not literally, but figuratively. 18922 and 21036. So that's the final one. So that's for the low walls. Probably want to do that to the low wall top as well, but it won't need quite so many colours as it is pretty much just a plain. What else we got? what is the top polygon? I think it's the basic sand. We'll leave that one for later because the colours might still change. And now let's next do the high wall. So at the moment, due to the, I feel like this could be probably a little lighter. They're really not that different in colour key though. That's the issue I was having earlier. Sometimes then, when you're changing the colours in Jagged, it sort of jumps from tone to tone, sort of a bit more than you'd expect it to. So it's just something I've got to live with. Hopefully when they are placed together in the map editor, they blend together and the Gorge shading may look a little bit cleaner.
Because the engine does shade some things, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And some things.
Oh.
Yeah, kicking your computer doesn't help.
Damn you, computer. Okay, so now let's do the top layer as well. So this is going to go from sort of, maybe the sort of similar sort of transition from like a green to a brown. So let's take the green. So what?
Q&A time, are we doing that at 5?
Yep, normal time.
Yeah, so 5 BST rather than UTC.
Yeah, it's now British summer time, so
Yep.
we're now an hour out of usual time, I guess.
So the Q&A is in approximately 2 hours' time.
Yeah. So we need to reduce the, why are they coming up as the same colour? They're not the same colour.
I'd love to do some programming streams. In fact, I was going to try and get my computer down here to do some coding of the water currents and things like that. But unfortunately, it didn't work and it didn't work out. Maybe in the future.
Do you know if there's any limitations to showing them the programming language we use?
Well, we've clipped bits of it before, so I don't see why not.
Okay, that makes sense then.
And what I'd be doing wouldn't be particularly complex. So.
Plus them knowing, them knowing it change anything? I mean, they're not going to be able to use that information, are they? See that? There we go. I changed literally one unit of colour, and it went from green to brown. And then you click on it again, and it's, yep, that's just how it is. I could try and add the green. What was that before? 15. So if I take that, lower it, sometimes it just doesn't let you have that colour. But that time it did let me have the colour. The editor has a mind of its own, I swear to God.
You have to be nice to it.
Like you select a colour, you build a colour down here with the three numbers, and you're okay, that's the colour I want. You apply it to the polygon, and it goes, I'm going to change a few of those colours. And then you just got to try and figure out what it's changing. So let's go for...
And it gets even worse when you've got polys which are facing you and polys which aren't, and trying to select the right one.
We don't go there. Let's make that one that colour. And so where's that? One below. Okay, there we go. Even those two colours, they don't blend well, do they? I guess there's quite a few different colours, is there? Let's just put those to the top one and see if I can blend that a little nicer. So the difference is a few units in the red. So this is going from 21 to 18. So let's make it 20. Yep, ever so slight difference. And 17. Oh, 10, 11, so let's make that 11. There we go, that's a slightly nicer transition there. So that is the lowest level of the underwater area, then there's the middle, and then there's the top. That sort of has a nice
looks like a
blend to it.
waterfall of sand.
A waterfall of sand. That's nice. And so now let's add that to the other config. So let's pull this to the side again. Out of sight, and where does it start? It starts there. And let's go to this one and type in the new colours. So the first one, I hope I've been working in the correct direction. That would be awkward if I haven't. Oh, didn't even copy that time. That would be useful. So occasionally you will make a few of these mistakes. You're trying to do recolours, you get in game and suddenly you got this giant bright blue asset. It's like, oh, didn't want that. So you got to go back through and figure out which colour you put in wrong. And it's usually when you're doing recolours. And the blue usually comes about from moving between 3ds Max and Jagged. There's a bit of a loss in communication between the two programs, and sometimes it will just it'll just lose the information for a color and just make it a bright blue, which is usually a color you don't want to be using. Any full like blue or reds or yellows usually look quite bad in the engine.
At least it's nice and obvious that you've done something wrong.
Yeah, there, on the bright side, there is that.
The very bright side.
Yeah, yeah, the very bright blue side. Okay, so now all of those are in. Let's give that
Questions
a
for
save.
Q&A you can send to Mod Archie on Twitter,
Yep, use all
JRXArchie.
those.
He usually has a thread up on Reddit as well.
Yep. Cool. So now let's submit that so we can see our changes in the editor. So as it now stands in the map editor, there is only one color of walls. Let's get the wall up there. So these walls here are both the same color, but they're different assets. So now once I've packed what I've just made, that will update. So let's save the map and close that down. Save this. And the models, probably should save those out as well, really, shouldn't I? Unless I did already, let's find out.
Checked out.
That's a good point. They're not checked out, so I haven't saved them. That's a good indication. So I want this to be the default, so let's put this back in the default position. So move that one out and this one in. And that now lines up with the bottom nice and flush. So now if I check out seabed wall 1, I can then save this.
What other content have I worked on with OSRS? Well, considering I've been working on this game for the last 12 years, lots. Started with Hand in the Sand. I've done things like Stronghold Security. Recent stuff, Cerberus. Rewrite of the Dueling Arena. What else have I done, Connor? Lots. Seed Box. Herb Bag. Lots of quality of life stuff.
There is a lot of quality of life stuff.
Yes.
Okay, so I've saved that out. Now let's submit that. So we're going to need for the location file, the object file, and the map file. So submit. Tappy keyboard incoming.
Yay, tappity, tappity, tappity.
That's it. Memorize the job number for this. Added colors to object.
Amazing, I've done so much content, I can't remember all of it.
It's usually the most recent stuff and
Yeah.
the most.
The very first stuff and the very
Yeah.
recent stuff you can remember, and everything in between. Just sort of, I don't know. Crossbows is another one, and Wyverns, of course.
Crossbows
Yep.
and those config names.
Don't get me started on config names. That was graphics' fault.
Was it? Did they start something they couldn't finish?
Sorry about the clicky keyboard. It is a very loud keyboard. We're not quite sure
You
why
would,
it's quite so
I
loud.
would have thought they would have gone for maybe a quieter colour. They do the colours of the mechanical keyboards and keys. I want the config. Did I do? And I want to pack the map as well, as there was changes on the map. Cool.
Tell them what you're doing right at the moment.
So right at the moment, on the other screen, I am submitting the changes I've just made, so then I can pull them back down. Well, I don't really need to pull them back down because it's already on my machine, but to make the configs have effect on the actual map, the map needs to be closed and reloaded with the new information, because I believe the map's the one thing that can't be updated locally, needs to come from the pack page.
There's lots of things that are like that.
Oh, is there?
But yeah, map is one of them.
Well, map's one. Oh yeah, and the icon editor as well.
Yeah.
Which I might actually, I mean, I believe Mod Wolf did a little GIF showing how the icon editor works
Yes, he did.
a few weeks ago. But if there's any interest in that, I can always open that up as well, show you around that. And that's how icons are made and they're not drawn. So that's all that. Okay, it's actually taking a while. In fact, I want to open up the icon editor while that's packing.
It's an interesting idea. Making the dragon pick a rare drop from the mining game.
Oh,
Like we did with the axe at Wintertodd.
Yeah, it'd have to be very rare.
Yeah.
Because people were a little concerned about the axe coming from there,
Yeah.
even though it's crazy rare. I think the first person that got it was maybe not even the first day. It took a few days for them to even get one. So I'm just updating my icon editor. The needs updating apparently. Hence why it's taken long to open. Cool. So yeah, here's
Apparently Mod Ghost is on. He's sitting in the chair next to you.
Yeah, I guess the chair's here mostly for the squirrel, which is Mini Maz.
Yep.
So yeah, this is the icon editor. So let's.
Oh, you got Pet Rock there, is it? Is that Pet Rock?
Nah, it's a blank object. Should I get the pet rock up?
Yeah,
I was going to
get
ask what item. But
BT_useless_rock.
PT_useless. Oh, that's not.
VT.
Oh, VT. There we go.
There you go,
There's the
pet
useless
rock
rock.
in
So
all
as
its
you can
glory.
see, let's turn off that grid because that's probably making it quite hard to see. Hide the grid. There we go. So essentially, when you drop a model on the floor, that is the icon. But we take it sort of like goes through a process where it turns it into this sort of pixelized item. As you, I mean, there's not really much detail to the pet rock, so you can't really tell. Let's go for something. Dragon. There we go. Dragon two-handed. As you can see, that is very clearly a model as you're moving it around, but it sort of makes it this little pixel art. I guess a lot of the contention comes from the spirit shields. There's a lot of shields, isn't there? What is it? Ellie, there we go. So people don't like that the icon is slightly different to how it was back when they came out.
It's probably like
Maybe.
one number different, which has moved the pixels very, very slightly.
Yeah, it could be that. It might be also the fact that that's HD version.
Yep.
So they have a lot more detail in their models, and I mean, it might not even be possible to achieve the same one of Redward. I'm not doing the Redward helmet. Or should I? No, I shouldn't. It's a secret, guys. If you want to go see it in your inventory, you've got to go find it. So that's what we need. Did any of us have an IRL pet rock? I guess it's not hard to get an in real life pet rock because you just got to go find a rock in the.
I have
in the
many
forest.
in real life pet rocks.
Yeah.
In fact, whenever I go somewhere, I generally try and bring a rock back.
Really?
It's got to be an interesting rock.
Oh right, okay. Not just bog
Yeah,
standard.
not just a bog standing rock. It's got to be something that stands out. So if you're walking around, you go, "Oh, look, pretty rock," and that comes back with me.
Okay. So now that's probably packed. It's been long enough. Gonna get latest. Interesting. It's still in progress. Why is it taking 4.5 mins?
What stage is it at?
Oh, I could.
Oh, it's deploying. That
What?
can take a while if some servers are offline.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Possibly.
That's
Can we have a look at something else?
we.
Perhaps
can
we should
do.
show them the mermaid now. Shall we
Yeah,
put them out of their
I mean-
misery and actually properly show them the mermaid?
Anytime. Yeah, I guess it makes sense as it's not packing. So let's open up the mermaid. I want to do this slowly, but it's going to just appear instantly. I guess I could, in fact, close that. Take the other screen.
Oh,
then I'll
yes,
open
and then reveal it little bit by little bit.
It's just going to be silly.
A big reveal. We like being silly.
Where is it? NPC, Merfolk. There we go. So, little
You
by
ready?
little,
Are you ready?
little by little. Oh, some hands. Oh, she's shy. Oh, I can't rotate. Oh, I can rotate. There we go. Can. Oh, there's the hair.
Oh.
There's some, or is it an octopus? Who knows?
It could be an octopus.
Let's just show it now. I'm getting bored of this. Okay, so here's the mermaid.
You're going to load in her anims.
Yes.
She's looking a bit stiff at the moment.
Everything has your standard T pose, or A pose in this case, when it's not being animated. So let's put on its idle animation. So this is sort of its just generic animation while it's waiting for you underwater to sort out its farming needs. So as you can see, it's sort of just floating there as you'd expect. You know, farmers don't really do much interesting things. When we have more mermaids, it should we can do a bit more interesting things.
Yeah,
with
I
them.
mean, when we need them to do other things, we can add more animations for them
Yeah.
to do things. At the moment, all she's needed to do is stand there, so
Well, float there.
Yeah.
So yeah, for the colours, I went through various stages of colours. Initially, it started out looking sort of like a goldfish.
Oh yeah, I remember the
So
goldfish
like,
one.
It had like bright orange tail with bright blue skin. It was a little bit, it was a bit too fantasy and a bit too colourful, and I wanted to make it feel a bit darker, a bit more grayscale sort of thing, make it feel a bit more realistic.
I like it because she kind of, I don't know, feels more real rather than this cartoon character.
Yeah, sort of. I think the tail sort of looks a bit sort of whale dolphin-esque, so it's
Yeah.
not your standard dolphin. Standard. Oh, where is it? There we go. Your standard mermaid, and with the hair as well. I wanted to make it feel like her hair was underwater, and the best way to do that felt like to use sort of just these tendrils that come up that sort of look a bit fishy. Yeah, they seem to like it.
I think they do.
Yeah, there's some bog
Tell us
champs.
if you like the mermaid.
Can you harpoon her? No, she's not. She doesn't want that. She's not a fan of that.
I suppose in a way she kind of does look undead-ish.
Well, underwater, your
Yeah.
skin isn't going to be like.
red light underwater just gets washed out, doesn't it,
Yeah.
a lot?
That's why everything's all. Well, it's also darker as well, so
Yep.
tend to be a little paler. And you know, maybe there's a bit of a decoloration from all the algae.
I like that. Her knees bend unnaturally.
What knees? It's a tail. How's it? Oh, yeah, so the pack's finally done now. So,
Woohoo.
if that happens again, I hope there's other things I can show them.
I'm sure we can.
I could show you the rest of the birdhouses because only
Yeah.
one was shown. I mean, they're pretty much similar. No, there's not going to be. Well, I mean, possibly for the future there could be a mermaid slayer task, but until then, it's not on the books.
How
But yeah, I
many
wanna
toes does she have?
How many toes? None. Or two. I don't know. They're not toes. They're fins. Anyway, back to the task at hand.
Yeah, I really like the creepy eyes. It makes her a bit sort of alien.
Well, I mean, human eyes are just sort of black, aren't they?
Well, yeah, they're pits into the thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pits into the soul. Recolour the eyes. Well, we'll see how it looks. I mean, the eyes you're never going to really be able to see anyway.
No.
It's sort of a very minor point. Okay, so I've got latest. Files updated, that's nice. And now I need to, let's keep her open for a while. And open up the map editor. So with the map now, the 3 tiers of the wall kit should now be in place. Unless I've done something wrong, then they probably won't be. But let's hope that I haven't. To dungeon. Awesome. Well, as I've shown the mermaid now, there it is, along with the leprechaun. And I guess there's the seaweed as well.
Ooh.
I mean, it's sort of static at the moment, but yeah, we'll come back to that later. So now, as you can see, these are now, well, I think that's slightly better now. It's sort
Yeah.
of blend,
It
they're
blends
the same
well.
colour.
It's a bit less green. It feels less green.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not, but
I
it feels
think
less green.
This one's still quite green. And that one is still quite bright at the bottom.
I think that's the lighting.
Yeah, I think it's because when you put down walls, it sort of adds shading next to it.
Yeah.
So that might be hard to...
Can you turn the shadow off?
Can you?
think.
Oh, you can, can't you?
Maybe,
Yeah. I'll probably add that to the config, actually. That would be... let's check out first.
Currently, the mermaids don't have any dialogue yet, except for the standard farming dialogue. But we'll see. I'm hoping that there will be a use for the trident under the water.
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
Cool. So we've got those. Okay, I've put shadow equals 0. That should hopefully do it.
Well, it might. Yeah, I don't know.
Sounds right. Okay,
Yep.
let's move this over so we can see this. So now this is the top level. Can't see the top level unless I go to the top level. So there's interesting. Some of the colours have changed. Some of them haven't. So I think it's the diagonal
Did you
pieces.
pack config?
Yeah. Well, they. Unless they no. Oh, I could be using the wrong model. That could be it. Let's hope that's it. Grab it. Yep, I'm using the mid wall and not the high wall. So that's what happens when you use the wrong wall kit. So I can just plonk those back down there and rebuild, and there you go. Perfect. Yeah, of course, it's still that top bit there is a little dark still, but you get the gist of it.
Try doing the rebuild 3D.
Yeah, it's just the polygon, and this is the way that because the way the polygon is sat, the way it's reflecting light differently.
Yeah.
Just at some angles, they're just really dark, and you can't really. In fact, that might be the terrain as well. So the terrain is you can't even change the colour of the terrain. Well, you can, but it would be a lot of pushing and shoving. When is a day in the life of the OSRS dev vid coming to us? Eventually.
Maybe.
The future.
Depends when Archie gets around to it.
Yeah. He's very keen on doing it though.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just finding
I think
the time.
it might be a bit more department based than dev based.
Yeah,
well,
possibly.
Be
Yeah.
like, the
A day in the
devs.
life of Old School.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, but yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, a lot of it will be just seeing what I'm doing here, but without talking to you. Well, actually, no, I will be talking. So
You can't stop you talking.
I stop sometimes when I'm building walls, usually. So let's grab that wall and put that there as well, so you can sort of see how the transition is there. That transition looks a lot nicer in the map editor than it did actually in game. Let's just adjust the gamma a little bit so we can see that a bit nicer. So with that, it's quite actually hard to even see where the seam is. So that's sort of what we're going for. And that is, well, no, that is what I'm going for. So that is nice. Well, made the viewport a little bit bigger, but that's incredibly washed out. I don't think anyone ever plays on maximum brightness. So sort of just keep that sort of a mid-range there. So the walls are shaping up a little bit. Let's go into the overview mode. There we go. The sort of broken thing, so we can see how the walls are shaping up there and how this part of the environment is. And the reason the mermaid is underneath the water underneath the floor down there is because I haven't moved it yet. She needs to be relocated to the floor above, essentially. So yeah, this is.
Needs to go up in the world.
Well, she's still underwater. But yeah, a little further up. Okay, so let's move on. So the wall kit is getting there. There probably needs to be a few variations to it because at the moment it's a bit dull, so maybe some cracks in the rock, stuff like that, to add a bit of colour or just, interest. So before I do that, let's see if I can darken the sand, because at the moment, well, we can check here how it's blending together. We can't check there because it doesn't blend there. Maybe here. Yeah, still, it's not quite how I want it. So if we perhaps take the colour from, do what I did earlier when I took it into Photoshop, so I can grab Snippy, take a screenshot, copy it, close it, load Photoshop, and now just colour pick it, grab the colour code. Oh, nope. Yeah, that's the colour I want. And as you can see here, it pops up a little colour code, copy and paste that. Now go into Jagged. So we have two modes in our editor for the models, the modelling part and the animation part. As they're quite linked together, it doesn't really make sense splitting them apart. And now I can go into here and paste in the colour code, being as it worked out last time. And it comes out quite dark. Now I can place that on these bottom 4 polygons like so. As you see, it's probably darker than I probably want it to be. I mean, it will look different when I get it into Engine, but we definitely want to lighten up a little bit. So maybe 2 should be good for that. And we want to make it so it blends back in with that. So we need to get the colour between those two. So this is a 21, 18, 12 to 16, 15, 10. So sort of the middle ground there, which is about, I want to drop it up 2 in this one, maybe 3. We'll go with 18 still. Oh, forgot to actually assign the colour. So part of it, and the same with the blue, the green channel even. I want to make that go from 15 to 18, so probably 1, 16 or 17, something like that. As well as the final channel, so 11 would be good for that. So there we go. Maybe without the 11 actually. That sort of seemed a step too far. There you go. That should help the blend to the terrain a little bit nicer. What's the editor name? Yeah, the editor name is Jagged, standing for Jagex editor, I guess. To the point. And now we can resave that model out.
Most of the tools we use are built in-house.
The only exceptions are things like 3ds Max, which we occasionally use to do the more complicated modelling on. And now that I've actually changed the base wall, I'm going to have to change the other pieces as well. So grab those colours to match that. In fact, a quicker way, so I don't have to line it up properly. Just do that. Assign that colour to those polygons, and that colour to that one. Oh, don't move it. There we go. And then just check that piece out and save the model.
So once we're done with this wall kit, what's the plan? What are you going to do next?
The plan of this is to potentially get some ideas from the chat for props to put around the arena.
Ooh.
So think of aquatic things like different plants, maybe like an anvil, well, not an anvil. Someone might put an anvil down there, but you know, anchors, stuff like that. Anything, chains that might be falling off boats they've gone past, shells.
Yeah, we could probably have a look at sort of some
Plastic
underwater
bottles.
Plastic bottles.
Well, I mean, don't think so.
Ideally not, no.
Skeletons, yeah, skeleton would be quite cool.
Well, considering it's Fossil Island.
Yeah, it would make sense. What are configs? Configs are describe configs.
Configs are the way we connect graphics and the world and the script. So effectively, there are a set of instructions that say, take this model, give it this name, potentially change its colours, define what it is in terms of the world, and allows script to interact with it.
So you'd have like a config for all your like items and NPCs and locations. That's what walls are. Walls are locations. So that's the same thing for that one as well. And let's save this guy out. Type 5. Oh.
Kraken tentacles coming from the walls.
I don't want to be doing any animations, but I could definitely model something like that.
Not going to have any animations at all.
Well, no, not for the stream. I mean, obviously there's going to be animations. I was also thinking of maybe doing for the cave like a little obstacle that the player would have to use as a like agility sort of thing. So they want a dead whale for boaty-related reasons. I'm not doing that.
Would it be Boaty McWhaleface?
Whale McWhaleface. Wall top. So the wall top is, let's go into the editor, see how that's looking. So, I want to go here, don't I? There we go. So yeah, the wall top for the top layer, notice the mid layer is no longer the correct colour. So that one needs to be changed. So if I open up the model editor again, and get the top piece, and then take the same colour that you see there and place it there. Simple. Cool, so now that should be fine, but the one for the floor below isn't. But I'm going to leave that for now because I haven't placed any of those down at the moment. Not yet. So also before I do another submit, just in case it does take too long, I'm going to add the colour and sort of shape to the walls, the cave walls. So there's two different wall kits at play here. There's the seabed and then there's the cave. So the cave area, let's go back to the map. Let's remove these beautiful images. Did I draw that over something? I didn't. Cool. So the areas around the side here are all the seabed, but this bit in the middle and this bit down here and that bit down there is all, well, maybe I should use direction. So the bit in the bottom right and the bottom left and the middle will be caves, and they will have a different sort of shape to them. Instead of going sort of like from tile to tile like that, it's going to be more like a cave sort of convex sort of shape. You'll see. We'll get to it. So let's remove these assets that we don't need. Let's keep one of each colour in. Let's get rid of that. Cool. So the cave walls are still how they started, which is this sort of grey looking sort of thing. We want it to have the same colours but just a more interesting shape. So with this I might add something like sort of stalactites and mites coming from the centre of the walls and just add a little bit more definition. And for this I'm going to go into 3ds Max, as that generally looks a little nicer. Well, the model's a bit nicer. And then at the end I'll come back and match it all up with that. So let's, in fact, should I do that bit first? No, I'll do it in that one. A bit of change of scenery.
Just questions about Fossil Island at the moment. The Q&A will be here in about 1.5 hours, and yeah, you can ask any other questions then. But yeah, more than happy to answer any questions about Fossil Island or what we're doing now.
Zolra head or recolor Slayer helm?
They don't like your big pink blob.
A big pink blob, do they not?
No. Oh well.
It's just the way it is.
Yep.
If it means anything, on the map it appears like this nice yellow blob, like sand.
Ah.
It's magic pink. So let's save this out to here.
The girl talking is Mod Maz.
And I am Mod West.
Yes.
Cool. So this is 3ds Max. You might remember this from our previous design streams. So this isn't made by us. This is a outsourced sort of tool. Where is?
No, the agility course will not be buildable yourself, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
That'd be difficult.
Yeah.
The problem with building things like that is that if someone's built it and someone else hasn't built it, but the other they can see them using something that doesn't exist.
So they might be swimming through walls and doing very weird things.
I think of like the bridge example is quite good. Like you build a bridge and you're watching someone walk over a bridge you've not built.
Yeah.
So they're just sort of walking on nothing, and it looks a bit odd. Let's load myself a file. Let's go with
You need you need Kudos to access Fossil Island because it was
already the amount you need is already talked about in game, right?
Yeah, they're asking why we even need it is because the museum was the one who actually discovered this island, and they're funding the trip there and the whole expedition. So you need to prove that you are sort of helpful to the museum before they let you go.
So when you take something out of Jagged, it does this really nice thing of just taking everything, even if you don't want it. So
Useful.
We have everything. Well, all these walls. So now let's make a slightly more interesting cave wall. All the hotkeys have changed, so I'm now going to be pressing all of the wrong buttons. So look forward to that. I've already started. Because it's so annoying. In Jagged, you have to hold shift to rotate, but in this one you have to hold alt, and shift just moves you about, and it messes my brain up when I've not been using it for a while, because I've not been using Jagged for 3ds Max for a while. We're mostly doing all my modelling in Jagged, but doing what I'm about to do is going to be quite awkward in Jagged. Let's get out of this mode, because this mode is not nice. Default shading. Oh, there we go. Facing the wrong way.
So what are you about to do?
So I'm about to create this cave wall. So instead of, as you can see, this sort of goes upwards and is going to connect with the floor above, this is going to connect with the ceiling essentially. And then I'm going to add some like rocky information inside there. So like stalagmites dropping down on some rocks. Maybe like some holes in there for fish to make their homes.
Yep.
Little things like that.
Cool.
So let's get started with some stalagmites. Come from the bottom, right?
Yes, because tights hang down.
Yes, that's the one. And let's go to the top view.
Yes, September is expected release date.
So we got ourselves a box. Amazing. And now let's turn it into a lovely stalagmite. So they're going to convert that to a poly. Weld all these verts together. And now we just need to add a few more edges to make it seem a bit less square, essentially. So we can insert a vertex there. Nope, we need to actually press on it to insert the vertex. I can now pull that guy out. Can I? Yeah, I can if I click better. And I can connect up there. And there we go, it's a bit rounder now. There's no point getting too round in the middle there because you're not going to be able to see that because it's going to be attached into the wall. And you probably don't want it to look like just a cone. We probably want to have some connections to it. So as you can see here, all I had to do is select all the edges quite easily compared to Jagged, and then just hit a button and it connects them all. So it is slightly quicker workflows inside of 3ds Max than it is to Jagged, but sometimes it's just a little easier to just do it in Jagged once instead of having to fiddle around multiple times. So that's left, that's front. All my viewports are the wrong shading.
So currently, if you want to find out more about Fossil Island, you can go and read the blog that we put out yesterday. And we will probably be putting the poll live, well, I'm not going to promise it, but probably next week.
Yeah, the sort of bank holiday weekend has sort of
it's kind of
messed things up a little bit. Because, well, here in the UK we've got Good Friday and bank holiday Monday off as well.
Yep. And we really want to discuss all the feedback first and make changes to the blog first to get it right before we poll it. And yes, there is so much more I want to add to Fossil Island. I could be coding for years and years and years and still not finish with the list of ideas. Ooh, that rhymes.
It does, doesn't it? So I want this to sort of be at an angle in the wall. Let's go front again. So I need to sort of bring this all up at slightly more of an angle, like so, and bring this in a little bit more. Maybe it's still looking quite angular, but that should do it. Maybe create multiple ones of these in the same rock face. The good thing about this is we can have like 3 or 4 different variations of the wall piece. So now that's sort of got a shape to it. I'm going to now add some cuts into this wall. So I've got to keep the same amount of cuts as I have in this wall here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can't go overboard with that. So I've already got 1. So let's just add 2 here and 2 here. Cool. And now let's sort of shape that to it a little bit nicer. So we can go vertex mode, line that one up with that part of the wall, and actually, I'll use a little trick here. Even though I can't have extra verts on the edge, what I can do is I can inset in the middle and have those not line up completely. So I can go insert like so.
Is it possible to add terrain that changes depending on the time of day?
No, not with our map editor. That would be cool though.
That would be so cool.
But unfortunately, that would be cool for like perhaps like a oceans coming in and out, I think more land
Tides,
and
yeah.
tides and stuff like that. But
Unfortunately, no.
no, our map can't really change too dynamically unless they're type 8s generally.
And even then, we're really limited in the amount of those we can use.
Yeah. But if it did change dynamically, that'd be a lot of processes as well. Especially if you're thinking like Minecraft level of customization, then you're changing large amounts, which isn't going to work. And it seems a bit anti-old school, really. So what I've done here is I've activated a snapping tool, where unlike Jagged, where you have to sort of just line them up awkwardly, with this it just snaps it to the vert that you're trying to place it on top of, which, is really, really handy. Like so. And sort of an awkward angle going on there, so I'm going to triangulate that by...
So why are we designing this rock?
Why are we designing this rock?
Yeah. So our walls aren't so bare.
Yeah, pretty much.
We don't want just smooth walls.
You want a bit of interest when you're looking at something. I assume. I mean, that's
well,
what...
they might just want a square box, and then you're out of a job, frankly, because I could do that.
Yeah, very true. Let's hope that's not the case.
Square box island.
The land of square boxes. So we can also add a cut down the middle there. I mean, those ends are never going to line up, but it's good to keep it sort of... In fact, we could add more if we were so pleased, but at the moment we'll just keep it to that, so we can line that vert up with that one. Did I turn that off? I did. There we go. So now that sort of fits into the rock face quite nicely. Of course, this needs to line up with that, so let's bring that closer to it. So, in fact, yeah, I could actually do this quite easily in this header. So let's turn off the snaps and sort of bring this over here. Fortunately, these are all the same width apart, so I should be able to figure out that should be 128, so now they're perfectly in line with each other. And let's duplicate this guy. We just want a copy. There's nothing too great about it.
Happy little walls.
Plop that one there. So now we actually know exactly where the verts need to be. So we can turn the snapping back on and just drop them like that. Happy little walls.
Yeah.
Is that like happy little trees?
Yeah. Well, we don't have any trees underwater, so yeah.
Oh, well, could.
Good.
Underwater tree. That could be a thing.
Especially because we've got wizards.
Wizards at it again. Okay.
Do you have to triangulate the mesh?
No, but sometimes it's good to, because when you have a character, for say, if you generally want it to be sort of symmetrical, at some point it saves you half the job most of the time. But if you don't triangulate the model before duplicating it, the normals will stay pointing in the same direction, and you sort of have these sort of odd shapes on one side that aren't on the other side. So it's sometimes a good idea to triangulate it if it's very concaved, as a quad is sometimes when you pull the verts around a bit too much. So it's not necessary, but it's possible.
Do you reckon we could add an animation to the seaweed farming plot?
Yeah, the seaweed in the
Yeah.
well, the kelp in the pirate quest moves, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's not a multi-log.
Okay, that's a little bit difficult.
I think we can. I think we can get away with it.
Do any of the other farming spots animate?
No, of course they don't. They've got too many different things in it,
That's true, yeah.
but we haven't. So we might
It
actually be able
might-
to animate it.
It's possible, but I feel like if you would want it to be really subtle, because if
It's
it's
sort of gently waving rather than just rigid. And
yeah, if it's too extreme on one size,
Yep.
it's going to be, well, if it's like normal one size, it's going to be sort of extreme or completely unnoticeable on other sizes. So it's possible.
oh, we could have a play with it
We
and
could,
see
yeah.
if we can.
See how it works. Okay, forgetting how to control it again. That happens a lot.
Because I distracted you.
Forgetting the controls again. There we go. I got it back, I think. Yeah, I think I got it. Okay, let's line these all up. So usually these design streams we do characters, but being there's a lot of requests to see our our editors and all that, I just realised these are actually different rules, so I don't actually want them to line up perfectly. But this is actually quite a good guide to have something.
Yeah,
like
you did.
that.
You did ask to see the map editor, and so
People are always
yeah.
intrigued by it. Unfortunately, it's not really something we can give out to the players. They can make their own maps because maps can't really be merged ever at all,
And they can't really be standalone.
and they can't really be standalone either.
You need the rest of the game.
Yeah, you need like all the models and all the everything that comes with it really. Otherwise, it's just nothing. It's
Yeah.
just a bunch of buttons.
No, the ancient Wyvern shield will not defend you from dragon breath. Only the Wyvern attack.
Yeah, so the Wyvern shield is just an elemental shield with this brand new
Yep.
Wyvern visage. So there's no anti-dragon involved, unlike the DFS, which has that. So looking at this stalagmite, it's looking a little on the small side, so I'm just going to make this a little larger. So nope, that's the wrong button as well. Fighting with the editor. There we go. So let's pull this up. I think it's front view. There we go. It's a bit more impressive. Maybe send it back a bit. Well, before I send it back, let's merge the two together. Because I've got the wall and the stalagmite in the same place. It's probably a good time to merge them by attaching it and then selecting all of my verts and welding them all. Nothing changed, but they're now welded. Okay, so let's also make so we can see how it's going to look like in game. We can just put it on a single smoothing group, so it gives that sort of. Well, I mean it's all one color at the same time, but it's two different colors at the same time, but that's not important for now. So back to here. We made it a bit taller. Let's bring that down a little bit and bring that up a little bit. We don't want the polygon to be too stretched though, because when a polygon stretches it can start to look a little naff. Yeah, let's make it, oh, I forgot some, oh I didn't, of course I didn't, because there's some back faces. So once you delete the back faces, and then you select all the verts and weld, it will indeed weld in that time. There we go.
Needs more purple.
Needs more purple?
Yeah.
I don't know. See many purple underwater? Algae? Purple algae?
Purple coral.
Purple coral. Okay, the faces. Let's remove these edges. I don't like how they're sort of placed at the moment. Something more like that. And same with that one as there.
Will there be any memes on Fossil Island? Well, if I don't create them, I'm sure you will.
I've not added any memes. I don't intend to. But if you could find a fossil-y one, I still probably wouldn't.
Oh, come on. They will make memes. Memes will exist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Apparently I added too many memes to Zaya, but I don't think Bob Ross is a meme. Bob Ross is an artist.
We're going to have a Bob Ross
Mermaid.
starfish or something.
Someone said mermaid child.
Mermaid child.
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny. Let's widen this as well. Oh, we've got a lot of Bob Ross now.
Yep, there we go.
That doesn't make it a meme, guys, just posting a lot in the chat. And let's increase that a bit. There we go, a stalagmite. And now I want to probably do the same thing for a few tights coming from the bottom, well, from the top of the bottom of the top. So let's create those now. So let's go top view, create some more. Actually, let's do a cylinder now. Save myself some time. We can change the amount of sides. Let's go with probably one height segment and 5 sides. Cool. That's your stalactite. We can increase the height, and now it's time to convert it into a model, well, an editable model, and weld some things together.
Breaking news, Mod Westbury's gnome children in the walls to use their hats as stalagmites.
I would never do such a thing. Take that. Let's rotate this round. Happy little fossils. Oh, yeah, let's make the pointer face out like that, and now we want to put this, well, locate this towards the top. Oh, I'm still pressing all the wrong buttons.
Yep.
This is I'm still doing it. I'm pressing shift to move up, but I don't need to.
Trying to think of some of the other content we haven't mentioned yet. So we've got, I don't think the prayer thing was mentioned in the blog, was it?
No, it wasn't.
So there is going to be an activity where you can take fossils and use them to get prayer XP through an interesting process.
You can't buy the fossils though, you have to collect them yourself.
Yes, you do. No, don't worry about it. You don't have to panic, sell your bones. It's just these fossils.
You can't use your dragon bones.
Nope.
They're not really fossils, are they? You just killed that dragon.
Yeah, exactly. They haven't had time to become a fossil yet.
Yeah. Murderer. Okay, let's add. Did I add another one to that? Yeah, let's add a bit more definition to that. We got.
Yes, fossil collecting is dead content.
Sailing confirmed? Sailing isn't confirmed, unfortunately. It didn't pass the poll. You may remember. No sailing content. That's actually.
That's fun. If you leave your bones in the bank for long enough, they become fossils.
Well, if you wanna do that.
Well, I could do that. You know, how many years do we need?
3.
3
I mean, you know, in RuneScape time, it's quite a long time.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Unless we can. Have any time machines in Old School?
Well, we've got the
can bury
recipe for
them.
disaster timeline thing, haven't you? Where you go back in time.
You could go back in time, bury it, go forward in time, and then
Dig it up.
Dig it up with a spade. So it's a bit like archaeology, but well, not archaeology. What's the one for bones? Dead things.
Paleontology.
Paleontology. That's the one. So yeah, be your own paleontologist. Kill the monster, bury it, time travel, dig it up again. Devalues the passage of time. Yeah, okay. It's fairly true. You make so you lose all your experience as well when you go back in time.
Yeah.
And then you don't have the magic level to use the time machine again.
Yep.
Right,
I can do that.
So you're stuck there.
Yeah.
Microphone's getting in my way. And okay, so sort of looking like a mouth.
Yep.
With teeth.
They are suggesting teeth.
Are they? Oh. Why is there stalactites and mites underwater? Well, maybe water wasn't always there. Maybe the sea level's risen recently.
Yeah. Stalactites and stalagmites. You know, this is a cave, so it may well have been not full of water.
Yeah, you don't know when it formed. Could be any time. So to get that, we're going to probably duplicate the amount of edges I need here. So going to cut up the middle here. Need to be on the right asset. Oh, wrong button again. Do I need to do it at the top? Yeah, might as well. So let's connect that and have 2 divisions. Awesome. make this possibly, yeah, a little bit more central. And turn the snaps back on and do what I did earlier with the correct asset and move these verts all in the same place. So the reason it's good to sometimes just do a lot of modelling in jagged is because we have very like snappy sort of grid. We don't have like any, what am I trying to say? Decimal places on our units.
Yeah, it's less
dense.
What's the right word?
I don't know. So as you can see down here, this vert in particular is at 17.035 and 21.333. In jagged, it would just be 17 and 21.
Lower resolution. There you go.
There we go.
Thank you. Less granular. They're also correct.
Lower resolution vertices grid. There we go. That's something. So yeah, and so when I take this from 3ds Max into jagged, it's going to sort of reposition a lot of things ever so slightly. Most of the time it's unnoticeable. If you have some finer details, they might, merge together. And it's the same thing when we animate as well. When something animates, it looks like it's sort of snapping between different places because it can only put those vertices in certain places. So it has that sort of awkward effect. Obviously on larger creatures, it's less obvious because they're larger and generally...
So if we don't have floating points, do all these stalactites sink? Shall I go away now?
Yeah, perhaps. Oh, they're thinking about it. Indeed. Okay. Let's snap these verts into place. So I'm going to need a few more verts at the top here, so I can easily just take these two lines, these two edges, connect them, and I've got some extra verts to play with. So take him to there. And this one, oh, I already had some. Oh no, I've got more than I need. In fact, because I've got more than I need, I'll take these ones up here, and I'll put these ones up here. And then I'm going to remember to remove these faces. So now I've got so where this is, there's now a gap for it to fit in perfectly. I can now attach the two, select all my verts, and weld. Yep, and that's doing something. Of course, I need to connect a few of these, remove these n-gons, which is a polygon which has more than 4 sides. You generally don't want n-gons as, well, they don't look very good. They probably cause problems as well. It's just good practice to get rid of them and keeps it just triads and polygons. So there we go, we now have 2 stalactites. And now for the middle, to make that a little bit more interesting, I'm now going to add a little hole in it. So let's connect these up as well before I forget. Let's add some variation to these as well. So grab that, move that one up a bit less, and move that one down, and just sort of give it a bit of variation essentially. You can even move it out as well so they're not perfectly in a straight line.
So what sort of poly count are we looking at for a wall kit? Is this?
Well, generally good idea to keep it as low as possible, being as there's going to be a lot of these models duplicated around the environment. But generally I like to keep it around, well, no more than 400, 500. Sometimes I've probably gone over that though. So it just depends on what information I need. And if it ever goes over, I can always make it a little less complicated. So that's looking nice. Let's look at that from the left. There's no obvious straight lines. That's good. I want to keep that there. Yeah, I'll keep it there for now. I could possibly change that in the future. And let's add a little hole in the middle here to add a little variation to it. So I'm going to rotate that round, make it smaller, and add a few more edges to it so it looks a bit more detailed. Take these out here, like so. Oh, right angle. And then I want to connect these up because at the moment, as you can see, it looks a little naff, like so. There is one thing in Jagged, which I've not figured out how to do in 3ds Max, which is surprisingly handy. Which is, it's rare for it to have something over this. So with here, I've got these 2 triangles here, and if I want to change the way the edge is going, it's whatever the way it's doing it, I've not been told. But in Jagged, you simply highlight those 2 triangles, and then Control E, and you can just swap it around. Isn't that fantastic? You didn't think that's...
Today I learnt something.
You didn't think that's too useful, but...
Oh, it is. Yeah, having been in that situation of, how do I do this? I now know how to do that.
Cool. But if 3ds Max has that feature, I am not aware of it. So now we've got like a little hole for maybe a little, well, anything, just a little detail in the wall. Push that in. So at the moment, part of this doesn't have any smoothing on it, so I can just select the whole model and re-smooth it. And that would be all nice and flat again. And what I can do here is inset this for color variation. I no longer need most of these extroverts, so I can sort of merge these together. And do that, and I can then sync that into the wall. And now there's a little bit of information on there that wasn't there before. So now to add color to it, I'm going to take it back into Jagged. First of all, let's just smooth it again. And, well, let's save this 3ds Max file because I don't want to be losing that. Underwater.
Ah, clicky keyboard.
Those taps are violent. Yeah, the taps are violent.
Ah,
Just phase them out.
what does my job entail? My job, primarily I'm a dev, so I do code, but in Old School we tend to multi-skill a lot, so if I need a quick model and there's no artist available and I am able to do it, then I will do it myself. So there are a few of my models in the game, and I was the reason that you had hats at Christmas on various different interesting things.
I like the hats, they were good.
Yeah, I like the hats too.
I like how they sort of accidentally appeared on some of the pets as well.
It was great, wasn't it?
Where am I looking? Fossil.
Other than that, I do lots of training and recruitment and all sorts of things, really. You tend to gather things. The longer you've been at Jagex, the more you kind of gather knowledge and responsibility and different jobs.
So this nice grey wall went in looking like that, and now it's going to come back looking like, where is it, cave wall, like that.
Ooh, it's got teeth.
It's got teeth, just the 2. So what I can do with this, I can also remove those stalagmites and tights and have just a normal cave wall without them, and sort of break up the variation. I can even move them about, flip them and stuff like that. Lots of interesting stuff. So first of all, it needs to be the same colours as the mid. I believe that is the mid. That's the base. So now I just need to add those colours to this. So let's start by just colouring all one colour, and let's go through with these colours and add them to the correct locations. So, oh, missed the polygon there.
So many keyboard complaints.
Is there? Maybe I should bring my own keyboard down next time.
Yeah. Why are they not aligned?
Why is what not aligned?
The stalactite and the stalagmite.
Would they need to be?
Yes, because that's how they form. It drips off of the stalactite and drips onto the stalagmite.
Continental drift.
Ah, there you go. Or a wizard did it.
Or a wizard did it.
What's my favourite non-squirrel pet? Well, obviously the pet rock. He's the one that I made. I had a little spare time a long time ago and added the whole fetch and sit and stay thing.
Even the bit where he throws the stick
Yep.
and it goes behind him.
Yeah, that was quite funny. Ooh, there's a graphicsy question there.
Start it all over again. Are all models textured with colours, or are they bitmaps applied to some objects? Yeah, so if you've ever seen an object with texture on it, so think of trees and some doors and some floors, you can apply texture to things. But unlike usual editing, modeling editing. There's no like unwrapping of a model and like flattening it out. You just sort of project the texture on it. So if I open up a texture here, here's a nice door. Let's apply it to this texture there. And there you go. There's
Got a door in the wall.
There's a door in the wall.
Where does it lead?
Where? Just nowhere. To a different time and space. When's the Q&A? The Q&A is at the usual time, which is 5 BST, which is in an hour.
Yep.
Give or take. And for that, you'll be meeting some new JMods.
Oh, yes.
So look forward to that. Crack the clue. Yeah, behind that door is Crack the Clue. Of course. And so yeah, that's why we generally don't texture things, because the texture has to be just placed directly on that polygon. So if I were to, I hope I can undo this. I can undo it, okay. So if I were to grab myself a texture, let's go for a different one that you would expect to be on something. So
Go for the fire cake one.
lava, yeah, let's put lava on it. Oh.
Lava walls. We need some lava walls. We'll be doing plenty of lava walls, won't we? Let's face it.
Go with this red one. I can't find the other one. So there you go. As you can see here, the smaller the polygon, the denser the texture looks. So you have this sort of horrible look, really. So you don't really. Someone's saying leaked. What's leaked? That there's a red fire texture.
It's been in forever, hasn't it?
I think it's yeah. Someone else put it in.
Yeah.
They put in a whole range of colours which were never used. I think there's even a white
Pizza
one.
wall. That's good.
There you go, there's a white one. I think I made, oh, there we go. And I think this is when Mod Ghost was going through the different ideas for the fire cape.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be where that came from. And let's hope I can do those. I can, awesome. So yeah, that's why we don't use textures too often, because they're sort of quite difficult to place properly.
What we got here? Will there be newer types of wyvern in the future? I don't see why not. I would love to do more types of wyvern.
See wyvern not.
Oh, very funny.
Haven't punned all day. It was about time. Anyway, ignore that happened. Back to the stalagmites and stalactites. Let's make the actual spikes a little less bright. So just going to deselect all the polygons around it. That's done. And there's a bit of colour variation to it. And some interesting renders going on there. So yeah, we don't really have a Z buffer. Instead, we have to assign each polygon a render order. And well, it's only the single object it sort of reacts with. If it's on a different tile, then it knows it's where it is in relation to that. So as you can see here, with this tile here, with this wall piece here, you can see the stalagmites and tights through it, but you can't see the wall there, and that's because their render order is different. For the wall, it's 1, and for the pointy parts, it's 5. So that is obviously higher than this one, which is set to 1.
Is there any reason you chose 5 as opposed to 3 or 4?
When you create something in Max, it sort of gives it 5 as a default.
Interesting.
But if I was going to take that into game, I'd make that sure it's or 1 before I go in, so there's no render order fighting with each other as you look down from above. It's generally the best way to go about it. Okay, so there is a lot of stuff up here as well, which I probably should clean up before going in. Let's make, forgetting the buttons again.
Oh, because you swapped back to jagged.
Yeah, it's a fight I can't win.
So yes, Fossil Island was originally designed by myself and Mod Mark back in 2005, 2006. And then I got to do the Rock Museum part of it in 2006. But we never got to do the actual island. So I'm really, really glad that we are finally contemplating doing it. It's just got to pass a poll now.
Same. I remember finding, finishing the museum back when I was playing in the day, and I was Always looking forward to Fossil Island. I wasn't quite expecting to be the one sort of doing the artwork for it, especially on a sort of pretty much game in the exact same situation. So. What? Oh yeah. That's how it happened last time, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's when you load in Jagged, it does that.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. Could just, yeah, it's done. Cool. So what I'm doing now to the top of this part is to make it sort of look, because you sort of want the top of the cave to sort of fade away into darkness. So we generally colour these black, like so. And then you want like a sort of in-between colour. If you've seen some of the cave wall kits around the game, that's generally what they do. And we can also put one here as well. So what I'm going to do now is add another sort of transitional stage, just to make it so it's not such a harsh cut off, and also change the top facing one as well. So let's just do that. Don't keep secrets, we love you. Yep.
So the original concept for Fossil Island was very much skilling based and trying to combine skills as much as possible, and very much aimed towards the sort of low mid levels. And I've tried to stay true to that. There is PVM obviously with the Wyverns. We have branched out a bit more into the higher levels with the mining game. It may well get more higher level content later on, but at the moment staying true to the low mid level and yeah, using as many skills as we possibly can.
As well as new interesting ways to train.
Yes, I don't enjoy sitting there spam clicking on one spot, so I want to do something fun.
And okay, so now I'm just going to get a colour that's between the two, but this one first needs to be changed. So it's sort of blending in with the cave part of it below. So let's take that colour, drop it by 3. What was it to start with? 15, okay. 12 and 7. So yeah, now you can see that there's a top there. And then we want to get that in between that and complete nothingness. So we want to go with like 6 for that. Oh wait, 7 for that, 6 for this, and 2 for that one. And let's not assign it to that one, but assign it to the next layer of polygons. And there you go. So we've got that sort of effect you see around other wall kits. It sort of fades out. Could be a bit more interesting in shape though. So let's bring these back a little bit. Bring that across. And bring that up as well. There we go. Bit more interesting. So as the cave wall goes round, that will all sort of line up quite neatly. Grats on A9 cooking, someone who's in the chat. They asked.
They've asked several times.
Oh, have they?
Yep.
Just A9 specifically?
Apparently, yeah.
Okay.
How do you get a job on the old school team? Well, that depends. It depends what job you want, to be honest with you.
I mean, step 1 is apply.
Step 1 is probably learn stuff.
Oh, I guess if you want to do that first.
Because if you want to be a sort of a dev, then you need to
know how
learn
to do
some
that.
coding. If you want to be an artist, you kind of need to know how to draw, which is why I'm really not an artist. Yeah, learn stuff, then apply. And know the game and love the game and live, breathe and eat the game. And
don't eat the game.
So the programming language that I use is called RuneScript, and that itself is written in Java. But yeah, the script I use is not Java. But if you know a language like Java or C++ or something along those lines, then pretty much I can train you without that much of an issue.
That guy eats the game.
Does he?
Yep.
Awesome. See?
Cool, so now that I've got this cave piece done, I now need to make sort of similar pieces for the diagonals and the filler pieces, as well as potentially some corners as well. So we have an hour, well, just under an hour until the stream starts. Well, the Q&A starts. The stream is. The stream's going on.
What would the stream viewers like to see us make next?
Yeah, that's the next question.
What sort of things are on offer?
What things are on offer? So
Yep.
like some underwater props that I can probably make in.
So
You know, sort of
corals,
small-
big shells, the clam shells, for example.
Yeah, like a clamshell would be quite good.
Those sorts of things. Give us some suggestions as to what's going to go underwater.
Scatizo pets.
No, Scatizo pet is not going underwater.
Monsters. A fish. Make a triangle.
Make a triangle. I'm sure. No, really? Are you sure you want to go there? Do we have enough polys for that?
There you go. There's a triangle for you guys.
Shock triangle.
Make Atlantis.
Make Atlantis. We could have some sort of ruins under the sea, couldn't we?
Oh,
Potentially.
potential.
Or some convincingly arranged rocks, like the ones that they find under the sea and go, "Ooh, this is Atlantis."
Convincingly arranged rocks. Something purple. A water cape. A whale.
A broken piano. Dead whale.
Mossy ruins. That's quite good. Clownfish. Pineapple under the sea. Oh, yeah.
Well, what about starting on the whale skeleton then? Or a skeleton?
Specifically whale.
No, big fish.
Yeah, I can do a skeleton. I could just do like a small sort of fish on its side to begin with.
And it doesn't even have to be all exposed. We can just do part of it.
Yeah, that sounds good. Before I do that though, I'm going to get the asset I just created into the game.
And I would love to see, if we can fit it in, I'd love to see the clamshell.
Yeah, the clamshell would be cool. So now that I've got this cave wall here, I'm going to save this over the existing cave wall, which is 0.1, so save binary. So before I take this out, I'm going to probably make the diagonal pieces as well. So I've got that saved, so now when I delete that, I can bring that back in, and that's how it's going to look. Awesome. And when is the programming stream going to happen? Potentially in the future, but it's not today. How many hours does Fossil Island take to create? A long time. A very long time. It's, well, we have until September, so many months. But obviously not everyone is focused on one project at a time. We have lots of people in the team working on different projects, so it's not always full attention on a single project. So this is the filler piece, so I'm going to take this into 3ds Max. So let's move all these out of the way, as it doesn't actually delete them, does it? So let's move those back there and export some new models. So let's save the jagged file. Let's go with Oval 2. Now we can load that into 3ds Max. Yes. Ignore all the warnings, they probably don't mean anything. And now what I can do, I can reuse these stalactites. So if I just grab that there and pull that off like that, and detach it from the model, that's always important. And now let's try and fit this inside this new piece here. So where is it? Okay, it's there. if we go into a top view and go into wireframe, I can now rotate this piece and make it fit sort of in here somewhere. And it will need to be up a little higher. I need to start pressing the right keys again. And so with these pieces here, I can pull this back to give myself some more room. Well, I can't. Guess it still needs to line up with this piece over here. So what I can do now, like I did earlier with the lining up, I'm going to remove these out of my way. Don't need these. I can grab this, go into the left viewport, and align this with that. But I already know which place it needs to be in. It needs to be at 128, and same on the other side, but in the negative. So 128. So I'll try and, oh, it doesn't actually need to be there, does it? It needs to be in front of it, of course, because this is a corner piece. So rotate this 90 degrees. But because each map tile, each tile in our game is 128 by 128, so we know exactly where it needs to be. Hence why they seem to be powers of 2, like so. And now I'm just going to have to sort of build up the cave like I did before and make these all line up so there's no, humongous gaps. So we need 2 more edges on top and bottom. 2 there, 2 there. And now, like I did earlier with the snapping, I can turn that on and just quickly go about this. Onto each one.
How long have you been doing graphics?
How long have we been doing graphics? Modelling, with 3D modelling in Max, I started 2012, I think, maybe 2011. I started college. I did a college game design course here in Cambridge as well. I am local to Cambridgeshire. It was always like, I was surprised when I found out the company for the game I played all the time was actually only a couple miles away. It was pretty cool.
It's always kind of weird when it happens, isn't it?
Yeah.
You kind of expect them to be across the other side of the world or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Around the corner.
RuneScape was probably one of 3 games that pushed me towards doing games as well. It was that. I think Pokemon was the first one because I was really young and I didn't realise that people made games for a living, and I thought, oh, I could do that. And then other ones was Time Splitters, which is has like a really cool map editor, so you can make your own maps of the game, which I really enjoy doing.
How much of the game did you need to eat to get hired?
How much of the game do I have to eat? Oh, none. So let's attach these up here. Did I just turn off snapping? I did.
So did they give any good suggestions for what we wanted to make underwater?
I've
Did you like
sort of been between the two.
Yeah.
But I'll probably start with doing either a sort of a clamshell or an anchor.
Ooh.
Sort of nautical theme things. But I think if I do the clamshell, I can make quite a big one, maybe a 2x2 or 3x3. No, 3x3 is too big. 2x2.
2x2 is quite nice.
Yeah.
We can tuck it away in those caves.
Yeah, and then maybe for the future, I could maybe make it animate and open for a chest or something.
Well, if it's 2x2, we can always scale it down as well.
Yeah, it's true. Who loves memes the most in the team?
Ronan.
Ronan. But that is a meme, saying that Ronan likes memes. Is that like a...
Yeah, it's a meta meme, isn't it?
It's a meta meme. And let's attach those up there. Again, there's a little bit too much sort of... It's too neat and tidy at the moment, so I'm just going to make it a little messy.
You're messing it up.
Yeah. Like so. Oh,
Ruined?
Ruined, yep, that's the plan. Okay, so now, again, what I did earlier, remove these inside polys, attach the stalactite to it, or it to the stalactite, either way. Either way works. Although, now, actually, no, let's not do that. Let's do the other way around. So we've got a fairly sensible pivot point. Awesome. And weld.
The problem of doing the poll first is we'd have nothing to show you in a blog.
Yeah.
So we have to do something first. We haven't, don't get me wrong, we haven't done lots and lots and lots of stuff. We've done enough to be able to give you a taste of what it will be like.
And a lot of the stuff can be repurposed.
Yeah. As for example, the seaweed patches, we could put them off Catherby or something like that.
Yeah. Obviously, we've not, the things that require a poll to even bother time on, things like the mine.
Yeah.
We've got designs down, we've got ideas, but
there's nothing concrete in the game. There's no wall kit's been made. There's been no code done. At the moment, it's all on paper. Will there be a hidden squirrel? There's already a squirrel. Did you not see the? Have you not read the blog? Come on, go and read the blog.
it's not very hidden, is it?
No, it's really not. Really not hidden.
Okay, so there's a quick filler. So now all I need to do is the diagonal, and then once I've got those done, I'm going to move on to doing some props. Hopefully that should be done in the next half an hour, and I can start the prop just before the Q&A, and then by the time the Q&A is finished, we can have a little view on it. And I can take through it and then maybe develop a bit further until the end of the stream, which will be around 7 p.m. BST. We'll have to remember to put BST on the end because
Yes.
BST always messes things up, doesn't it? People are always an hour late or early. Which one are they?
I can't work this out. I hate the time shift. I wish it didn't shift, but it does.
Yeah, it's sort of unnecessary, really. But that's the way it is. So now let's export this guy.
I think a lot of people would be very upset if we did a poll to remove pineapple pizzas and it actually passed.
Why would they want to remove pineapple pizzas?
I don't know. They don't like pineapple pizzas?
Against the Hawaiian, are they?
Apparently. They don't like Hawaii. Will there be a volcano on the island? Well, where else would we get the lava? It kind of has to be. Yes.
Yeah. Cool, so it went in looking like that little boring little grey thing. And now we have a less boring little grey thing.
Cool.
Let's add some colour to it. So what we can do, if we select the colour, we can always select everything that has that colour on it. It's a quick way of selecting everything without changing the colour of something you want to stay the same. So with this, the stalagmite should stay the same. And we can just make it the default colour like that. Awesome. And now let's add the rest of the colours, so like that, like, oh, that doesn't work properly.
It really wouldn't be old school if we removed pineapple pizza, would it?
Yeah, they're like really retro. Seems.
Is it in classic?
Don't know if it's that retro. I can't recall. It sounds like something that would probably be added in RS2 with like an expansion to cooking or something. Although, cakes.
Are you dreaming of cakes now?
You're just rambling at the moment.
That's fine. Let's see if there's any other interesting questions. Throw me your interesting Fossil Island questions. No,
Sure.
it's not Jurassic Park. Oh dear. People think fossils and they instantly think dinosaurs, but dinosaurs are not the only fossils.
And same thing now, I've got to do the top, but being as this will line up properly like that, oh, well, in fact, I'll just grab this over and match it up a little bit better. So originally it's going to have to be that colour. Nope, that didn't work. There we go. Like so. but I also got to have this sort of edging. You see at the top here line up perfectly with this, if they're next to each other, in sort of like a corner shape. So go to the top and drag them over.
Ooh, here's all the questions. So yes, you will go into the volcano. That's part of the mining minigame. What have we got? Will there be water underwater? I'd be shocked if there wasn't.
That's a good point. If you go down with a bucket of water,
Ooh.
does it stay?
If you go down with empty buckets,
Do you come up with
do you
buckets?
come up with? Oh, I've so got to do that.
That'd be cool.
3 buckets of water. Not that buckets of water are particularly expensive, but oh well.
I mean, the closest bank is not better than filling up at a general tap or something. So, Dino versus Dragons.
Did you stand up and flap to get the wyvern animation right?
No.
I don't recall you flapping around the office.
I've done it a few times where I've sort of been like, but I don't have wings, so that's quite difficult to do. If it's a human animation, I might try and act out a little bit. But
I've so got to stop that as well. You're not going to be able to empty buckets and empty water buckets underwater.
yeah. Will you just leave it as well? If you're drinking potions under there as well, will they just sort of fill up with water as well?
Possibly.
Get
Dig
diluted?
site. No, dig site will not change except for the barge, just north of
Yeah.
it.
That was a shame, really. I quite like what the artist did with that back in the day.
It was quite cool. Wasn't it?
With the buckets, with the people
Yeah.
building the barge, it was really nice.
PVM bosses would like to, but I'm not sure if we'll get time. Skilling is my primary focus.
You've done bosses before.
Yeah, I know. Cerberus
the
and
Cerberus, yeah.
what was the other one I did? There was something else I did and I can't remember what it is. I'm terrible at remembering what I do. Yep, we will have broken and wrecked ships under the water. They will be an integral part of our underwater area. And where is it located in the world? It is located north of Mauritania. What keyboard do you use? Theme of the stream.
This is a... Oh, what's that called again? Oh, it's a CM Storm Ultimate Quickfire.
There you go.
Product
And it's
placement.
very noisy.
Yeah. Probably not the best to use for streaming.
No.
Maybe just some standard keyboards next time. And it's not so bad just pressing the odd button, but when you start typing, it's a little bit of a racket.
So how do these projects work? Well, for a project this size, normally we would have 2 devs on it, but we're doing Inferno at the same time. So it's just me as a dev at the moment and Mod West as artist. So yeah, pretty much we are the only 2 working on it at the moment, aren't we?
We've got QA.
I mean creating assets.
Oh,
yes.
right. Yeah.
QA break things.
QA break the things and tell us to make it better.
Yeah. So pretty much it's myself, Mod West and Mod J, Mod Wolf.
Mod J.
Oh.
Mod Wolf.
Yeah, terrible at names. Never mind.
Is the quest already done? Is the quest part something you'll implement first?
The
or
quest is part done. Skybox's engine work.
It'd be
Sorry.
cool though, if it was just like a simple colour change for areas.
I'm not actually sure how that would work. Because we don't actually have at the moment there is no concept of areas
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
for a skybox. It just is the skybox.
It might turn up when a certain third-party software released theirs and had these nice blue skies inside of caves.
Yeah. What else we got there?
QA is like breaking Lego buildings.
No, the Farming Guild will not be on Fossil Island. I believe that's planned for Zaya, is it? I don't know.
It would be very cool.
Yeah,
I think we need more guilds.
I
think the
like farming.
the
Farming's my favourite
The
skill.
woodcutting guild went down really well, so
Yeah.
certainly up for that. Okay.
The quest is a novice
done.
quest, because you really only need 100 kudos to start it, and you can get 100 kudos with very minimal skills.
Save binary file. Okay, so that part is done. Now all I need to do is the diagonal part of this, which is a type 5. So let's delete that wall and push these all back a square. Like so. And now I need to turn this asset into what I've done with those assets. And then once I've done that, get them in game, and then move on to the props.
Cool. The poll, I think, is going live next week, either that or the week after.
Ruined.
We need some time to give you feedback on the feedback you've given us, and do some tweaks to the blog, and all that kind of thing before we actually poll stuff.
What am I doing? I am modelling some assets for Fossil Island.
At the moment, looking at your screen,
At the moment, just taking a little bit of a break.
it's a grey blob with a brown blob from over here.
Yeah. Cool, so gonna save this out again. Clicky keyboard returns. Oh, buttons are different. That's even what B does. Oh, B is border select. I don't even need a border select, it's just the default in this. Tools, scene management. Okay.
Yes, kudos maximum will go up because there's going to be new ways of getting kudos. No, the hard diary task for 153 kudos will not change because it actually says 153 kudos. But it does leave us open to a potential addition to the elite diary because we're upping kudos, which will be interesting. Nope, no more spell books. Not for Fossil Island, anyway.
It's a possibility in the future, though.
Never know.
Although we've just released a spell book, not last year.
We'd have to come up with even more ideas for spells.
Yeah. If anything, just expanding the
Yeah.
Arcade spell book. would
I
probably
think
be
we've
a
got
better
space in
route.
the existing ones to be honest with.
And that as well. I mean, we've got 4 now, so
Yeah.
it seems like a sufficient amount. That's not the bloody shortcut, is it? So that needs to be...
White salamanders really didn't fit the theme of Fossil Island. Salamanders are a main continent kind of content.
Continent content.
I really like the idea. I just don't think they fit the actual island.
Maybe something a bit more on related.
Yeah.
Cool. And now that fits in there quite nicely. It's sort of getting a bit skinny there in the middle, but it's not the end of the world. It's a cave. It's sort of expected to look a little odd in places. Let's add some more division here. For this one, just to save a bit of time, I'm not going to add stalagmites. Maybe stalactite actually. I don't want it. I don't really want the walls to feel too busy. You know what I mean? Do I want to add one there actually? Yeah, let's add another division there.
Volcanic ash should be kind of middling to obtain. I don't see it being too easy, but neither do I see it being really, really hard. I'm envisioning it being as part of the mining minigame, perhaps one of the rewards from it. So yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult.
what time is it? It's half past 4.
Yep.
So
Is it clam time?
it's almost clam time. Just got to add a bit more detail to this. Looks like we're having people join us.
Yay.
Hello. There will be a teleport to the island, which will be helpful if you want to get to certain things. The Birdhouses hunter experience, it's sort of middle of the range for hunters. It's sort of filling the gap between, well, the early levels of hunter, which can be quite a pain to do. It will definitely be a funner way to train than catching birds with snares, that's for sure. Well, a little bit more passive, but you can do other things while around the island while that's going on. So, do I want to have a little bit more information? I might just make a really quick cut here for like a little stalactite, just a tiny one.
That's an interesting question.
What's
Do
that?
you always make your assets from scratch, or do you use sort of preset assets? Do you have a library of assets?
Oh yeah, we have tons of assets, like stupid amounts. So if you played the Easter event recently, I tried to use as many assets that already existed for that as possible. I even went about editing a few assets just to sort of get that sort of feel to it. So the main like chocolate sort of stove in that area was a mixture of assets from a brewing quest with the pirates, where you have to go to Braindeath Island.
Oh yeah.
As well as the blast furnace and the Tower of Life.
Yeah.
So I've just sort of took all these assets and sort of fused them into one.
I was similar with the Christmas event because I didn't have a graphics artist for that.
Yeah.
I took the sort of machinery from the Easter event and sort of changed it a bit, and it worked quite well.
Yeah, it helps keep things old school when you've got a lot of things to reference back to.
Yes.
And edit as well. So while I'm in here, I'm actually going to make this thing up here instead of doing it in jagged like I did last time, because it's a little bit slower to do it that way. So we need to add 2 divisions, and I might make this shape a little bit more interesting by chamfering this like so. That sort of just splits the vert into multiple verts. Well, it chamfers it. I don't know what that means.
I think someone's confused about where Fossil Island might be because
Oh yeah?
Ulm is on Zaya, and that is in the far west of the lands, and Fossil Island is in the far east of the land. It is sort of north of Mauritania, so they have nothing to do with each other at all.
Or do they? Perhaps a wizard?
A wizard did it, yeah.
Okay, so this asset is almost finished. All I need to do is just I'm going to sort of extrude from these 2 polys here to make a stalactite that should hopefully stay within its box. Funny, I can keep it there, as well as just putting these in the correct space using the snap tool again, like so.
Are we going to be reusing any existing assets from the Demoga camp, the underwater existing area? Yeah.
For sure. So I think all the coral down there would be a good thing to reuse, because that is, it's a lot of nice assets in that area for the 100, Recipe for Disaster quest.
Hello.
He's back again.
How are you guys doing? How's it coming along? How's the wall kit?
It's good.
Is it good?
Yeah.
We've got stalagmites and stalactites.
Stalagmites, stalactites.
Mites are the ones that are on the floor, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And tights because you hang them on.
Because
the
mites,
yeah.
mites crawl around on the floor
And tights you hang them.
down.
Yeah. Okay, that's how I know.
Yeah.
Good. Good. Hugchamp. Hello. Yes. Hi. How are you all doing? Not this guy. Cat the dog says. Sorry.
Don't worry, that guy gave you a heart.
Okay. Good. Okay, I got 1 at least. You know that Solo Parker really hates me.
Really?
Supposedly, that's what he just said.
God, I hate Wolf.
It's like with voices from.
From above.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting being off camera.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sort of sometimes just forget
I'm
that
so
I am
used
on
to being
camera.
on camera.
I'm just like, oh yeah, shit, I can zoom
Take
in.
that as you wish.
So, what am I going to do here? This seems a bit thick, really. So I'm going to champ for this one as well. Oh, not like that. Oh, not like that either. Redo. So shrink that down a little bit.
Maz leaked my name. When did you leak my name?
Sorry, I called you Jay.
They know-
It's fine.
They
You
know
can
you're
call
called
me Jay.
Who would have thought?
I'd rather be called... What do you mean by that?
They've heard your name before.
Yeah, they have, that's true.
Like tons
I
of
don't mind.
times.
I just prefer Wolf. I just think that Wolf's less of a boring name. Like, how do you shorten my name? What's my nickname? How can you nickname Jay?
J.
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 Yeah.
J. J. Smoke.
Yeah, that's one way to shorten it.
How is the map looking? Can I be rude and ask to look at the map? I haven't seen.
Not much has changed with the map.
Okay.
I've been working on this,
modelling- we've been
this part of the
modelling.
wall kit for quite a while now.
Oh,
so
okay, sorry.
Just working towards
It
it.
looks less green.
Yeah,
is
I
less
sorted the
green,
colours
yeah.
out. To be fair, you actually haven't been here for a while, so you probably haven't seen
Wait, I'm gonna grab.
these sections. He's gone. I swapped the map editor. In fact, you could just look up there, couldn't you? Okay, back to modelling. So we've got that up there. That is a weird shape, so I might actually add an extra vert on that edge, as I have the poly count. You can actually use far more polys than you'd expect in this game. Of course, you've got to always keep an eye out for using too many, because if you use too many, the frame rate generally doesn't agree with you. That's part of the reason why we can't increase like the render distance, because that would impact the frame rate quite considerably.
Hello, I'm gonna awkwardly shuffle in so you can show me what you've done. Let me just move this over here. Hello. Ah, okay, let me know. Here we go.
Okay, cool. So we've got those,
Oh yeah, that looks good.
and down here we have all of the levels now blend sort of with the actual
That's really good.
colour of the terrain, and same up here. So up here we've
You have a
got
really soft voice, by the way, Connor.
really soft.
Yeah.
I think it's actually starting to go. I've been talking for so long. I usually don't just sit here all day annotating what I'm
Actually,
doing.
wait, yes you do. We can hear you. I can hear you from the other side. I'm now deleting this poly. The texture's not working.
From the other
I'm
side?
repacking.
Wait, have you passed over?
No, I mean from the...
The other side of the desks, where the artists sit.
Oh, I leaked your name. Sorry, Connor.
They know my name.
Leaked. Maz. Maz is Maz. You can't
Yep.
leak Maz.
Maz is Maz.
That's a good point. I mean, if there wasn't already a Mod Connor, I probably would have just gone for Mod Connor, so it's not as if it's like...
I think you could have got it. There isn't a mod Connor.
There is.
No, yeah, but he has a single N.
I think there might actually be a mod Connor with two ends.
Really?
Possibly.
Darn. Oh,
Either way, I feel like having a Mod Connor and a Mod Connor... Oh no, they're spelled differently, don't worry. This is a bit...
as opposed to a mod Connor.
He wasn't Mod Connor. He
I
was
know,
Mod
but that would have been
Merchant.
cool though, wouldn't it?
But everyone would have been pronouncing it wrong.
That's true, but I think it would have been fine, generally.
Lots
Hello.
of people have just arrived.
Yeah.
Cake owner.
I have
Kate
a...
Kona in
oh
the
god.
chat.
Q&A time.
Mod cake, yeah. Oh my god, they said it. It's like they knew. That was very quick.
Keiko.
They could sense you entering.
And now the chat is full of them.
Cool. Always is. I left my drink here.
Oh.
This is really nice. I don't know who. We're not sponsored, but Drench, strawberry and lime. Good job. It's delicious.
I'm sure they're watching.
What questions have we been answering? We've been talking anything about
Oh, lots of things.
Oh,
of
loads of
things.
things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone got A9 cooking.
So we got A9 cooking.
We
Congrats.
congratulated them.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name though.
It's higher than my cooking level. I need to play it a lot more. I need to do my hard achievement diaries as well. Actually, I've been waiting to do them for like a month. Sorry, not even a week.
A week is like, it's not long.
Yeah. But I mean, I got the levels and I was like, but only hard.
To be fair, I think
not that
I think I got all the requirements done for the Falador ones. I just never got around to doing them.
It's a square. Oh no, it's not square. No, it's less square.
They won't be able to tell. I hope. And oh, that's annoying.
Can we get the
Bring that
helix
down.
fossil on the island? That's a good Easter egg if we can get that.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, we'll sneak it on.
In fact, I sort of already put it somewhere.
Have you?
Yeah, I put it in
Oh,
on the
spoilers. Don't do it.
in the Zayri work.
Do you?
Put in the fishing hamlet.
Does it have an examine? Does it say praise?
It probably does.
Good man.
I thought we weren't allowed memes.
It's not a meme.
It's not a meme. It's
It
it's
will
a
be.
religion.
Okay, that's
It
true.
will be.
Yeah.
Have I edited this? I don't know. I'm going to check this out just in case.
We have an exciting stream today. Who do we have on in 20 minutes? We have obviously Chris.
Yep.
We have 2 new mods. So we have Mod Rye
Mod Rye,
and
Mod
Mod
Stone.
Stone. Myself and Mod Kieran, I believe, as well. And Mod Rob? No.
No, he's just.
He's loitering. I lied.
He's always loitering.
New mods. Oh, I know. They're so
Hype.
excited. Can I make a ha face? Yeah, sure thing. There you go.
Giving him fuel.
It's fine. Let's stop Reddit now. I want to get a good one if it's going to be top Reddit.
Is anything on Reddit so far?
There you go.
Oh, I've not checked Reddit today. So
Haven't you?
I assume it's.
Don't you feel cut off from the world when you can't check Twitter and Reddit
Well, I
when you've
could
been doing
check it.
7 hours of streams? Here comes Mod Stone. Oh, and here's Mod K Corner right here.
Can you be seen? Oh yeah, you
You
can.
can be seen. Just.
You're confusing your rocks.
What are you trying to say?
Like I thought it was too low.
You're like, let's just back the camera up a little bit. Like.
I was saying. So yeah, this thing here.
Yeah. Oh my god, you put the helix fossil in game. And it's got like candles around it. I'm so proud. It looks like I'm not gonna lie, it looks a bit like a cinnamon roll.
I mean, like you can only do so much.
Yeah, it does look a little cinnamon rolly.
I don't know
But
if I can actually get
there
it.
you go, guys. The helix fossil already exists in game. Did you even call it helix?
It's just called.
Wint helix. You're
That's
so.
the
Oh my
config
god.
name. It is
That's brilliant.
Well said, brother.
Rate West's work so far.
stuff.
It looks really good. I think
Brains.
it's looking really good.
Let's go back to here.
Would you disagree? I think it's looking good. Oh, you showed the mermaid.
Oh, yeah, I showed it earlier as
Yep,
well.
we've shown
And the
the
leprechaun
mermaid.
as well. Because that was already supposed to be. Yeah, there you go.
So no, even in this little window, it doesn't activate animations. So he's not actually inside his pot of gold, but he is attached to it.
He's bobbing along. He's like,
Yeah, he's attached to it by a chain to keep him in place because you don't want your leprechaun wandering off, do you?
no, damn right.
But yeah, that was I sort of leaked it by accident.
Do you think
like
that she's not actually swimming? We don't have a swimming animation. She actually walks like this on her 2 fins. She like waddles.
Is it possible to get a top-down render of the RuneScape world? It would take a long time.
Yeah.
But I could do it using this feature here. Like if I go to
Oh, I've just realised that's how they used to do the
Yeah.
the wiki pages.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
they just press that button and then they go to the top floor first, and that's it.
I'm actually kind of mind blown.
Yeah, that's why.
This is like
when I first saw
childhood
it.
being ruined right now.
Of course, the issue is when you rotate it,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, why? But I guess the camera's culling things, and that's just the way it is. Okay, back to the model.
Sorry, back to work. Sorry,
Back to
I'm
work.
distracting you. This is still like, he is still technically working. Like, if he doesn't finish his model, he doesn't get fed tonight.
You're assuming you get fed anyway.
Yeah, that's true. We'll throw away the key.
That's okay. I guess I'll stay. I'll just stay here for Easter.
We don't actually leave. We're like school teachers, or how I always envisaged school teachers to be when you were a kid. Like they live in the school. Like nobody leaves Jagex. Ever.
Here forever. Just like they are with the game.
Yeah. You guys, I'm so excited to see your guys' reaction to the two mods. I'm feeling hopeful for this one.
What for memes?
I just think, they'll get on really well with them both.
All minerals together.
Back to work, you slackers. Do you know when you wake up sometimes and you think to yourself, this is my job?
Yeah. It's quite cool.
Somebody told me the other day, like, I logged into my account to do my herb run, and they went, get back to work. It was at lunch. And he was like, get back to work. And I was like, I'm literally paid to play games. This is my job. Like, when you're talking to your mother and you're trying to tell her, like, yeah, I kind of put a poly next to a poly and I made a mermaid the other day.
Is that how you make mermaids?
I
You put a
think,
poly next to a poly?
I think they always, well, on my first day here, I made the tiara for the expansion for the Blue Scrolls, and every time they bring that up, I'm just like, it's just one tiara. I don't even like it. It didn't turn out too good. Yeah. It's cool when you make dragons. Dragons definitely cool. It's like, oh yeah, I was just
You've done
modeling
so
some
many
dragons
dragons.
today.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Whereas comparatively to I just
Wyverns.
stalactite. Wyverns, sorry.
People know what a dragon is.
For the record, the Dragonkin also made Wyverns. And the
They both.
Dragonkin are... You could say they made dragons as a whole. I'd say a Wyvern is kind of a dragon. Can we confirm the drop rate?
Like a cow is a horse, yes.
With the what?
What?
That's not a fossil island
Yeah, that
question.
was not a fossil question.
Make Spyro the Dragon.
Oh, that'd be cool. But that's also not a fossil island question. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted. Oh look, it's oh, I thought it was a pillar.
What is-
It's like a wheatie.
Oh, right, yeah,
I got
that's-
you a chocolate pillar.
Craves.
Oh, look, a squirrel
Where?
behind you.
Ah, there it is. Mod Savage Maz. We'll be told the approximate speed weights for underwater skilling and hardwood farming prior to polling. What I can tell you, okay, with hardwood farming experience rates, what I can tell you is that you are not looking at an increase of maybe more than about 1k XP every day. That's not because you're getting 1k from the tree, but, you know, it takes a long time to grow. So it's a very small amount of experience overall. You'll get a good chunk when you click on it, obviously.
Well, they're quite mid-level
Yeah.
farming
Yeah,
patches.
They are
They
mid-level.
fit nicely in mid-level.
Think around the level of maple tree, but if it took substantially longer to make, so you multiply it by the amount of time that it actually takes to grow. Is essentially what it is, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. Who is? I'm not that small.
No, but the squirrel is.
That's true. This guy.
requirements
What are the
to get to
requirements to get to
Fossil
Fossil Island? What are the requirements to get to Fossil Island?
100 kudos.
That's correct. And the quest, Bon
And
Voyage.
the quest.
I always say it in a French accent usually, but I don't think I should on stream. Whenever I read it, I always go, Bon Voyage.
Before you just did.
What's a kudos? Kudos is like kudos to you. It's like it's the museum
that describes
rewarding
it.
you for what you do, right? It's like their way
It's
of
a
tracking
measure
what
of
you've
their
done.
appreciation.
Yeah.
So once you've completed some quests, you can go and talk to some guy on the second floor, and he just gives you a bunch of kudos for telling you
Yes.
about it,
Yes.
as well as the Natural History Museum.
That one,
Quiz.
and obviously level 9 Hunter. I really wanted the starting part of that blog to be, no longer will the museum be a quick, fast track to level 9 Hunter.
Well,
Well, it will still
yeah,
be,
still will be.
but it'll also be more than that, is what I meant to say, I guess. Doing great, man.
Is the Q&A today? Yes, it's in about 10 minutes.
Yes, I'm going to scooch on over in 5 minutes. Have we lost Maz? I think we've lost Maz. Oh, she'll be back. The Terminator. I'll be back. Will Red Log be used for barge as proposed when Fossil Island was first pitched? Potentially. I'm not going to tell you.
That's an idea.
No. Bon Voyage referencing The Incredibles. Bon Voyage is just a generic French saying for... I'm going to Google it.
Good.
But it's to do with seafaring. Bon Voyage.
Good journey.
What, sorry?
Good journey.
It means good journey, according to Mod K Corner.
And he's correct.
He is. I'm impressed.
It depends who you fly with, whether it's a good journey or not.
Oh. Merci, mon petit chauffeur, my little cauliflower. What's right? Oh, yes, I'm ready.
So this asset is now complete. So I'm trying to correct the render order on it. What are you laughing at?
Nothing. Keep going, mate.
Put me off.
I do that every day at work, mate. I have really chapped lips, though.
Yeah, same. And my voice is definitely going. It's starting to feel a little...
Do you need any more water? Are
Rough.
you all right?
They love that sound.
That one.
Yeah, they love it. Every time I have a drink.
It's like ASMR. You're going to whisper.
So today we're doing a little stream for Fossil Island. We're currently creating the stalactites and slowly but surely working that render order. You know, I feel as though it's bannable on Twitch now. I think it is.
What, ASMR?
Yeah.
Probably.
You know, I introduced it jokingly to somebody in Engine.
Oh, yeah.
It was like a bubble popping one because he was like, "What's ASMR?" So I googled the that
video.
one, and I went over to his desk the other day and he was listening to like a 6-hour compilation of ASMR, and I'm like, "Oh, dude, not at work."
Yeah, they get pretty weird.
We're not much wall left.
Not much wall left.
I mean, how many more wall pieces have you got left to do?
I think for the cave, I got a corner to do, but I'm gonna not do the corner now. I'm gonna put these in game so we can see them activated in the map editor, and then I'm gonna work on a prop. So I'm gonna go with a clamshell.
Ah, good.
So like a 2x2 clamshell.
Will you animate it go bloop, bloop, and like bubbles come up?
One day.
Bloop. Okay.
Probably not today though.
Okay, all right, that's
Because
fine.
I've only got 2 hours.
Okay, that's true.
But yeah, that's the plan.
Don't
So
look at me. I mean, keep working when you're talking.
It's good to have a little bit of a break every now and then.
It's a hard life, I know. It's so hard.
Well, I usually like stand up. And
If I had a pound for every
stretch,
poly in that model,
every pound in that poly,
if I had a pound for every poly in that model,
60 quid.
I'd have. That's not a lot of money, really, is it?
That one's got 58, and that one's got 125. That's a bit more complicated.
That one's got like a hole in. I imagine like an eel would pop out of that.
Yeah, anything, a fish,
What a fish.
anything really. Anything that would.
This is
live
how
in a
you get
cave.
through sanity of creative. You okay? I thought there was a render issue there. I thought you were looking at it backwards there, like
What like
yeah. Which triggered.
Okay, so let's. What am I doing? So I've saved out the models. I've got the config file here. I don't believe I need to change any of that. That's all plugged in.
Take over and let West have a break. Trust me, if you get a model from me, you can get a square and a circle because there's a tool that makes a cube and a sphere.
Oh yeah, you can just add them there.
Add a sphere. You can turn up the amount of how round it is as well, can't you? How do you do that? That's cool. I think it's kind of funny. You make a sphere have more polys than anything else.
Let's go 8.
Hey, you make an octagon.
I don't wanna.
That's a cylinder.
Yeah, isn't that what you wanted?
No, I wanted a sphere. And I want you to keep adding more and more polys so it gets so smooth that you don't even need garage shading. And then you crash our internal software.
You can only actually have 3 divisions. That's the maximum it gives you.
Damn
I mean,
it.
that's pretty.
That's got more polys than all 3 of those wall kits. How many has that got in?
1,280.
That's got 1,200. That's a lot of polys for a circle.
Sphere.
Sphere. Not. Damn it. Same thing. It's not the same thing. One's three-dimensional, one's two-dimensional.
Actually, it's quite cool with it off, actually.
It looks like a golf ball.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I came to work at Jagex and not continue my law degree. All right. Would you want to be defended by me? Come on, man. Think about it.
Okay, so do I have a cave wall top? That would probably be the.
Right. I am going to love you and leave you because I'm going to go sit on the couch and get ready for the stream. So see you guys in 5 minutes. Keep watching.
I'll be on for another 6 minutes. Hopefully, I can
Yes.
pack this and get just a final view of the level before you go. If I just need to get a new config down. So I'm going to take this top here. Let's remove the ambient. We don't need that for this one. We're just going to have like a cap to the cave. So we're going to use the same model, which need a different recolor for it. So I believe, what color is it? Let's pull in the top model. So its default color is 16872. So we're going to put that in the config here. So that's the standard color. We want to change it to this color, which is just simple 0. Black is 0. Awesome. And then we can save that and want to give that a different name, as we don't want to get those 2 configs confused. So we want to go with cave wall. Well, let's just replace high with cave like that and save it. And now that should be good to go. So I'm going to go off to the side here and submit that. And the tappy keyboard returns. Job number. Added cave toolkit. Yep, pretty much. Well, maybe to the underwater area. I know how much you love typing, so I'll keep on typing. I'm going to submit that and pack it. I mean, a lot of this I'm doing on the other screen because you can't see these tools for reasons. So what I just submitted was a map, a couple of model files, as well as a config file. So I've got to pack the relevant, compile the relevant information. And map. So that will be compiling for the next couple minutes. Hopefully quick enough I can show you it before we move over to the stream in the next, well, at 5, which will be in 4 minutes. Okay, so until then, let's sort of recap what we've got in the editor here. So if you're just tuning in for the live stream, or for the Q&A, I've been working on this underwater area here, as you can see. So this is it before I've activated the cave wall kit. So as you can see to the corner down there, the cave wall kit is still using the basic grey placeholder stuff. And when I update this, it will all change to sort of have a similar colour to that. Of course, oh yeah, I guess I could use that top to making that. We'll get to that. So yeah, that is still packing. If there's anywhere they want me to go in map, I can look at some places with this cool viewer at the top there. So tell me a place on the map I can go there. Under watermelon. So we can go to, that's a nice tower, the Wizards Guild. That is a lot smaller than you'd expect. I think I saw someone on Reddit post like a cool render of this the other day. So we go here. And there's Yanil from the top. So at the moment I'm just stalling until the map updates. That's what this is right now. Is there a Q&A today? There is a Q&A today. It's in literally 2 minutes time. We'll move over to the couch and you'll be able to see our two brand new J-mods. NMZ. Yep, there's NMZ back there. Where is it? Oh. There we go. With the beautiful cow and the glowing orbs. God Wars Dungeon. Yeah, I can. Oh, see if I can find the God Wars Dungeon. There's the world map. So the dungeon is sort of. I mean, I'm not pulling it in because it is just sort of all over the place. Can I find God Wars Dungeon? That's gonna be bad if I can't find it. It's quite snowy, so it should be fairly obvious. Is that it? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where the God Wars Dungeon is. All the dungeons are sort of organised in a sort of strange way. Doesn't generally make sense. And being as that was added extra to 2007, it's sort of difficult to locate. I mean, I can take it to the lore roller. That's cool. It's actually finished packing now, so I can go back in game just before the stream starts. Let's close that down. So now that I've reloaded the map editor, I can now see the changes I've just made with the assets I've just created. So if we locate the area of the underwater area, there we go. So now, as you can see, let's go to the top floor, towards the caves down here. We've now got this wall kit activated down here, with the edges going out to that. So yeah, what I need to do now is update the other wall kits to sort of replicate that sort of effect. So we have this sort of nice, smooth sort of transition, which I can sort of temporarily do by grabbing the cave wall top and just adding these assets like that down here, and that sort of keeps it all neat and tidy like so. Cool. So yeah, that's what I've been working on all day, and I think it's about time we transition over to the Q&A, and I'll be carrying on working for the next hour, but until then, have the time.
What's stoned already, I mean?
I'm going to unmute my microphone.
Oh, that's
Probably a good
always
idea.
a benefit, Chris, if you unmute
There we
your
go.
mic.
We're not muted. How's it going, guys? Welcome back to the Q&A. Today we're joined with two new faces, Mod Stone and Mod Rye.
Right.
Gotta get used to that. We've also got Mod Wolf,
Hello.
Mod Kieran,
Hello.
myself, Mod Archie. Let's get into the question specifically for the new guys.
Fresh meat.
Oh no.
It begins. Here we go.
If you guys have any questions specifically for the new mods, go ahead and send them to the chat. Mod Rock is on the keyboard grabbing those questions.
Hang on. He gets Mod Handsome.
I,
When I joined, I got...
I think that is for you, right? That's not for me.
No. This is unfair. He's meant to have like a mean name. Don't be nice to him.
I think I see a lot of stoned and
Ice Poseidon's brother.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Chris. Continue your questions.
Right. All right. First question is on this page. So, what are your titles for Jagex?
So I am the new junior artist.
and I'm the new market manager.
Okay, so what does that mean? That means we're gonna see stuff you do.
Yep.
They will see stuff you do, but they won't know it's from you.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. All right. What were you doing before working at Jagex?
So I finished my master's degree in game design last June. Then I created our own indie studio with 3 people from university, left that around November, and now I'm here working for Jagex.
Mine's not quite as exciting. I worked as a market manager for a cloud company, cloud software, not actual clouds, it'd be a bit strange. Maybe that can come in for the Sky question later. And before that, I did a history degree, and I've also done a ski season as well as a chef. That's me.
All right. What urged you to work for the Old School team?
I've been playing RuneScape for 12 years, just over, and it's kind of been...
Keep going, you got this.
Don't
Come
read
on,
the chat.
Ignore it, don't read it.
Ignore that. But yeah, I've been playing it for a hell of a long time, and it's just kind of been one of those things that's just kind of been on my wish list, really. And now I'm actually here doing it, and it's kind of awesome.
How's it been for you? It's been 2 weeks so far.
2 weeks, yeah.
Has that been for you? Expectations?
If all met.
You've
been
hit
great.
the ground running
You
from our
did.
perspective.
Oh
Like,
my god, he did something so great that we can't really talk about.
No, we can't, but
It was
like,
good.
Can't we?
Yes.
Moderize jumped right into
Probably not.
mapping for. He's jumped right into mapping for Brimstone,
said
and he's made damn good progress
Yeah, we can
already.
say
It's
that.
looking fantastic.
Can't believe he's.
I think we can
said
say
it.
the thing that we want to say.
No, I'm
no, I'm not saying it.
No, we can't say that, but I think it's safe to say that what is
Is that on
coming.
Matt K at the window? Peering
Oh,
in.
sorry.
It's a nice little thing to see when they go live.
Yeah, okay, all right. It's good. It's good.
It's a nice little Easter egg.
It is.
And it proves that you have been playing the game for 12 years and you're not just making it up. For me, I've been playing for about the same amount of time, 2005, 2004. I had a break in 2011 and then started playing again back at the... Oh, we've got some flickering going on.
Oh, no,
looking
ignore it.
nice.
Keep going. This is professional.
Keep going. And yeah, so I started playing again at the late end of 2016.
Sorry.
I can't even say...
Just keep going.
Yes, it's working well. And yeah, go on, Chris. Archie, go on again.
No, go on.
It's the stuff was going on behind you and you
So
didn't see
we
it.
have
Sorry.
Mod West's Fossil Island design string behind us. There you go. All right. Wow, that was sneaky. Seamless.
Production quality. Look at that.
So needless to say, you both have a very good understanding of the game.
Yes.
Played a lot. Okay. What's your favorite piece of content in the game?
When there's enough people to do it, Castle Wars. Definitely Castle Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time there, kind of 2007, 2008-ish.
Yeah, that was like the
And
World 2 main world days.
Yeah,
that was
definitely.
fun.
I missed that.
I wish we conferred on this because that was also my piece.
Don't copy him.
That's
Come on.
I'll go something original and also on the same ring, Dueling Arena. I remember making many accounts that just dominate in the Duel Arena and yeah, just general wilderness. I'm glad that came back properly. Really happy to see that. And so far, my new accounts aren't doing so great, but hopefully they'll get there.
We'll get there. So I guess if you had to categorize yourself as a skiller, PVM, PKer, which one of the three would you be?
Definitely skill.
Okay.
Yeah.
PKer for me.
Awesome. All right. Nice. 2, 3 PKs?
Do you include Jed 3?
Yeah. All right. You do PVM as well, though. Ronan doesn't PK. Where are we at here? If you could get one thing in the game without being pulled, what would it be? This is for the whole team, but we're going to start with you guys.
I was not prepared for that. Still fair. I've already answered this question. I went through my dues.
Plenty early.
For me, it would be a revamp of the mining guild.
Okay.
Yeah.
Strong start. Good job.
That's highly requested, so you're winning.
I need to phrase this properly, but I would like to see really, really low level free-to-play PKing like viable for a long amount of time. I'm not saying a toggle for no experience in the wilderness, but you level up so quickly.
Yeah.
And I think that's such a nice piece of content. It would be nice to extend it a bit.
I actually like the way you were explaining this earlier. So I think you said you made a level 3 account just to go around and kill looters.
Yeah.
But it's a shame because you get hit points levels, you level up so quickly you can't kill them anymore.
Exactly.
So you just want to kill all the looters, that's a great thing.
Yeah, unless you're doing that on like an Iron Man account, it's pretty difficult, right?
Yeah. All right.
Toggles game.
I guess the entire team, I'll start. I've already said this before. I've asked myself this question. I would go for PvP armors. Not so much the weapons. I think Vestal Longsword would just dominate everything in the game. Not touching it. Stat Warhammer, we've got the Dragon Warhammer, all right. Morgan's Javelins, we've got the Thrown Axes. Zuriel's, nah. But the armors, I really liked them. I thought they were fantastic. They were a great gold sink. The second you used it once, you couldn't trade it, you couldn't sell it. And a great moneymaker for Revs as well.
For me, there's a couple of things. I mean, one of them's not controversial because group Iron Man, right? Get into a group of about like 2 to 5 players. Which sounds counterproductive to Iron Man mode, but you can only trade between that group. So you can work together. Maybe one guy gets the mining up and one guy does the smithing, that sort of thing, and you can work together as a team. And I can imagine that would be such a fun way to play the game with your friends, that you really are truly working together. So I love that. That would probably pass a poll. Dungeoneering is my other big one. With different rewards.
My god, fired. So fired.
I'm judging you.
Different rewards, right? Maybe, like, there's a lot of controversy over whether it's a skill or not, right? But regardless of its position in the game, dungeoneering itself, I think, is really, really fun when you really get into it. Getting up to like 120, you had to do quite a lot of it. And I think that's probably... and a lot of people don't like the group aspect of the content either.
I leached the whole way to like 99.
So that's the thing. But you did that because it was a skill. If this is positioned more of a mini game,
Yeah.
you're not forced to go and play it, right? The people who are interested in playing as a group and want to go and do it can. And I think that content was just such fun for me and my friends to go through. And I think it was like a proper little dungeon crawler in RuneScape, and I thought it did that very, very well.
Yeah. So I just loved how they were so happy with what you said to begin with. And they were like, yes, the best ever. And then you said dungeoneering, and they went, nope, never mind. I really want to... I said it when I joined. I really want to make the Nate's Not Helm great again. I want to have an attachment for it.
That's like a
gives
Trump campaign.
Yeah. Nate's not great again. Nate is not great again. An attachment on it that gives it a better strength bonus than Serpentine. I want it to have better prayer than Serpentine, but I want it to have less defense stats. It's just such an iconic item.
What about Yaitso Helm?
Yatiso. No, it's already being like they kind of sniffed it out the other week when I was talking about the Freminic quest I was working with, and they were like, "Oh, this is why." So yeah, that is one of the potential rewards I'm hoping to put in with it. So, well done, Reddit detectives. Well done.
That was a pretty exciting start to the stream, actually. Again, for those of you who did not tune in before the stream, Mod West is designing some Fossil Island stuff over there. And we're going to be jumping to him probably about the halfway point, and then he's going to continue his stream, I think, for a couple of hours after our stream even ends. 1 hour after the stream even ends. So you get to follow his progress and stuff. Right now we've got a zigzag. We'll see what it looks like in a couple of hours. Exciting. Okay. First actual question this week. Loma says, Can you give harsh penalties to people who leave midway through a game of Barbarian Assault? Nothing's worse than someone leaving on wave 8 and then having to start over.
As in, actually halfway through a wave or halfway through a 1 to 10?
1 to 10.
There are issues. No, it is annoying. And obviously when they created it, they anticipated that a bunch of people would probably be in all the lobbies and not just one. So there's a way to resolve this. And it's something the other game did.
We spoke about this the other week together.
Do you want to explain it? You know more about it.
Yeah, so the way that they fixed it in the other game, it's controversial, but it's not terrible. It just takes away from what people would expect, I think. What they did was, if you leave early on a wave, like wave 7, you got a scroll that said you got to wave 7, that was tradable, and you got set back to wave 1. So you could give this wave 7 scroll, you could sell it to somebody and they could start at 7 at that point. So if you want to start on a wave that's higher up, you can do that. If you want to sell, anyway, they're going to dance game it, but he asked me to explain it, all right? Like,
How much do these scrolls sell for?
You're looking at like $1 million for wave 9.
Wow.
Yeah, they're really good, because the thing is, it solves the issue of, hey, I need to start on this wave because everybody else is here. So the 4 people in that team can buy that for. Yeah, they hate it. I knew they hate it, but that's not.
I don't think it would work for us.
Yeah.
This is the type of thing that we actually look to the community, or we sit through a meeting ourselves and say, what can we actually do here? But typically, somebody in the community will have a great idea. We'll say, what do you guys think? Yeah, cool, let's pull it.
Get your ideas in, because we know it is so annoying that when that happens.
Not an easy solution, and yeah, please let us know.
All right, next question. Andrea says, can you add the Grand Exchange to the permanent Deadman world?
There's actually a job in the backlog to investigate what we can do, because that does take a new server going online. It takes the engine team's time to get it set up. I don't think it's too much time, but it takes investigating whether we can justify it, basically.
Tom says, can Big Mo make his return next month in May? For those of you who don't know, Big Mo is something we did, it was last year.
Yeah.
So 2015, actually.
It was very early.
It wasn't every day. I want to say it was every week.
I think it was every day.
Every day we gave them a clue scroll, a random clue scroll that you could get after talking to Big Mo. And yeah, that was it. It was like 30 clue scrolls you got if you did them all.
He was very strong, balancing-wise.
It was a nice little thing to boost activity in May.
If people wanted it.
I think
I'd feel more comfortable if people voted it in.
Yeah.
May is not far away, and we've got a lot of content already being worked on, so something to consider, though. Of course, you guys would have your say. Harry says, can you align the teleports on the jewelry box? Have you seen this?
Oh, yeah, because they're like...
Yeah, the center instead of justified to the left, yeah.
I don't know why. I did, you know what, when I was myself and Rockville tested it, and I didn't even notice until it was pointed out, and now I'm annoyed that it's there. Yeah, essentially. I don't know if it's fixable, because I think he's put code in so that you can... No, I mean, without refactoring the interface easily.
No, I'm pretty sure it's quite an easy fix.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because Ash made it so that you could, if there was ever more teleports on that thing, it would automatically update, right? Like,
but I think it's just a setting when you put a text box to...
Then sure, we'll do it. We'll fix it then. Confirm I'm on here.
If we want to do it, but we might not want to do it.
Yeah.
Ron Maz in the chat just said, Jay, get out of the way. Do you guys want to scoot over a little bit?
I can't, let's move out the way of it.
It's like you're wearing a fancy hat.
I don't know if it's
an afro or
fancy.
something.
It's quite nice.
Can I go this better?
That mostly works. All right. Keep those questions in the chat coming, by the way, guys. Where are we at here?
Stop calling me by my real name, Maz.
Ben says, can we decide how many Zulrah skills go into an item rather than it taking the whole stack?
We could. So when you use skills on it, it could come up and say, how many do you want to actually use? I suspect that might be annoying for some people that want to use them in one go, right?
This discussion with Jay earlier.
Maybe we did it if you use the blowpipe on the scales. It brings up how many you want, but there's an issue there, and it would annoy a lot of people. It doesn't seem something that warrants a toggle either.
It's literally just go to the bank, take out however many skills you want, and that's what you get.
Yeah.
The solution's pretty simple that already exists. Why would we add an extra interface?
It's very similar to the
Just fully charge it.
if you don't have your coins in your inventory, let the Grand Exchange merchants take them straight from your bank. It's like that kind of question. All right. Skepbell says, can we get prayers saved upon logging out? Meaning if we log out with Protect Item on, we also log back in with Protect Item on.
Interesting one. It's came up before. We've pulled it before and it failed before.
What was the rating on that?
And I can't remember how high it got. I don't think it was miles off. But I mean, I can see it being useful. Like, I know in the past I've died. This is back in like 2009 when I'm doing Grotto. I was pretty low level. I'm soloing. I get crashed by a team, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to hop. You're hopping in the room. I log in. I can't get prayer melee on in time because I've got the welcome screen, and then I die. So it'd be useful in that situation to be able to log out with Protect Melee on and log back in with it still on.
You sound really angry about this occurrence.
This is 2009.
It's
I'm still not over it. 8 years later, it still haunts me. That's where it comes in useful. It's a very easy change to make. If the players wanted it repulled and if they wanted it in, I see no issue with it.
All right. I think the community isn't so much in favor of that one, and granted that we already pulled it and it failed.
Yeah.
Tamer says, can you add an animation for making darts? Artist?
I'd really like that.
I mean, we can. We have a lot of other art things to be doing, but if we have time, then sure.
Okay. Would that take much time? I have no idea how much time that would take.
It shouldn't take too much time.
An hour.
An hour?
Jeez.
Confirmed by Mod West. It's exactly an hour.
Mod West has just volunteered to do it right now.
Can it? Stop this stream.
Fly Eagles says, can the Arty Cloak 3 please allow for 3 to 5 daily teleports to the farm patch? The Explorer's Ring 3 allows for unlimited teleports, having a couple extra feels like a little bit more balanced.
Didn't we made it infinite, didn't we, for the elite?
On elite, yes.
I think we could buff the other amounts on that. It's unnecessarily low. I don't know why it's so low.
It is a bit insane.
It's not like there's anything to really be overpowered for getting there infinitely, is there?
I don't even like the fact that the 2 only gives you 1, is it? I want to say 1 for Cabbage and 1 for Ardoin Patch.
I can't remember the amounts, but I think...
It just doesn't make sense. Like the Ardoin Cloak, it gives you infinite to the monastery at 2, but only 1 to the patch. Like, it's a bit confusing, but we can up it. I like the idea of upping it.
Yeah,
A lot of
definitely.
support in the chat there, so let's pursue. Joff says, can we buff the drop rate table of certain wilderness monsters that are forgotten about? Examples being mammoths and high-level dark warriors / bandits. I'm saying they're not killed at all and buffing their drop table. Well, obviously they will be killed with the new Wilderness Slayer Master. Is it worth changing up the drop tables of any of those wilderness monsters?
Give it time, I'd say. The people are going to be killing those things a lot more now anyway.
A lot of them drop literally like nothing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We can look into that.
So I think there was a comment saying the level 115, is it the bandits? They drop the same thing as their level 15 counterparts.
Yeah, we can look into that, absolutely.
Mammoths are particularly underpowered for drop table, I believe.
Speaking of Wilderness Slayer, we didn't really go through today's updates. That's a thing that happened. That's pretty exciting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so today we released a new Slayer Master called Christelia,
Yes.
the witch in Edgeville Jail, and she assigns you wilderness-only Slayer tasks. So you can still only have one Slayer task at a time, but these tasks can only be completed in the wilderness. They're on a separate counter though, so you can't give 25 points a task. So it's really powerful, but to stop you from just doing 9 of another master, then going to this one for your 10th task and getting a massive amount, they're on separate counters. Yeah, and so it's a really good way to get points. They have some unique drops. They have an enchantment scroll that you can use on your Slayer staff that makes the Slayer dart spell even more powerful.
Really powerful.
You have
The emblem chance?
You have a small chance of getting an emblem now outside of Bounty Hunter by doing this, giving away for more non-PK types to be able to get them.
Yep.
If you have something like a skeleton's task and then you go and complete it outside of the wilderness, it won't count for your wilderness task as well, which is a nice idea there. But yeah, that's quite exciting. I'm really excited to see how active the wilderness is going to be after
25
this.
points is a lot of
Yeah.
points. Like, it's not laughing.
Well, I think so many nice rewards for 1,000 points and stuff.
Yeah.
A question in the chat. Cap says, can the rogue's outfit be changed so no duplicates are given, like the lumberjack outfit?
Yes.
I've got that in here somewhere.
Yeah, we get asked this one every week, and we always just, when we get the time to do it, it's on our backlog. So, absolutely, whenever we grab the time.
That was my next question.
It would be Paul,
Wow.
by the way.
From the same guy. Okay. Vivid says, can the fishing guild get a passive boost similar to the woodcutting guild?
It should, really, shouldn't it? What do you think?
Possibly with an expansion to the fishing guild.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I mean, similar to the mining guild, I'd like to do it in the mining guild as well.
Yeah.
And do a small addition there to make it more useful. The same as the fishing guild, all it offers right now is the same spots you get elsewhere. It'd be nice if it had something more unique there as well. And with that update, I think, +7 invisible boost.
Yeah.
I love seeing the contrast in our players. There's some guy that's like caps lock, no, no, no. And then there's some guy that's like, yes! Fight. All right.
What's Connor, Mod West doing behind us? Right now, what's he,
I don't
We'll
know
find
what he's
out.
making.
is it a clam? Can I see
it
the
might
top
be. Is it Crack the Clue?
Oh, there's a delay.
Oh,
It's-
there we have it. You're on stream.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Yeah, we're looking at what you're doing.
Oh, yeah, it's a clam.
It's a clan, as you'd expect from face down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not finished yet.
We'll jump back over to you when you're ready. Just put your hand up.
Looks interesting.
Yes,
Does look interesting.
it's interesting.
All right. Next question. Appender says,
I've never seen that before. It's interesting. Like, I've never had a clam
Moving
in
on.
person. You know what I mean?
I see it moving on in the chat. Here we go. Can we get an untradeable reward from 100 master clues to match the other clue tiers, being 500 for easy, 400 medium, 300 hard, etc.?
What do you want? Like,
Yeah.
that's it. What do you want for that reward? Because, yeah, we can definitely add something there.
That's the best answer. What do you want?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's a gap for there for a reward. It's what you want it to be. When we originally made it, the pet was supposed to like the unique reward for masters, but obviously we didn't want to make that a guaranteed thing after 100.
We'll probably end up following this one up with the next Q&A, given that you'll probably have many suggestions. So I was looking at this next question from Appender. He says, can you look at fixing the lag on 2,000 total worlds? They're currently the only ones where I can't do anything like prayer flicking.
It'll be something for them to keep looking into. We've got, I don't know where the issue is coming from.
Rock coming in says, I actually never experienced this personally.
Yeah, but I see people complain about it all the time. So it clearly exists. I think it might be an issue in certain locations. So it's something that needs to be looked into. Like, it is being looked into. It's just, it's not an easy solution because as Modrock just said, he's not experiencing it. Like, why is that? We have to find out why that is.
Does he have 2,000 total?
He does.
Okay.
He's yeah.
The right people will be on it and investigating it, and hopefully can come to a resolution.
Okay. Where are we at here? Galaxy says, could we be able to hand in spirit seeds to the Grand Tree for some kind of reward? Currently, those that already have the maximum spirit trees in the world often have tons of these seeds piling up because they're untradeable. He's got some suggestions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all right.
Let's change.
This is great. Yeah, if you have an idea, there you go. Follow it up with suggestions. Maybe make the Grand Tree give a random rare seed reward or something along those lines. Maybe not so much a fan of that. Okay, hang on.
I like bird
He's got
nests. I'd give you a bird nest.
Where are we at here?
Right? Seems...
Did you not paste the suggestions onto your sheet?
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
You totally did.
Well, there was only one suggestion, unfortunately. So
I would happily give you a bird's nest, would be my response.
we'll follow it up, and I'll make sure these guys see the other. I think there was 3 other suggestions. So, all right.
I was so glad there were going to be suggestions for what the reward should be, and then there wasn't.
Please be says, can you improve the process of making compost and farming, especially when there is a new possible tier of compost coming in the future? Currently, the process is very annoying since you have to juggle your inventory for buckets and fruit. This one also has suggestions. I have them. Hang on.
Okay.
Introduce a big compost bucket that can hold 15 compost, being a tithe farming reward. All right. To be able to put noted fruit/vegetables in the compost bin, or have the tool leprechaun unnote fruit/vegetables. Increase the size of the compost bin to 30 or 45, and make the process of adding and taking from the compost bin faster. All of those seem like great suggestions.
Yes, I know this is frustrating. It is the fact that it's 15 and not 14 is irritating. 14 would fit perfectly. That you can have 14 buckets, 14 pineapples. Get your compost out, put your pineapples in, no problem.
Yeah.
15, all of a sudden there's 2 bank trips. How we solve that? Any of this would work.
Yeah.
Which one's your favorite?
I personally don't mind the big bucket. I think that's a nice reward if it comes from the right place. And it's convenient for farming trips as well, because you can use it for that purpose as well, that you could take, instead of having 5 slots taken up by like super compost, you can take 1 bucket that's got all the chargers in it.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Okay. Some big bucket spam in the chat. All right, there you go.
Big bucket.
We have a winner.
There you go.
J-Man says, can we get a Dragon Slayer 2 quest and Legends Guild expansion?
I really do like this idea. And Elvarg, right, it's scary when you're a noob and free to play. We ain't had a dragon. We need an epic dragon
We're
for a
getting
Dragon Slayer
Wyverns. We're
2.
getting 3.
They're not dragons.
They're close enough.
And Modmaster's going to freak at you if you call them dragons.
Ah, it's fine.
But I love this idea, and like look at Legends Guild. It was epic back in the day, right? But there's no reason to go there, right? All these guilds, like, they're cool because you get access to a dragon weapon for the first time, that sort of thing. But that's not big end game stuff anymore. Frankly, I'd love the next tier up from Legends Guild.
They've got you there.
Olm isn't a dragon. An Olm is an Olm.
Olm is an Olm.
Wow.
That's
Never
like a
mind, you guys are
creature.
wrong.
Google it.
It's like a lizard. It's a big one.
Yeah, geez. Come on, guys.
God.
But no, I love the idea of doing Dragon Slayer too.
Okay. To follow up on this, actually, a question for you guys. If you could make a sequel to any quest in the game, what would it be?
You first.
Well,
No pressure.
I think I've never done, this is going to probably get some sort of backlash on the chat, but I've actually never done Heroes or Legends.
Oh, wow.
It's a
That's
PK.
yeah, that's how many PKing accounts I've made.
PK has always
Yeah.
8 quests.
Yeah,
I don't know
so
why.
I'm trying to on my now new accounts. It's easy having them all auto-completed on your mod account, which is quite nice. But I think like doing the Dragon Slayer 2 would be really nice, or even like a further series, and we can build that into some of the really nice expansions we have coming up. So that's for me.
Probably Desert Treasure.
Oh,
Yeah,
good,
that's the
good,
part that-
good
It's a
response.
nice, yeah.
That thread on Reddit about the, is it Menethos?
Yeah.
It would come from.
You'd unlock
that
Menethos
was-
with the quest, yeah. You'd unlock Menethos with the quest.
What do you think?
Probably Elemental Workshop, my favourite
Oh,
quest.
God.
I'm kidding. I definitely probably.
Alright, get up now. You're done.
I'm done. That's it.
Out.
Fine.
According to the chat, we're all fired.
Yeah,
Damn.
that's true. There's going to be nobody left. No, I'm working on a sequel to Fremnik series, and we spoke about the other week, and that's the one that I want to do. I want 2 quests to come out of that. The one I'm doing right now, and I want a Grandmaster after that, and I want that Grandmaster to have the sickest of rewards. So,
Okay.
stay tuned for that.
Monkey Madness 3. No, I'm kidding.
Actually,
You were actually gonna say.
Monkey Madness 2 is by far my favorite quest ever.
Go for it.
So it is not out yet. It is not out yet. But Client of Korend. Mod Wolf's quest, that's coming next week. Is it next week?
It is next week.
yes.
I didn't think they knew that, but now they do.
Obviously you haven't played it yet, but I am hyped for what we've got planned for the Zaya storyline. It will bring Zaya to life and really improve how it feels to go there, I think. And I want to see that happen. It'll be our storyline, and we get to write it from scratch essentially.
Yeah.
And I want to take this really far and make it really epic.
Can I just pull back a little bit and just say I really want to just manage expectations here. It's still a novice quest. It's still a very short novice quest that isn't an epic thing. Like, it's not Monkey Madness 2. Think Devious Minds, but a little bit better, and that's
Not
probably
devious,
what
man. That's a terrible example.
Well, it's
That's
close.
a terrible. But this is the introduction, right?
Yeah.
This is the introduction. It's not going to feel like it's necessarily part of the big epic storyline yet.
You'll know
But-
that it is if you you'll see. I don't know. I'm excited. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want people to log in on next Thursday and be like, "Can't wait for this new quest," and then they do it and they go, "Damn you, Mod Wolf! Damn you!" And I'm gonna go.
Why isn't it 6 hours long?
Yeah, it's not 7 hours long, and it doesn't give me like new abyssal claws.
Yep.
Anyway.
There wasn't moving on the chat.
Moving on
There
in
we
the
go.
chat. Sorry.
No, wait. What was your quest?
Yeah, what was your quest?
Monkey Madness 2 is my favorite quest. It doesn't make much sense for us to say, let's do another one. But aside from Monkey Madness 2, I maybe want to say Recipe for Disaster. Only because it was like, I don't know, it just felt like such a massive accomplishment. It was one of those, it was the only quest that I actually did. And I felt like, yes, that was so much effort for such a like
Good reward.
Good reward.
Yeah.
I stuck on Dragon Gloves for like 8 months.
Because you needed
Couldn't be
175
bothered,
quest
yeah.
points.
Yeah.
That's such an arbitrary reward. You can't enter that bottle at 175 quest points.
I'm not sure how many people know about this story, but obviously this was the 100th quest ever made, and like that was a multi-dev project. Like not one dev did all of those quests. Each dev took a mini quest. I believe Mod Ash actually did some of the putting them together and the initial cutscene and that sort of thing. And like it was a massive team effort to produce that, and it's fantastic.
There you go. Recipe for Disaster 2, Abyssal Gloves.
Ooh, there you go.
All right. Mod West, are you about ready for us to head over, or do you want a little bit more time?
Oh, BRB.
You're not allowed breaks. Okay.
You're still on the clock, mate. You know that, right? Like, this is still a working day for you. You can't just walk away.
You know what? The next question is from Lord Gozer. He says, can the price of Dragon Gloves from Recipe for Disaster be reduced from 130k to 26k? It makes no sense having them be the same price as the Barrows Gloves.
That's a good point. Like, why should they be the same price for like one that's got loads
It
better
is a good
stats?
point.
Fashion skin.
But I feel it
Fashion, yeah,
devalues my
potentially.
struggle having Dragon Gloves for 8 months.
Sort of, you should
I'm
have done more
joking,
quests
I
there.
agree. Yeah. But I think Rune Gloves are like, what, 9k or something?
Yeah.
And then you just suddenly jump up to 130k.
Is there any reason they're the same price to begin with?
I imagine what happened was they made them, and it was like a surprise there was another tier. Because on release, you're going to do... What are you laughing at? Oh. It's just, like, I imagine it was a surprise. Like, it came out on release, and then you went, oh, Dragon Claws, 100k, woo, and you purchased them. And it was like, wait, there's a one final quest unlock when I kill the Culinary Mancer? And then you get the barrows, and then you go, damn, I just wasted 100k. But did I say 70? What happened?
I don't know.
Culinary
Culinary Mancer.
It's a tough one to say, I think.
Culinary Mancer.
Okay.
Okay, anyway, yeah, that's probably why. That's what I think.
All right. Ash will know.
Yeah,
He was there.
He
for
will.
that. We'll ask him. Regardless, bringing that price down, I think we're in agreement. Unless there is some secret reason we don't know about, it would make sense. We would offer that. Wobble says, can we add noted snapegrass to Chaos Druids and Dagoths? This would add an easier way to collect snapegrass if you're a lower level, slaying or herblore training.
I'd rather add it as a new farming option for allotments.
I agree.
Yeah.
And that'd be a nicer way to get it than a monster drop.
Fantastic. Nair says, can the first rope from the Calphite lair in the desert be made permanent on the hard desert diary? Having both ropes on elite seems a bit extreme.
What was his name?
Nair? Nair? I don't know. Why?
Nair is a hair removal cream. Like no hair. Honest, it's just heard the name.
Right.
Sorry.
I wouldn't mind doing this, frankly, for everyone. Never mind the
There's a lot
diary
of
reward.
yeses in the chat.
How do people feel if it was just for everyone, that you use a rope once and for you always have a rope? You would lose the benefit of when you add a rope, it works for everyone else as well.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
But a one-time thing, I think it's just nicer.
Okay. On first or both? Oh, good question.
On both.
All right.
They did that at one point, didn't they?
I think so. Where's the rope go? Does the Calphite Queen eat it? Like,
It falls. It's a weak rope. Maybe let them make a stronger rope. Ooh. All right.
crafting skill.
Unknown Aim says, suggestion, toggleable sky update. They went to sky.
That's a
I saw the art,
Interesting
the imagery for that, and it did look. I personally thought it looked really nice.
He matched the sky with the environment, so I think there was one where he was in Zaya and it was like a bit more of a teal than just like a typical light blue. And
I think this is going to be one of those big mixed things where the black abyss of the sky is always been part of Old School. Not that it looks good, but
if you can toggle
it would change the feel of the game a lot, I think, if you had a blue sky. Yes, you
Yeah.
can toggle it. I'm not sure how possible it is
I
either,
wanna poll this
without
one.
big engine improvements.
obviously we would pull it.
No, I mean straw
Yeah.
poll it, because I think
Oh.
this is a very mixed one.
Yeah, good idea. Let's straw pull it. How would you feel about having a sky in the game?
It wouldn't be like a textured skybox. I presume it would be like a coloured.
Yeah, there wouldn't be
poly.
like clouds in the sun. I think it'd just be like a color.
Yeah.
I don't know.
These are all theoretical things, but yeah.
Somebody upstairs is saying that's not possible.
Probably someone in
Find
engine
out.
getting very mad at us.
We'll get that straw pull in the chat for you guys momentarily. Moving on to the next question. Regen says, suggestion, move the Dragon Defender a couple pixels to the left so that it's centered. I'm told we might have done this today.
What have you done?
Did you do this today?
Yeah, it's fixed.
Wow.
MVP'd.
There you go.
That's like-
You get a lot of Reddit karma for that. Yeah, good job. Hitpoint says, why do you need Kudos for Fossil Island? Some low-level skillers wouldn't be able to benefit from this.
So the quest requires Kudos because, you know, the point is that you've helped out the museum. They trust you enough to go on this expedition for them, right? If he means individual parts of the island, it's essentially to lock off certain pieces of content before. Like, you can't just join and instantaneously do the mining activity, right?
Yeah.
You can't do that because you have to find some more. Even if you have like maximum, at the moment you can. It's 120 Kudos, I think, but we're looking at upping that. And at the moment, the maximum Kudos you can get is 153. So I imagine to get into this, to get into the mining activity, you're gonna maybe need 180 Kudos. So you're gonna have to have done something in the new area, for example. You would have had to explore it a little bit before you can do that. And it's slight artificial blocking off of content, but then just as equally, it's kind of thematic, right?
Yeah.
You're helping out.
Yeah.
It's good that we're getting this stuff out right now. Obviously, with the Fossil Island dev blog went out, was very well received, I think. Any particular concerns that we haven't addressed yet, do you guys think?
Obviously, it's bank holiday this weekend, and the team's going to be out tomorrow and Monday. But on Tuesday, we're going to get together, I think, as a team. We're going to go over the feedback, make any changes we think we want to make from that. And we'll be polling it pretty as soon as possible after that,
Like,
I believe.
Some standout ones are Wyvern Slayer level, the Ancient Shield stats might need looking into. The experience rate of the Lava Mine as well might need talking over a little bit. But we've seen a lot, and we'll address it Tuesday when holiday weekend's over.
Overall, really happy with how that went down, though.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So much content on that island.
All right, moving on. Oh, actually, we've got the straw poll here. So how do you feel about adding a sky in-game? 66% yes, 34% no. 1.4 thousand votes. It's not as much as I was expecting, to be honest. That's a toggle as well. That's interesting. You guys really appreciate the Black Abyss. I guess there's some nostalgia there. You don't want anybody else to experience anything else. Yeah, another point worth mentioning, we'll be at Insomnia, was I-60 this week. Mod Rock and Mod Tom H will be at the event, so if you're there, look forward to popping in. We're not going to have a booth or anything, but you guys will be at the PCs area. Cool. Moving on to this question from Ronnie saying, can you add some Spirit Tree patches to Zaya?
There is one, isn't there?
I think there is in Hasidius.
There is one in Hasidius.
That's
It
I hope
sounds
so,
like
because
it
I
sounds like the
talked about
main. Yeah, there is definitely one.
Quest. Yeah.
The issue that people probably still feel like parts of Zaya are hard to get to, and yeah, we'll try and address that as much as possible with anywhere we feel suitable to add something, whether that's a spirit tree or whether it's a fairy ring or whatever it is.
There is an Easter egg in my well, it's not even a part of my quest. It's just an Easter egg. It's like a side thing. If people find it, I wanted to put in the ability to unlock that teleport there, but but I couldn't because I couldn't pull it because it's hidden. If that makes sense, and I don't want it to be a
Doesn't
teleport.
sound like much of a secret now. I mean,
No, I mean they're not going to find it. I guarantee they're not. Not the one that you know about. There's another one. They're not going to find it.
ooh,
Challenge.
Challenge.
they've just found it.
I think we could definitely add more fairy rings. I believe there's only currently one, and it's the one you pay to unlock. But if there's more fairy rings around, that'd be nice. I mean, there's lots of fairy rings over the main map.
Okay. Twig says, can we have baby bronze, iron, steel, and mithril dragons?
I'd like that. I'd like it. I'm taking the risk on saying it before the chat says no.
Oh, that's risky.
Yeah.
Let's think about the reasons why not.
So the reason why not would probably be they might drop bars as opposed to bones. But even then, like the point of babies are to kind of get through a task that you don't want to do, right?
When they drop baby dragon bones, and
They would drop baby dragon
Yeah.
bones and probably a bar of the metal type that they are.
okay.
Babies don't drop hides.
Oh, don't they? Then yeah, it'll just be baby dragon bones. I think it's nice. It's a nice way of doing a task you don't want to do. But oh yeah, I took the risk and it didn't pay out. I think.
That's unfortunate. You've made a mistake.
Yeah, a foolish mistake.
Miscalculation.
Oh, I don't know. It's pretty mixed actually.
There's one yes in there. I don't know.
I don't think many people would do them.
It's just to make a task quicker, isn't it? So-
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they're there for.
Okay. Maybe if we see some more support for that. Another quick mention of being told, don't forget, guys, Twitch Prime is currently a thing we're doing right now. I don't know how long until.
It's the 8th of May.
Fantastic. So if you're a Twitch Prime member, you also get free RuneScape membership. You get to support your favorite streamers. It's a win-win. Pretty fantastic. We've seen a ton of people signing up for that, so really exciting.
Yeah, membership works on both games.
Yeah.
Surprisingly,
If-
people
if
didn't know
you-
that.
A lot of Prime guys in the chat right now, actually.
Yeah,
Thank
if
guys
you know
for
any,
membership.
if you know any friends who've not played RuneScape before but they have Prime, let them know they can try it out for free.
Or you can give them your code if you already have membership.
Buy now.
Yeah.
Buy.
You're calling us sellouts. It's not even. It's not even our thing.
We're giving away free
We're telling
membership.
you free membership.
All right. Amalon says, can we get more adjustable volume controls? Currently, the options range from loud to really loud.
He is right.
Not without engine support, I'm
I
afraid.
was going to say that. I remember Ian answered this question once and said it wouldn't be too difficult, but he was way
No,
too
wait,
busy.
wait. I know the answer. You go to the bottom right of your window.
Yeah.
You right click the
I was about
volume
to say,
mixer.
Get
You
it
click
to a
on the
level you
volume
like.
mixer, you go to the RuneScape client, and you drag it halfway down compared to everything else, and you've solved the issue.
How many clicks is that?
Too many, clearly.
Yeah.
Way too
You have
many.
to open- you have to expand the volume
It
mixer as
doesn't. You don't lose that. You do it once and you keep it forever.
I remember I used to do it, but with the full audio volume, and I'd click on YouTube after playing RuneScape, and everything would be quiet. I'm like, it's max volume. What's going on? Complete noob move.
All right, moving on.
Everyone keeps saying engine work lull or something, right? The engine work are working on things for us, and there'll be something cool coming up actually quite soon, which you'll get to see.
Ooh.
Oh.
Where have we gone to here? Pack says, is there a limit to how many accounts someone can have? For example, to bypass the GE limits. I'm gonna go ahead and say no.
Say that again.
What?
Is there a limit to how many accounts people can have? Like, no.
To
of course-
bypass Grand Exchange limits.
I mean, would you
gonna
class
say
that as
no.
alt's benefit? No, I'd say that's fine.
No.
That's fine. Confirmed by Mod Wolf. There you go.
Oh god.
Guys, everyone thinks AOC, right? Guys, we don't even need engine support to do AOC. We could just do it.
You're not
But we're
helping.
not.
You're not very popular this stream, Kieran. They're not big fans.
They're not. It's not AOC.
Okay. One worth running past Modweth, maybe. He'll definitely know. Where have we gone to here? James says, the new Wyvern DFS sounds overpowered considering it's a mage offensive and melee defensive. Could you cut the defense stats in half?
I think this goes back to what we said earlier. We're going to talk about the feedback that we've gotten. This is one of the points of feedback that we've gotten. We're going to look into the stats of the Ancient Wyvern Shield. Absolutely.
Trying to grab some of these from the chat. It's moving a little too quick.
Get your questions in, guys.
At
A couple
RuneScape.
of those over. Where have we gone to now? Christian says, can we have the ability to reclaim a non-insured pet for 10 times the cost?
We have no way of knowing
Yep.
If you didn't insure it, we had no way of knowing that you actually had a pet before. Because it's not on your save game anymore. If you've insured it, there's a variable set on your account to say, oh, I've had one.
Yep.
So no, unfortunately not.
Okay.
And that's the whole point of insurance.
Don't answer that question, because that's Mod Rock's question. Don't answer it. The one that's just written.
Do you mean don't read it?
Did I say write it?
You said answer. I wouldn't be answering it.
Okay, don't read it.
Okay. Well, this is very weird for anybody who can't read that.
Yeah.
Wow, you're awfully curious at this point.
He's just salty about a design decision that he disagreed with, and I'm not answering on screen.
Ooh. I'm trying so hard to read through all this spam. People are just adding RuneScape for memes. Stop. Kentilina says 120 and 200 mil capes.
I think a 200 mil cape would be nice.
Ooh, that's a risky answer.
Risky.
Put it out there. I mean, the people that have dedicated that amount of time for a 200 mil cape, like.
Oh, you're making powerful friends at this point. Keep going.
You have a vocal minority behind you right now.
Yeah, well, that's good then.
I wouldn't do 120 capes. I do see more value in 200 mil capes because that's like there's an actual end goal there.
Not as arbitrary as a goal.
And hell, if you get 200 mil, that's something worth showing off to a degree, right? Yeah. It's a lot of graphics time for something that like not many people have though. And it's also a lot of skills and a lot of different capes. But
do you have any idea how much time it would take to make like a brand new 120 or 200 mil cape?
A couple of weeks for all capes.
For all capes, okay.
I guess it depends on the modification.
Yeah.
And
imagine that a lot of them would
there'd
be
be a lot
similar.
of feedback as well.
And
You have to keep in mind, like, if it's going to be such a prestigious cape, right? You're going to imagine the feedback required on that kind of thing is going to be huge.
Right.
It's
But you
probably
can-
close to a month then.
Okay. Well, we did just get a new artist. You guys are obviously extremely busy, but maybe it's something to keep in mind. That being said, question from the chat. Hubba says, could we get Slayer monsters for level 99 and 98 Slayer?
I'd love to fill that really top end gap up at some point. What with? Yet to be known. When? Yet to be known. But
That's it.
I'd like to.
It's not even so much what boss, because we can think of a great boss, we can design a great boss, but what is it going to drop that you will vote for, really, is the question. So when we have that, we can start to offer stuff like this. Enshu says, can we have an option to have vials be destroyed after the last dose is consumed? I love this idea.
this comes up a lot, doesn't it?
It's gonna be a bit of a vile sink though.
We don't need that. Yeah. I don't think we need that.
I would. Where do you put the toggle?
Don't even toggle it. Just eliminate
No,
vials.
no, we had this discussion when Jed was here, though, remember? And he was like, but sometimes it's a tactic to empty your potion. And
It's not all about emptying, what about when it's finished,
when you finish it, destroying it.
Yeah.
destroying the vial, yeah.
I'm an idiot. I don't like it, yeah.
You said
Panic
it,
buy
not me.
vials.
Well, it needs to be an option. What if you need an actual vial? Or shops, I guess.
It really just comes down to like what we immediately go to after a question is, okay, what are the negatives? And I mean, can we think of a negative with this?
Someone don't want the vials. It's fine with me.
As a skiller who's probably done a good amount of herb lore, how would you feel if your vials?
I mean, you'd never fill a vial with water anyway. You just buy them already filled. So having an empty vial is kind of useless.
Do you think having the toggle on the guy at the GE would be fair?
Oh, that's a good place.
I think that's probably the best place.
Yeah.
But seeing no issue with this whatsoever.
Okay.
You eat the vial.
Worth considering. Some people, it's absolutely pointless. I guarantee there's somebody in the chat right now who's like, don't you dare do that. But, next question. Dedicated says, when will we know what the Infernal Cape is going to look like?
Mod Rye.
Yeah, so we're hoping to have something to show for Tuesday.
Oh, you even said a date? Risky
Wow,
move.
that is soon.
You'll very quickly learn not to do that. You should have said next week, because then it opens the
Are you
possibility.
aware that Friday and Monday we have off?
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh!
Ooh.
Are you aware?
You're going to be a hero when this happens, though. Think
Are you
about that.
aware of the Jagex soon TM?
I am, and I've taken that risk.
So with the Infernal Cape, Mod Ghost went through a lot of player feedback designing that. He proposed one that he himself liked, and we said, yeah, it looks great. Here are some player designed ones. We kind of let them, I think, straw poll a whole bunch of it. And in the end, I think they were all great ideas. So I guess you have the tough decision then to make the best of all worlds there.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one.
Yeah, good luck.
Thanks.
I'm looking forward to it. I've got the code in place. We're ready for it. I'm excited for the Inferno.
I like the confidence, though.
We're talking about Fossil Island today, Keith.
I know.
All right.
Well, a few of us have been testing the final boss of Inferno at the minute, and oh my god,
Yeah.
it's so exciting! All the screaming in the office is
So good.
fantastic.
Speaking of which, I'm going to go ahead and mention something that's already public news, but most of you probably won't know. We have excitingly invited a whole bunch of our top streamers and video makers to the office. One of the things that they're going to get to do is actually try what's done so far of the Inferno. So very exciting stuff.
You're going to release, is the list of those out, or will that be out?
It probably will be by Tuesday. I'm waiting a couple more confirmations, but in case anybody doesn't want to know.
Nice.
I'm gonna be the sellout here, but just Jagex Stone on Twitter. Obviously, he's going to be sharing pictures
Yes.
of the new cape as well, so it's worth, giving them both a follow.
You can get them in the chat.
Being the
Shout
sellout
out.
for
Link in
you.
the chat.
It's not as bad. You see, the thing is, you can't do it yourself, but if somebody else does it,
It's all good.
Okay, while you're at it, Jagex Kieran.
Jagex Wolf and yeah. Well, yes. Oh yeah, sorry, Jagex West. But yes, all jokes aside, obviously you're going to be sharing pictures on Tuesday, evidently. So
Yes.
And if it's not, then yeah.
yeah, then you're just going to get spammed with anger.
Okay. Let's grab another one from the chat. Sodium says, what is the drop rate of emblems on wilderness tasks? Is it different per monster?
It is.
Question.
It is. It is dependent on health, to be exact.
Really?
Oh, and okay, actually, let me rephrase that. There's two different scenarios. If it's a regular creature, like a bear or an ent, it's based on health. Obviously, the more health, the higher the chance of getting the drop. Whereas the bosses, I think, have a flat rate.
Okay.
I believe. No, for the emblem, the bosses have a flat rate. And emblem is based on health for everyone. The scroll for the Slayer enchantment, the dart upgrade, is flat rate for the boss. That's what I meant to say. Sorry, I struggled.
We got there.
We got there, but
All
yes,
right.
it's based on health for the emblem, and then the staff drop.
You're really struggling.
I mean, you can decipher that.
The emblem is done by health. That's all you need to know.
All right.
That's fine. That'll
Great.
do.
Craig says, I have a 500 Slayer streak.
Sorry.
Do I need to reset this to get the 100 and 250 Slayer task?
Oh, that's like r/cute noobs.
No, these multipliers, they happen at every multiple of that. So, like when you get a multiplier at 10, you also get it at 20, 30, 40, and so on. There's also one for 50, you get that 50, 100, 150. These ones are similar. You get it at every multiple of. Every 1,000 tasks, you'll get that multiplier. So no, you don't need to reset.
Okay. Running about to the end of my question series, so we're going to continue to grab some from the chat. I guess we're going to save Mod West Fossil and stuff until after the stream, unless you wanted to go through anything right now. Okay. Keln says, what are you looking to pull next?
Oh. Ronan?
TBD.
To be determined. I believe
What?
skill capes is something that we were recently discussing. We've been discussing that for a while on stream and
Skill cape
internally.
perks.
What do we plan to pull next?
Yeah.
Fossil Island.
Oh, I mean, sorry. I meant I thought they meant.
I kind of meant after Fossil Island, because that's
Yeah.
a given. Yeah. to be
After
fair.
Fossil Island, we'll probably be discussing what's coming up next week. So there'll be more news on that ASAP.
And we've wanted to offer a whole massive bunch of minigame reworks. Obviously, the skill cape perks as well. There's a lot there.
There's a bunch of
It's
stuff
a
that's come out on
massive
this stream alone that could be offered. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we'll get some really hot topics in there, I think.
Hot pocket.
Is there any way we could get something that could ensure our mutagens? They have the same rarity as pets, but are not able to be insured.
Do you lose your mutagen if you die with your helmet? How does that work?
In PVM, no.
No.
You'll keep it.
No?
Oh.
You're PKing with it?
Yeah, then don't PK with it. You wouldn't PK of your pet when it's uninsured, would you?
Even still, I'm more in favor of that than letting them trade if they get duplicates for the other. Because that's like the next most popular question with mutagens is like, let me trade my...
Swap them.
Yeah.
It's really warm in here.
Yeah.
Right, we're still grabbing from the chat at this point, but I'm really struggling to read through this spam.
Okay, let's have a look, Ducky.
Gonna copy anything you can possibly find.
I did see.
Can you slow 30?
I did see the Castle Wars update. Obviously, us two, we're happy for that.
Definitely happy.
Mini games.
Practically a hint, no.
Yeah, Mod Matt K might not be happy with that.
Nope.
Let's talk a bit more about Fossil Island, because that was kind of the theme of this stream.
Yeah.
We went through quite a bit. Mod Wolf, you were with Mod West for a good part of this stream today.
Yeah.
What was the most frequently asked question?
The most frequently asked question, it was probably, who is that female voice in the background randomly speaking? And that was Mod Maz. In terms of questions that I've seen for the poll, or for what we'll be discussing next week anyway, generally stuff that you guys have raised, we've already said, you know, the Wyvern Shield, are you doing anything about the stats? What about the experience from Volcanic Mine? How do, you know, I saw how the Seaweed work, the giant Seaweed work with the super, with the glass make spell? Yes?
I saw some concern about passive experience.
From, the bird traps.
Probably.
So yeah, you build the bird trap, you titter off and then you come back and after like an hour and it's got some birds in that you get experience for, yeah.
Okay.
Do you get experience on capturing them or on releasing them? If you do release them.
You don't release them, they die.
They die, that's nice.
But yes.
Lovely.
You're just savage. No care in the world.
Yeah.
They die.
Not happening.
That's life here.
Yeah.
You literally make a birdhouse and then you put like a clock, you know the clockwork inside? So essentially the bird flies in it like...
Oh, okay.
But no, you get the experience when you like take it out. Like
we're going to pull this very soon.
Yes.
Maybe, probably could have saved that detail.
But yes.
There's a concern about passive XP. This is aimed at low level hunters.
Yeah, it's very. I think that's the most important thing. Like, it's a very low level method.
So people complaining, saying, "I don't want AFK hunter." You're not going to be getting.
No, you're not getting even. I'd say 1% of best experience rates after an hour's work.
Okay.
Like, it's just a drip feed of experience that you're walking past on the island. You go, oh, I have my bird nest from earlier. Doop, and you get like
nice.
1k XP after an hour. It's not balanced at the moment, but it'll probably go. It'll be a little higher than that probably, but yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that one. That's why. Are we polling that one in particular? Has that got a poll question specifically for it? Birdhouses? It does. Okay, I wouldn't worry too much about that one in particular. It's
You'll have
pretty.
to say regardless.
Yeah.
There you go. Again, continue to voice your concerns. We'll go through all of the feedback through any of our social media stuff, etc. And we'll be going through all of that in a big meeting, probably on Tuesday, and getting back to you with the poll then.
That one's not balanced, by the way. I just realised that they're like, only 1k. It's not perfect yet, but it's not a lot. It's the important thing to take away from
You'll
that.
find out when we get around to it.
Yeah.
Regardless. So
what are you guys going to be doing then? Yeah, you had 2 weeks in now. What's the focus for your next little while?
I mean, for me, it's the Infernal Cape.
Exciting.
Exciting stuff.
I'm working on the Inferno, Fossil Island, and another project. The Inferno being the first one coming up, obviously, and then sitting next to Kieran's been really good because I've been watching him test that, and I'll be pretty impressed if anyone manages to complete it first time.
yeah, we're going to have the influencers here in office, right? Now,
so
granted,
keep an eye out on our Instagram, all the Twitter accounts. We'll be live streaming some of that as well.
well, we don't want to stream any of the mechanics.
I would really want us to stream their faces when they see it, because that should, get you guys excited. Yeah,
I don't think a single one of them is going to beat it.
I'd be impressed if they do.
You can quote me on that.
No, I don't think. I mean,
We're not
first time,
quoting Alfie.
No,
But
I don't think they will. I was just laughing thinking about the reaction faces because whenever I play RuneScape, I have the biggest resting just whenever I play. So it'll be funny.
We have very enthusiastic streamers. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right. That being said, guys, we're just about ready to conclude our Q&A stream. Don't go anywhere, of course. The stream isn't actually ending. We're only handing things over to Mod West. We'll be resuming the Fossil Island design stream. And again, a quick mention, if you haven't already, go ahead and take advantage of our offer with Twitch Prime. You get free membership if you have Amazon Prime. Fantastic deal. We've already had tons of people signing up. So
For a month.
Yep.
It's not even like a week. It's like a month. It's great.
got, I think, what, a few weeks then to take advantage of that?
8th of May.
There you go. That being said, guys, thanks for watching, and don't go anywhere.
Oh, hello, welcome back. So, throughout the Q&A, I've been working on a clam. So this is going to be found on the floor of the underwater area, as you might expect it to be. I've gone with some sort of bright colours for it. You've got a sort of, you want sort of bright colours really, don't you? It's at the bottom of the floor of the seabed, so things like coral and all that, they're quite colourful. I've had some, yeah, cool, interesting comments there. If you see something that isn't there, that's your problem. Cool, so yeah, potentially what I could do with this in the future is maybe add an animation so it can like open up. Maybe you like steal some things from it, or maybe it like work like a chest where it's taken something and you could like search it for it. So what I'm going to do now is create a config for this and get it in game. Well, get it in the map editor for a start. So what I'm going to do is pull over this guy and we're going to add a config. So we're going to call it a. I probably should save it first actually, so I've actually got a model to save. Let's delete this as well. So, did I make any? I think I did make some adjustments to the map. So, before I left, I'd put in the new cave orchid over here, down here, and got that in with. Well, that's not the new one. There's the new one. So with all the.
I'm back too.
Yeah, that's just config files. That's nothing was leaked, guys. Okay, so yeah, this is like the sort of cave kit I've got going, which I was doing just before the Q&A started. So we got some stalagmites, stalactites. It's all looking very spiky. And Maz has returned. Okay, so let's get this model saved out. Where is it? There it is. All these programs have the same icon for the window, so it's always quite difficult to see which one I need to go to. So I'll save this as a FI.
Loving the purple on that.
Yeah, I thought it'd. That's I just googled some clams, and that's sort of what it came up with mostly.
Yeah,
that is their actual colour.
Yeah, it's quite spectacular, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot more colourful than you're expecting, really. Obviously, when you think of them, you think of the dead ones, which are just sort of that sort of brown and empty and dead. They don't have this sort of the actual creature inside. Okay, so we're going to call this Clam 1. Yeah.
Ooh, there's going to be more than one?
Maybe. That's a good point. If I was going to add animations to this, well, possibly.
Fair enough.
Different sizes, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's saved out. We need to add it to the, okay, where are we? Area fossil. So on the side screen here, I've just got the way we submit our models. So just to refresh that, the new models there, and add it. I don't believe no, I think I have made changes to this. Have I made changes? I don't think I have. Let's just close this. And so, finish writing the config file first. So we now have the model name for it, which is Clam 1. See ya. Clam 1. And it doesn't need recolors. It doesn't need to share light, as it is just a singular type 8. Hills cube, again, doesn't need that. And I might just lower those down to about 10 so it still doesn't get too dark. Okay, cool. So that is everything I believe I need for that. Probably.
Oh, look, it's got 90 cooking now.
Yeah, he was messaging me on Twitter.
Yeah.
He said he was 90k away. And then, yeah, he was giving me hourly updates, I guess.
This is obviously a good stream to cook to.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. So let's just grab myself.
Now, it's not a text-based RuneScape. These are config files. This is what we use to connect the graphics to the script and the rest of the game.
So if we want to give this sort of like an examine option, we want to give it a name, a description, and make sure it's active. So just grab those from up there. Let's call it clan description. Examine option even.
Caution may contain treasure. I don't know. Could eat you whole, considering this thing is a 2x2.
We'll just caution.
A bit of a quiet guy. Well, he clams up a lot.
All right. Yeah.
I'll get my coat, shall I?
May contain nuts. No, I don't really think there's any nuts under the water. Show Maz or Riot. Maz, we're not showing Maz. There's a reason you can only see my beautiful face.
And Mini Mouse.
And Mini Maz. If that's still in the camera. Yeah, she is.
Smells fishy. I like that.
Well, that's going in. Cool, so we've got an examine and a name. And we also
Well
want
done, Twitch.
block, walk. So you can't walk over it, or swim over it in this case. And I think that's everything we probably need for it. Or probably want to set its width and height. When something's larger than a single tile, we need to tell it quite how much space it takes up. So this will be a width 2 and a length 2, as it is a 2x2. Save that.
There you go, player created content.
Yep, that's play created content. We did it Reddit. You're not Reddit.
I don't think Reddit
Twitch.
was involved, but
I guess
whatever
the-
floats your boat. Or sinks your boat in this case.
This GUI isn't very nice. Well, it's what it is. It does its job.
That's actually our in-house script editor. It's what I use most of the day.
I'm sure you can change some colours if you need to.
You can change, you can do syntax highlighting and change background colours and all sorts of things like that. I generally don't.
I'm surprised I've not changed the background to black yet.
Oh,
Because
I can't stand black backgrounds.
Really? I can't stand white. It's just you're looking at it and it hurts your eyes because it's so bright.
Mine's the other way around. I don't like the contrast on a black background.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah. Let's actually submit this sort of just staring at it pointlessly. So
Yeah, they want to see clams. Ooh, are we doing the anchor next?
Hmm?
Are we doing the anchor next?
yeah, we can do an anchor. Clicky keyboard is back. Clicking away. If no one was here, well, I assume the end of the stream summed up that we're working on Fossil Island right now, in preparation for the poll, which will probably be with you next week.
After we've discussed all your concerns
Yeah,
and
of
feedback
course.
and all of that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the reason we like to give a bit of time between the blog and the poll to make sure that you're happy with what you've seen, or what you've read even. So for that I need to now pack the model and config. That will take a minute or so. Probably should have done that a while ago, but until then I'll probably just start blocking out the anchor. So we've all seen an anchor before, haven't we? We know what they look like. How quickly can I make it? That's the question.
Oh, should I time? I should probably time this. Hang on, I'll get a timer out. I'm going to time how quickly he can make an anchor.
The pressure's now on.
Stopwatch. You ready?
Yep.
Go.
Oh god.
So he's now trying to make an anchor as quick as he possibly can.
Should I get like a reference image up so I know that I'm actually
You
making?
may get a reference image up if you wish.
So I know exactly what I'm. What?
I'll get one up on this screen for you.
Yeah, that'd be cool. See, now that I've concentrated, I've now stopped talking.
Yep, that's fine.
You know what? I want to cheat. I'm not going to cheat. I'm just going to do
Cheat. You're not allowed to cheat.
what we're supposed to do, which is mirror. So let's just make sure everything is lined up correctly. Let's be along the x-axis. Yep, that's good. Okay, cool. We're
There you go.
mirroring.
There's your image.
What? That's more complicated than I was expecting.
Excuses, excuses.
Okay, let's flip it. Let's show the mirror. Awesome. And pull that
I
up.
think he's doing the top bit at the moment.
That is correct. Let's make it a little skinnier. This is fantastic content.
It is, it is. We're coming up for 1 minute 25 now.
I don't know. Yeah, it might take a while. I don't know, if I've got the shape down, I could probably get this done. Speed modelling.
Speed modelling, yeah, that's what I was about to say.
That's what they want. That's what they want to see. Let's give this a bit more length.
No, we don't want to reuse it. That's cheating.
Reuse it.
We want to build this from scratch, just like he is.
Yeah, there is probably already an anchor in game, isn't there?
Well, we've got the barrel chest anchor, haven't we? Other things like
yeah,
that. But that would be cheating.
Yeah, that one, I guess.
Yeah, spam the anchor to help him. Go on.
Spam the anchor.
Yeah, there's an anchor emote.
Oh, did that go down?
Show him what an anchor looks like.
Yeah, that. I forgot about that sort of bar in the middle. Should probably add that. Let's add another division.
There we go. Lots of anchors for you.
Oh,
There you go.
God.
That's what they look like. We're up to 2.5 minutes. What do we reckon, chat? Do we reckon less than 5 minutes?
5 minutes. That's a challenge.
Just the modelling. We won't make you cuddle it. Cuddle it?
Cuddle it.
Colour it. Cuddle your anchor.
Add a little bit of detail there. I believe that's sort of the gist of what that is.
Oh, they're being hopeful. 4 minutes we've had so far.
4 minutes.
So you're coming up to just over 3 minutes.
Oh, that shape where they. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, I don't see me doing it in under 5, but I mean, the outline of it. That's
Stop talking.
easy.
Keep working.
The outline's easy, but the actual 3D-ness of it will be a challenge. Let's add that. For
Quite
the
nice sitting
3D.
where I'm sitting because I've got this computer under the desk which is kicking out a lovely load of heat. It's like my heater upstairs.
Oh, I'm not a fan of heat.
Ah, I like heat.
It makes me. It distracts me. It's what stops my brain from working.
Ah, is that the other excuse?
Yes. It's horrible when they've got the aircon on really hot and it's like the middle of winter. I'm just like
There's me sitting there with my heater and my blanket. 4 minutes. You've just hit 4 minutes.
Cool. I think the outline is pretty much there.
Do you have the 3D-ness of the cross bit at the top? Oh, I see. You're just doing that, right? I see. Ah, it's a 2D anchor.
So what I'm
Are you a
gonna
2D
work
modeler?
now-
I thought you were a 3D modeler.
That's my secret. All this time.
He's a secret 2D modeler.
Let's raise this up a little bit. And that. The dimensions are forming.
Woohoo!
And actually,
Oh, more anchors. People have found different anchor emotes. They've disappeared now, but there was different anchor emotes there. Well, you were right. It is more than 5 minutes.
it's getting there. It's the speed modelling. I've had a lot of practice speed modelling.
That's half your job, isn't it? We need this model yesterday.
Well, I've did a lot of game jams in my time, where you've only got like 24 hours to make an entire game. And one time, when I was doing it by myself, I decided to make a 3D game, which by myself seemed like a really silly idea, and it was. it was tough. Let's add definition there. Fortunately, I can cheat with the other side of it as well, and I can duplicate that. I need to sort of make that sort of scoopy shaped towards the.
I'm not sure what they're called.
Well, the scoopers.
Yeah, the scooper things.
Or hooks, maybe. I don't know.
Someone must be nautical out there. Come on, tell us what the bits on the end of an anchor are called.
So I might just Google it. A scooper. There we go. A scoopy bit. A scoopy diver.
Barbs? Hooks?
Barbs. Let's take this.
Some other things that I'm not reading out?
We asked for their contribution, and this is all they give us.
Yeah.
So we can't have nice things.
Flukes. Yes, that's probably the right word, actually. Because you get flukes on a whale's tail, don't you? Which is that sort of shape.
Yeah. Oh, that's logical.
Logic? We have no need for logic. We have a wizard. It's called Mod West.
I am no wizard. That's scoopy enough. Maybe I should connect it there, though.
7 minutes. Will he do it in under 10?
Yeah, I think I can do it under 10. I think I want this done, really. I've got the scoopy bits. Up there.
Oh, look, somebody hates me. That's nice.
I hate this woman. Well, at least you can voice your opinion on the internet.
Yep.
Up we go. Connect. Any chance we can see Bando's boots instead of granite boots being added? Bando's already have boots. I didn't see the end of that message. Maybe it was adding them to each other.
Possibly, but that's weird.
Yeah. It's interesting, but you don't have to do it for the rest of the granite equipment. So it seems a bit unfair.
So this stream, for people who are completely wondering what on earth is going on, is us modelling, Mod West modelling various different bits for the underwater area for Fossil Island. And if you have any questions about Fossil Island, you can read the blog, which we published yesterday, or you can ask me questions in the chat. I am Mod Maz.
I am Mod West. I don't know why I feel the need to tell them. Hopefully they know that by now.
Well, you never know when people are joining in, you know.
That's true, yeah. We don't do this too often. It's only a special occasion we do these sort of streams.
Usually when we've got a big piece of content coming out, and we'll show you how things are going. You're coming up for 8:45.
I should probably have a move on. I think I'm pretty much there, really. Just need to fix these.
Do I do anything? Do I do anything, Mod West?
Do you?
Or am I like Mod Ronan, apparently?
Queen of the Squirrels?
9 minutes.
That's a job, isn't it, in itself?
Queen of the Squirrels, yeah, that is one of my jobs.
And
Yes, now I would definitely say the official client is best.
cool. And one more symmetry in the Z. And we have ourselves an anchor.
Woohoo! We have an anchor, and it is 9.5 minutes.
Oh, where'd you go? There we go. Cool. There we go. An anchor.
Let's get some claps in the chat.
That was tough. How long? 20 past. Okay, so we've still got time to colour this and probably get it into the game as well. In fact, the packing is done, and we could probably put the climb in the game now. So let's get
There you go,
these.
you're getting all the claps, look.
Ooh,
Claps.
thanks. So, got latest, updated map editor, needs to be opened.
So for those asking all these questions about what I actually do, I've been here 12 years. I am a content dev. I do lots and lots of content. So I've been creating content for 11 of those 12 years. Started off with Hand in the Sand and Skeletal Wyverns. And the Fossil Island design came from back in 2005-2006 when we were, myself and Mod Mark got together and we wanted to do a skilling-based update. And we managed to get the Rock Museum half of it done, but didn't manage to get Fossil Island done. There wasn't the time or resources at the time. And so now we get the opportunity 11 years later to put it in the game. How's the clam?
I forgot what it was called.
Has it not got clam in it?
It does.
It does.
But I was searching for FI and said, there we go. Now I can place these everywhere. Perhaps not that many. Which need a few. So while I'm also here, what I'm going to do is probably check out the map so I can actually save it. Would be a start. 58,160. I should already have remembered the coordinate by now. There we go. So check out, and now I can save. Yay! So that is how we create objects for the game. There's the clam down there. Still need to create the config for the anchor. Colour it in as well, probably would be quite handy as well. And maybe pose it in a better way than just sort of floating in the air. I don't know, do you like it green?
No, I don't like green. What colour should the anchor be?
Like a really dull grey.
Well, if it's been under the water for a long time, it'll probably be rusty.
Ah, that's true.
So it would probably be reddy, browny sort of
Yeah,
colour.
that makes sense. Let's give it that colour.
See, we've got grey, black, purple, pink, orange. They're going for practically every colour under the rainbow. I really should have guessed, really, shouldn't I? Make it a rainbow anchor, there you go.
The rainbow anchor. I'd love that. I don't think there's enough polys really.
There's another question about the seaweed. So the giant seaweed you get from farming is usable with the Super Glass Make spell.
Do you know any programming languages?
Mainly RuneScript, I must admit, having worked with it for the last 11 years. But I also dabble in a little bit of Java and a little bit of stuff like PHP, combining with SQL. But none of them I know half as well as RuneScript.
Which is our in-house.
Yes, it's our in-house language.
The name sort of gives it away.
But I do know both versions, so I can swap between games if I need to.
So I'm just going to add some darker variations to this. I'm tempted to sort of have parts of it that are still sort of
They
grey
want it
metal.
patchy by the looks of it.
Yeah, patchy.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me. So what I'm going to do now is create myself a little palette. So let's start with the colours I've currently got, and let's make that transfer into a sort of grey, around the mid grey, a mid dark grey. Let's go with around that. And so to go darker, we need to go mostly there, and a little bit of that.
Example of content Maz has created for OSRS. This one again. Hand in the Sand, Skeletal Wyverns, Stronghold of Security, Crossbows and Bolts,
Winter Todd.
Winter Todd, Cerberus, Dual Arena Rewrite, lots of stuff. I mean, I carried on with RS3 before we had Old School, as it were, so I sort of carried on, and I was in RS3 until the Dual Arena Rewrite. That was the first one I did when I came back to OSRS. Yes, Winter Toad. That was the result of Ash making a joke and leaving me a toad in the bottom of the pit where the winter Todd is now. And for a laugh, and I deliberately kept it and put him in the camp because I thought it was funny.
So there's a sort of the colours we're going to use, sort of transitions.
Oh yes, Cotizo as well. Forgot Cotizo.
Yeah.
Cotizo
And the
catacombs, yeah.
Yes, time goes so fast. It's actually almost a year since then, isn't it? Because that's
Is
when
it?
literally when I joined was when you were making the catacombs.
That's ridiculous.
I know. Tell me about it. Okay, so we can't really have that part of it too patchy, but I'm thinking of having one side of it sort of metallic. So those triangles.
So the program you're seeing ModWest use is Jagged, our internal model editor and animator. We do use Max as well, which is what he did his speed modelling in.
Oh, that's not the colour I wanted. So yeah, what I'm doing here is just sort of setting up the colours. As you see, all of our models are sort of coloured just polygons. We don't really use textures or anything like that. We just sort of use colours in a clever way, which is always, it gives it that old school feel really. That's what it's all about. That's why it sort of changed quite a bit as it went on. It sort of moved away from the sort of polycolour, which I think is a really cool feature, well, a cool style. Sort of gives it its own style. Sort of course, it's still quite low poly. It's not got all the fancy lighting features that you see in most game engines nowadays, but it's you can tell what it is just by looking at it, which is nice. Always looks old school as well, which is, I assume, what you want. That's what I want.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, and I might actually have another a lighter shade of that metal, because it's sort of lost a little bit. My voice, I feel, is starting to go as well.
Well, you have been talking for the last 6 hours, 5 hours, 6
something
hours?
like that. Usually when I'm working, I don't just sit there
Talking to yourself.
Yeah, I probably get a few weird looks when
To be fair, I do tend to sort of talk to myself under my breath a lot. Generally when I'm trying to work out something that's quite difficult. And sometimes I'll just ask someone to come over to my desk so I can have an excuse of talking out loud. Just to work something through. We call it the cardboard developer.
Yeah, I've done that before. You need to sort of say something aloud before it makes sense.
Especially when you start going through your own code and you can't see the mistake, but when you're explaining it to someone else, it suddenly jumps out and you just feel an idiot.
Yeah. I've been there. If you've got any Fossil Island questions, don't forget to put them in the chat. It is possible to add textures, but you can't unwrap anything, so they generally don't turn out too nice. They've got this quite, it's essentially this texture goes on this polygon, and that's about as far as it goes. So if I were to put a texture all on this anchor, there'd be being as some polygons are larger than other ones, there'd be lower resolution. So it's you have a little bit of an issue into adding textures, and so you got to use them sort of sparingly. So think of the rocks and sort of running water, or static water at that, is where they're usually mostly kept, and nowhere else. So let's add some stuff there and there. I might add a little bit of green onto it as well. It's like algae.
The algae and weed that's grown on it. I wonder if we can grab seaweed and put it
we can add it to the config. Don't want all that.
So harvesting from the seaweed patch, if I recall correctly, I did in a similar manner to allotments. So there is sort of no set amount, and it will depend how you compost the patch and that kind of thing.
So what I'm doing here is adding some extra divisions to the anchor so I can add some more colour, as we're sort of reliant on polygons, as I said earlier, for our colour. I could overlay it as well with an object. Yep, that looks right. Cool. So now I can take, say, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Flip that. Why is that not flipping? Oh, interesting.
You broke it.
It seems that way. They're definitely next to each other. Well, I guess I'll just add the polygon in a different way. Happy now? Jagged. Okay, so, yep, that's what I want, but it's the wrong colour. So what I'm going to do now is get myself a nice sort of green that you would expect to see in the water. Maybe that. Probably a bit darker than that and more saturated. Let's use the colour. So we can use this tool here to, you know, it's sort of what you'd expect to see in anything. It's like a generic colour editor, so you can make it saturated. Our colours, even though here it's like got values between 0 and 255. Well, I assume it does. Yeah, it does. Oh no, they go up to 360. Okay. Well.
Welcome to RuneScape.
Oh, I guess that's the hue, isn't it? And that's the 100. I don't know. There's clearly no standardization. But I can.
There's an RGB tab though, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. There's lots of different things. I guess it's just standard. And I can lighten it. I can desaturate it. But because the colours are only in values between 0 and 31, I'm going to do this, and it's probably not going to turn out quite how it looked there. But you know, generally it's close enough. There are sort of glitches in that as well, that sometimes it just doesn't display the colour that it's saying it's displaying. Or sometimes it'll be all grey, number-wise, but it will come out slightly red. It's just the way it
But
is.
it depends on the lighting in the game as well.
What lighting?
The one in the game.
There's coloured lighting?
No, but there is lighting and it does change the
colour?
Is it a luminosity? Something,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a graphics person, I deal with code.
This sort of looks like it's got something green on it, right?
Yep.
That looks like there's something overlapping in there. So yeah, let's just control. Yeah, that removes some floating verts. It removes something. Looks the same, but something's better now. So add a little bit of colour variation to that. Oh, luminosity. So I'm just going to darken that by 1 value, so you can sort of see there's sort of 2 values. That's just not enough. It's still probably not enough, but it seems sufficient for now. Cool. So it sort of looks like there's. I mean, this is probably going to be lying. It's not going to be floating in the air like that. It's going to be.
Hopefully not.
Probably.
So I don't think anchors are meant to float.
Can I click on it? One day. And I can place him on the floor. He's turned out quite. Yeah, I guess it's 2 by 2, I guess.
Can we do it so it sort of sticks up at a weird angle like it would do in the seabed?
Yeah. Do you want to like cut off a bit as well, so it's sort of buried a little bit?
Buried, yeah.
Yeah, I could do that.
Cut up your nicely made anchor.
The back side is that's got enough colour. So what I can do for that is rotate it like that, and now I've got a sort of match up the verts with the floor now, and then cut off the bottom. This might de-shape it a little bit. I probably should take this into 3ds Max really and cut it off. As if I did this, it's gonna grab some things I don't want to. In fact, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Actually, if I want to do it, I might as well do it at a little bit more of an angle. And probably like that as well. So there's no uniformity, is that a word?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So then,
Symmetry. Well, I suppose there is symmetry because it's
yeah,
an anchor.
it's an anchor. Okay, now I can take that into, well, back into Max. Oh, trying to save the wrong file.
Yes, giant clams can get really, really big.
How big? Like,
You've seen? Do you not seen the when you were googling for pictures? There was one with a diver in it, and it was big enough easily to swallow the diver. Next one.
to be fair,
Past it.
oh, was that one?
That one.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. You wouldn't want to put your arm in there and have a shot on it.
That's why I might be putting some strength requirements on some of these. We'll see.
Did I just move it? I don't know. Okay, so back into 3ds Max. What time is it? It's 1:30, so we've got another half an hour of the stream left.
So what do you want to see in the? Have we got anything planned for the next half hour?
Well, I guess putting
Can
this ant green game and then maybe just prettying up the environment a little bit.
Yeah, can we add in some of the props from the other underwater stuff?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Actually make a bit of underwaterness.
Yes, we can do that. Import object. So it's going to bring everything in, because it always does.
Even though you only saved one object.
Yeah, so I like to just
All of your
deselect what I brought in and then delete the rest. Tends to be the best way to do it. And now there's a cool feature in here where I can, those two verts seem pretty lined up. So I could go to quick slice. Or is it just slice? No, it is quick slice, isn't it? And now polymode, and then just, get off quick slice for a start. And
Afraid you've missed the Q&A stream. That was 1.5 hours ago, but it will be available
yeah,
on demand later.
I assume you can watch it on Twitch replays, maybe.
Probably yes.
As will this be.
Yeah.
But it won't be put on YouTube until after the weekend due to the bank holidays. Is that a leftover piece? There's a few pieces that have survived. Those and those. So now I've cut off the bottom. It sort of has the effect that it's sort of buried in the ground.
Cool.
But there is some missing polys. I probably should. Oh, is that a missing poly? I don't think it is actually. There is probably some n-gons that I need to fix. So an n-gon is like a polygon with, I mentioned this before, but I'll say it again, it's a polygon with more than 4 sides. And renderers don't like n-gons because, well, they can turn them into triangles for you, but you might not like the outcome. So it's best to just do it yourself, just to make sure it's going to look how you expect. In fact, those words are just too close to each other, so they might as well be one.
Oh, I was waiting for that for the entire stream. Mod can you?
What can you? Really?
Yep.
It's taking them that long?
Yep.
Disappointed. Put those to that one. That should solve any of those n-gons. Is that a hiding one? That is a hiding one. Cool. And anything over here? Yeah, that should do it, in fact. Let's just clean it up a little bit. Those trides aren't really helping at all. And that seems like all of them, although I could be wrong. We'll find out. So now that's sort of buried in the ground a little bit. We could, no, we don't need to do that. It'll match up with the ground. Or would it? If
We
the ground
can
is flat.
potentially hill skew it and make sure it's on a relatively flat piece of ground.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So now I'll export that back to the anchor file. And now move that one over. There we go. It looks like it's sort of sinking into the ground. And now we can save that out and create a config for it. So let's go with fi anchor 1, because it could be more. Different
The
orientations.
first one.
And cool, that's all saved.
No, we don't need chains on it. The chains have long since rusted away. This is probably from the first barge, 10 years ago, which in RuneScape terms is probably hundreds of years.
So now we can fossil anchor. And examine option.
Examine option. Mod West made this in 10 minutes.
There we go. That probably won't be final. And then we change the model name to what I just saved as, which I should probably look up. Well, I'm just going to go guess it was Anchor 1.
I think it was FI Anchor 1.
Ah, yeah. I already had that part in anyway. And also need to add it to the stream. Oh, yeah, that's the one. Block walk, yes, 222. It's got the same information there. Give that a save, and that should be placeable now. We haven't, I believe, well, apart from placing the clam down, we want to be able to place the anchor down too. So, wait, did we check that out? I think we already have, haven't we? We did. Okay, cool. So, I can now submit that. There was some stuff on the other monitor that you can't see. Just bear with me for a few minutes. If you've got any questions in the chat, that'd be cool. And anchor.
He doesn't get to make all the descriptions, but he does make a few of the descriptions, and he did quite well on the Zaya rework.
Yeah. Although sometimes you do a description, and then the people that are implementing it don't like it.
Yeah,
So
and
they
they change it.
and then they change it.
And
You're
then,
like,
and then we pass it on to QA, and they don't like it, so they change it.
I do like writing examine options. They're the good thing about Old School, that you can just sort of, almost everything, you can just right click and examine it, and sometimes they'll just be like a little funny examine.
Yeah.
Which is
I
a little
hope everybody
surprise.
has been around Zaya and examined everything to see your hard work.
Yeah, I hope so too. Did I add the right jobs? Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, just waiting for that to pack again. In the meantime,
Flippers. Oh, flippers is calf again. Please do wear your flippers because it would look cool.
yeah, unfortunately we can't tie the flippers to how fast you move underwater due to shift. Is it
Yeah,
shift?
click, control, run.
Yeah, click, control, run. Sort of, you can't really bypass that, even if you're underwater. So, that's very funny. Someone in the chat there.
The chat's always fun.
Are you the new mod ghost? Did he leave? No, I'm not the new mod ghost. We still have a mod ghost. He's just working on a different project. He's working mostly on the Inferno.
I think they're alluding to the empty chair.
Oh, are
That
they?
isn't actually empty.
Yes, mod ghost, everyone. Made that joke twice today.
Yeah, I know.
Cool. Still packing. So, any questions? I have a.
Boat steering wheel. What are they called? The big.
A wheel?
Is it actually just a wheel? There must be a name for them.
A pirate ship wheel, or just a ship's wheel.
Ship's wheel. Yeah, I suppose so.
You should call it a wheel in a car, don't you?
Yeah. It's odd when you come to think about these things and you just can't think of the right word.
Come on, map. You can pack. I believe in you. What are they saying?
What's your favourite dish at Nando's?
Oh, I've not been there very often. The chicken?
I see.
Any underwater chinchompers? Don't think chinchompers
I-
would breathe underwater.
No, they die.
Yeah, they die. We could put them in like a fish bowl, but then
That'd be
they'd
amusing.
still eventually die. There'd be no air. So, lots of what?
Yes.
Said a bad word, didn't I? Enabled. Any crack the clue hints? I have no idea what the answer is, mate. I'm tempted to always look it up, but I always think the day I look it up is going to be the day they solve it, and then be like, oh, that was a suspicious corner.
Yeah.
So I don't look into it at all. I can't wait for someone to solve it though, and see if it actually goes for a year. Because when Matt said that,
I think it will go for well over a year.
when Matt said that, I was like, nah, they'll get it. I have no idea how to solve it, but I'm sure they'll get it. I mean,
Yeah, they've disappointed us so far.
yeah, pretty much. I mean, they've done some pretty good work. They just need to tie it all together. Okay, so let's get the map editor back up.
Oh, fin chompers.
Fin chompers. Yeah, I like that. It's a good name. Like a little aquatic.
We could dress chin chompers up in shark suits. Oh, that's a really good description. Sorry, that is worthy of a shout out. Ice tags needs anchor management.
Well, I guess that will be its official description. So let's. There we go. We got ourselves an anchor, and because I am bad at checking for wrong colours, it has some wrong colours on it.
Awesome.
So this is what happens when you flip an object in and out of 3ds Max and Jagged.
It changes the colours for you.
It gets confused with some colours, and that sort of darker grey is decided, I am going to be bright blue now. So,
Awesome.
So as you see in the editor, it looks fine.
We could always claim that it's blue algae.
And now if I were to pull it back in, it's now got the blue on it. So yeah, it's a good idea to check that if you're throwing between different editors a lot. But yeah, it's just one of the. I mean, it only generally targets certain colours. I guess whatever this colour is, 10536. That's a colour to be aware of. So
Apparently, the ship's steering wheel is called the helm.
the helm, is that not just the area?
No idea. Unfortunately, I'm not nautical.
Oh, I've got some seams in my meshes.
Oh dear.
Scuffed. Okay, let's
Ruined.
get some. So we've all been to the underwater area for the Recipe for Disaster quest, right? That doesn't look like a bubble. Oh, I guess it's the different type of bubble. Look at that, they've already got an anchor. And it's not blue. But
I bet you it wasn't more than 10 minutes though.
yeah, I doubt it. So what we've got here is I'm just going to place down some assets to see how assets are placed. So we've got to rebuild it every time we place it down. So this is the sort of coral reef that you can place down around. So this is what you sort of see in the Pirate Quest area. And you've got all these different pieces down here in our asset viewer, and you can just sort of
There's some really nice pieces there, isn't there?
piece them all together like so, and you've got like. It's cool. I like it. Let's see. Let's find some sides. There we go. And maybe some lace.
We could use both anchors. There's no reason why anchors can't be different.
It's true. The more variation, the better. As you can see, this.
Yeah, we do like to reuse a lot of previous assets.
Yeah. it's
One, because, well, it's quicker than remaking assets, and two, because it keeps that nice feeling of old school all the way through the content.
Yeah. It keeps it recognisable as well, which is, I guess, what people love, being able to just look at something and instantly know what it is. So let's keep on mapping this down. We've got some tubes. That's a nice colour. Add some tubes. We have like 2 variations of tubes. That's good. And where is the inverse? That's a good way of calling it, actually. I quite like that. Inverse corner. Normal corner.
Twitch chat's funny.
Is it?
Yeah. Apparently recycling assets is healthy for the environment.
Yeah, that's just pretty good. I'll give them that. Let's go for some more inverse. That there.
We're always adding Easter eggs to the game. There's so many in there. I'm sure there's a few of mine that people haven't found yet.
There's some of mine they haven't found yet. And that's, I've not, there we go. So that's starting to shape up quite nicely. But now we've got to find the top part. There we go. We've got top parts there. Put some random ones of these down.
Do you
Give them
think
some-
we would have time in the next 10 minutes to save pack and open it up in the game?
Yeah, we can
They're
try.
interested to see it in the game. Obviously, it's nowhere near finished at this point, but I'm sure we can do another of these streams. Tomorrow?
So just place down. Maybe. So as you can see there, I've made this sort of little mini coral reef there with the assets from the Pirate Quest.
That looks so cool.
Definitely be using these for the parts of the area as well that they work in really nicely. Maybe the lower areas actually as well, that'd be cool. So let's also add a bit of floor decoration.
You know what we need to do? Somewhere we need to have a single clownfish.
A single clownfish. There is an NPC, isn't there?
Is there?
Well, there's definitely fish. We've got a harlequin fish.
Ooh, pretty.
Let's plonk him down. This is going to look a bit weird because there's no overlay yet, is there? And you're not actually swimming.
Yeah, so you'll be standing there.
Yeah. And fantail. Let's just put these fish around. Hopefully, I assume they just work like normal NPCs. They just float around.
I think so.
And anything else? Let's put these all in the same area. Down there. And how long we got? We've got 10 minutes. Okay, let's get this checked out first. In fact, I might put some floor decoration down as well to make it.
Yeah.
I assume that would be under just sand, really.
Yeah, sands, rocks, that sort of thing. I've trained both RS3 and Old School mods. I have moved on more to Old School now, mainly because we've got so few devs and, well, I needed, which is nice.
These sand floors are different colours, yet called the same thing.
Aww.
I guess I could just use 4 and 5. Just plonk some of this down. That's maybe it's not the nicest one to use actually. It's a bit obvious that that's repeating. Click, click, click. Rebuild. Yeah, I need to find a nicer one really. For sand detail. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So this is how we add sort of just decoration to the floor. Sort of just a spam it sort of thing.
With the lovely clicky keyboard.
With the lovely clicky keyboard. Yes.
Do you fancy extending the stream to midnight?
Well, since I've been here since about 8:20 this morning.
Yeah, I've been here since 7:30.
7:30. It's been a fairly long day already.
Yep.
It's probably about time we leave and get some rest.
But we'll try and get this in game first. We've got 7 minutes.
That should be fine. Oh yeah, I didn't actually get around to checking it out. 58. 160. I'm gonna save that. Close in the map editor. And what next? My thoughts exactly. I think my brain is starting to give up.
I'm not surprised.
The streaming business is difficult.
Yeah.
What did I just do? Added assets to the map.
Really loud keyboard. We're so bringing your other keyboard down next stream.
Yeah, I swear the last stream I did, it was just normal keyboards. I assume this is something new that they thought was
Possibly.
a good idea.
It's really not.
Cool, so that's packing. Maps generally takes around a minute, which will give us around 3 minutes to walk around the area.
Any last questions before we wrap up the stream with a nice walk around the underwater area?
Someone's saying ad needs anchor management before we leave. Oh, it's not checked out.
There you go.
You can stop spamming it now. 20 seconds. And then we got to load up a test world, which doesn't take too long. Please stream more of this. It's interesting to watch. Oh, I'm glad you're saying that. I was worried that doing environments wouldn't be quite as interesting as characters, because characters, well, they got character. With the environment, it's more like, here's some rocky walls, here's an anchor. Cool, that's all done. Get a new world. So this is, I'm loading up like a test world now that we use to test all of our stuff. Obviously, it would be quite bad to test it in a live environment.
This is why we have an entire test environment.
Yeah. Where's it going to load up? That's the question. Is it loading up? There we go.
It is.
I was worried it'd be on the third screen then, because I don't know where that third screen is.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Are you going to leak your password?
My password? Oh yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to know what my password is.
Yeah, especially your test account password.
Yeah. If they just manage to sneak into the office and load up a rental and choose the correct rental, otherwise it might not work.
They want me on the next stream as well. We'll see. Depends how much Fossil Island work I've got to do.
Depends when the next stream is and what it is. I do like to do
hopefully, next time I can potentially bring my computer down if there's enough time to set it up, and I can actually do some coding of stuff that you've just modelled, as it were.
Should I show them this? Because it sort of has the
go
mushroom
for it.
in the background, sort of.
Maybe not that one.
Yeah, maybe not
That
one.
would be a nice surprise. But you can lock add them, can't you, elsewhere?
If you know what the configs are. Let's go
no.
anywhere. Anywhere. Let's go to the beach.
Yeah, let's go there.
Cool. So
I can't remember the configs.
here I am in game. Oh look,
We're going
that's a nice
underwater.
shield.
Yeah, that is. I think you should take it off and put it on again.
Ah, yeah, that would be nice actually.
Yeah.
So you've all seen the elemental shield.
Are you ready for this? Haha!
Isn't that beautiful? I mean, when it snaps into position, it's a bit odd, but it does that with the elemental shield as well, and it's just how it does it. Oh, got the pole jumps going.
Yeah, there we go with the pole jumps. Awesome. Right, let's head underwater. Which is going to look really weird because you're going to be standing underwater.
There we go.
Yay, we have some stalactites.
And I need to go up a floor, don't I?
Yeah.
I forget. So here we are, underwater. It's looking.
Oh, look at the little fish.
Yep, the fishes are swimming. So obviously at the moment there's no overlay, and you're not being forced to do the swim emotes, but that will come with time.
And there's your clam.
There's the clam over there with the discoloured anchor, the scuffed anchor, and below us here, which I can't show you because I don't have a remove roof and I can't go under there without, with the roof on. But that's where the farming patches will be, and of course the mermaid. So there is obviously still some work to do with the wall kit to make it. Obviously, there's some still errors going on with it, as well as the wall kit over here as well. There's I think I decided to get a little bit too carried away with the angle there, and now it doesn't actually match up. But this is you've had a good look into how we've sort of set up how we build our maps, and good look at the map editor, which is it's nice. It's a nice thing to work with, really. I mean, it may seem a bit monotonous, building, like adding walls down and all that, but
It's something you enjoy doing.
Yeah, it's something I enjoy doing. I just love building maps, actually. I've got loads of like fake maps. I mean, I did this map for the design for the underwater area, as well as I did the map you've seen on the dev blog as well for Fossil Island. I did that as well before ever, actually creating the environment for it. I mean, you did just see the beach for Fossil Island, but as you can see, it's been mapped out like the outline has, but there's actually nothing on it at the moment except from the things that we've shown you in the dev blog. And yeah, so that is everything we're doing today.
Cool. Well, I'm happy with that. So if you have any more questions about Fossil Island, you can tweet me at JagXMaz. You can add to the blog thread on Reddit. You can probably tweet Mod West if he is available over the weekend.
Yeah.
JagX
Tweet at
West.
me. JagX West, that's the one.
I'll
be there to answer questions.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do more of these streams, and I really hope I can get my dev PC down here so we can actually show you some code and show you what goes on.
Everyone's asked me to examine the anchor, but
we didn't get that in.
I didn't pack it.
Yeah, we haven't packed that.
At the moment, it just still says Mod West made this in 10 minutes.
There you go. Something to be proud of.
And the clown. Cautions. Smells fishy. So yeah.
Awesome.
That's it. Oh, and just before we go, there's a granite sword and some granite boots. Fancy, fancy. Awesome.
Sneak
Okay.
peeks for the
Sneak
win.
peek. Ooh. Okay, cool.
Cool.
So thanks for joining us on the Fossil Island dev stream, or design stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been tiring, but I've had a great time doing it
Me
and
too.
showing you everything I've been making. So you come back for the next one and everything else we ever show. So yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.